All right, so I introduced our new song parody contest. And what we're doing is, I know it feels like Christmas is tomorrow. It's not, but it is coming up soon. And so what we're doing is a holiday-themed song parody contest. Ben Hilton came in with one already that is fantastic. And so this is our first submission to the holiday-themed song parody contest.
I really can't stay.
Just let me show you this real quick.
I gotta go away.
Take a look at this fucking prick.
I'm trying my best to be polite.
I know I could take him in a
My
fight.
other show starts in September.
All I'd have to do is
I gotta go run to the store.
in no time he'd be down on the floor.
Already been streaming for hours.
This is the guy calling me a coward.
Don't think I can take any more.
Excuse me while I open a
I
cord.
wish I could leave.
He's attacking my family.
Just smiling to
Stay
sleep.
away for your own safety.
The only thing left
What are you doing?
for me to do.
After everything I've done for
I
you,
gotta go get some air.
let me tell you about the dude's
What
pay.
else do you want me to say?
And that fuckface lady can.
Gotta go now.
Oh, wait, hold on.
I'll stay for just
one more thing.
That is fantastic. Ben Hilton, of course, talking about when John would not let Richard Ojeda off his show because he had to show him, well, hold on. Phil Eatmore does a few more karate moves that I want you to comment on. All right. Quick Stuttering John update. He had Cardiff on his show last night, and it was such a weird episode because he swore off the potato when he was going off on Vinnie Paulino on his show on Sunday. And we're not doing a lot of Stuttering John stuff today. I'm sure everyone's aware. I did an emergency episode on Monday. It lasted 2.5 hours. I wasn't expecting that. Turned out to be an explosive episode. We had Shuli on. As soon as he left, all of a sudden Vinny shows up at my door, which was awesome. And so Vinny came down here and finally let John have it, which was exciting. I was happy for him. It seemed cathartic.
Oh, I was only watching the first half live, so I'll have to go back.
Yeah, it gets very interesting.
Nice.
Vinny really unloads on John. So then Cardiff shows up on John's show, and I'm wondering, oh, what's this all about? Now, Cardiff's supposed to be helping with the live show in Rochester on March 10th, but now John is saying he might get Vince the lawyer to be a part of the show since Cardiff refuses to tell John what his full name is and what he looks like. Just so bizarre. There's a couple funny moments in the episode. I was watching it last night where Cardiff goes, John, I can't do that because, you know, you tend to dox people. I don't want to be doxed. And John's retort was something like, I haven't doxed everyone, or I've only doxed a few people. And Cardiff's just like, that's just to dox anyone. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Fucking asshole.
I remember on the Gong Show when the unknown comic took the paper bag off his head
Yeah.
and went on to be the most popular comedian ever. It was Andy Kaufman, right?
No, it doesn't work that way.
All right.
Also, they brought up Patrick Melton. Nobody likes onions. And Patrick Melton went after John's kids pretty viciously, way more so. John's talked about me calling them losers over and over again. Patty actually talks about them specifically, not just in broad, like, isn't this funny? We're saying the word losers. He actually went after them hard and went after John. And John, all of a sudden, he's like, I don't even know who Patrick Melton is or where to find his stuff. And all of a sudden, he's confused by all of this. He doesn't know how to figure that out. Like, okay, if you say so. So I guess John, when he pokes a bear that will fight back, will run and hide. So that has been proven with John. So just a fun thing to note. All right, getting back to our holiday song parody contest. This one coming in from General GK. You're a drunk one, Stuttering John.
You're a mean one, Stuttering John. You really are a prick. You're despised by all your children. Your only friends are at Pickwick, Stuttering John. You're a bitter dabbler with a shriveled black heart. You're not funny, Stuttering John. Your jokes just plainly suck. You're the world's third worst comedian after Dat Fan and Zumak, Stuttering John. You haven't made anyone laugh since Jackie Martling stopped writing your jokes. You're repulsive, Stuttering John. Your condo smells like shit. Your disgusting odor's so bad it makes your roach roommates vomit, Stuttering John. Given the choice between living with you and suicide, I'd say, Kumia, where's your gun? You're a boozer, Stuttering John. Your liver's soon to burst. You bought the president, of course, his first 3 mansions with your thirst, Stuttering John. The 3 words that best describe you are as follows, and I quote: drink, drank, drunk. You're delusional, Stuttering John. Your head is up, your rear. Your ego is so big, even blind Mike can see it clear, Stuttering John. Your brain is an empty, muddled, and confused mess, incapable of producing a coherent thought, much less speaking coherently. You should run for president. You're a loser, Stuttering John. You've tanked your whole career. Neither Howard or Jay Leno have returned your calls in years, Stuttering John. You're a narcissistic, degenerate asshole, and you're so ugly, you make Carl look hot.
Wow. Fantastic. And since we're talking about Stuttering John, let's talk about him. I mentioned that yesterday we had the Point Dabble Point. It was on the Shuli Network's channel. If you want to go back and watch it, it was myself, Shuli. We had Casey Armstrong. Gonzo Shitcock had the invite, but didn't know what time it was, so he wasn't there. But then we had Bobby from Replayables show up, and also Bob Levy was there for a while. So we had a lot to talk about, but really the guy who brought it was Casey Armstrong. Much like the week before Joey C comes on and drops a bombshell about Legal Shield for $30 a month. I was like, wow, you bring in these people who have some insider knowledge, and this gets a lot of fun. Well, Casey Armstrong, I guess John's been outing, I don't know if the right word for it is, but he's been implying or saying that Casey has an STD, which is pissing off Casey quite a bit. So Casey was messaging with someone who John knows, a female that John likes to brag about getting a blowjob from because he's a classy guy. He's a class act. That's Stuttering John. And, you know, it's funny because when John was talking about how my ex-girlfriends were talking to him, he was going to get some dirt on me. He might have created this. He might have brought this into his world by acting like he could do something like that, because now it seems like it might be happening to him. This is a pretty crazy allegation. We don't know the truth. We don't know the facts. This is all alleged. But this is what Casey is reading off of his phone from this woman directly.
All right, here we go. I said, hey, I'm going to be on YouTube if you want to see. The show is it's with Shuli, and we're just talking about that douche, John. And she says, good fucker, I told you what happened. He was wasted and almost raped me.
Whoa.
He was the drunkest I had ever seen him. And you can believe this girl. Trust me. This girl is not going to lie, okay? She doesn't want anything to do with any of this. I'm not going to name her name. But if you know the person. It's the only one we have in common.
How long ago was this? What time frame are we talking about?
2 seconds ago. No,
I'm talking about when this
he's
occurred.
He's quick. He went after Gino. He tackled him on the floor. Go.
Oh, that's what we're talking about, John?
We're talking about, welcome to Point Double Point, Bob. Good morning.
No, but I didn't know this was breaking news. I didn't know it was going to be about
him.
This is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
You got to hear this. Trust me, man. It couldn't happen at a better time. And I'm so glad because this girl, her name should not be drugged through the
Send
mud
her the link
because she never
No, she won't. That's why he's the
She'll
best.
be on WATP tomorrow.
So listen to this, guys. Listen, you're gonna love this. He was the drunkest I had ever seen him. I said, since you are so drunk, you can sleep in the bathtub. He got shit all over the sheets because he can't or won't wipe his asshole.
Allegedly. This is all allegedly, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to pause it. There's more to go here, but people are already calling John the sheet shitter. he got so drunk he didn't wipe his ass, and it got shit all over the sheets.
What's worse? Actually shitting the bed or having shit on your bed because you didn't wipe your ass good enough?
I would say it's a draw, right? I mean, that's a tie at that point. However shit gets into your bed, that's a problem. I don't care how much of it there is or how it got there. Jesus, John. What's wrong with you?
Shitting the bed.
I mean, honestly, if this was the first story you heard in an AA meeting, you'd go, yeah, I'm not going to drink anymore. I don't need to keep coming to these things. I get it.
He has helped out so many people.
He really has. Yes. Thank you, John. Doing a service to mankind.
This is allegedly, but it's from the person who was there.
Right. But we have to say, just to cover our ass, this is alleged.
Of course you do, right. Who knows? Maybe I could be getting trolled for the past whatever
Sounds
year.
believable so far. Keep going.
All right, now listen. He goes, he got shit all over the sheets. Let's see.
I gotta say real quick, Fudgicle says John was traumatized by being anywhere near a bathtub.
Yeah, he's like, sleep in the tub. Fuck you. I will destroy your bed.
What's a tub?
Is that where you hold the beers?
Yeah. Is it filled with ice like my tub?
Right, yeah, right.
You want me to sleep in the cooler?
Ew.
Yeah. He got shit all over the sheets because he can't or won't wipe his asshole. He wants to fuck with me. I never blew him. He tried to kiss me, and I was drunk. That's it. He passed out.
Hold on a second. I don't want to tell me if I'm wrong about this. Robin Quivers?
Dominic Barbara. Is it Dominic?
No, we don't have to say the name, but you know.
No, I know.
All right.
We know who it is.
Yeah,
we know who it is. Wow.
So he tried to kiss her, but he's going around telling everybody that she blew him. They slept naked. That never happened.
Wow. What a
Piece of garbage.
I mean, really? Who does that?
So he passed out in the bathtub in the hotel room, right? I had shit marks all over my sheets, and he let me see. And she's just writing me more. It was disgusting. Ask him about that. He tries relentlessly to hook up. I kept making excuses, and he was a drunk mess. Julie Slater saw how bad he was. It was stupid of me to try and get him sober before he could drive home.
Wow.
Now, of course, this is all alleged. We don't know any of the facts. We're not even giving out names at this point. But what a story that is that John has to now. I don't know how he's going to defend this. Have you heard anything, Tukey? Has he already addressed this yet?
He's been making allegations on his Twitter about lawsuits coming down the pike.
Of course. Yeah, well, that's par for the course. I mean, anything real going on? Or
the name Julie Slater, that was a DJ at K-Rock.
Correct.
So this happened during...
Well, so I asked that specifically. Of course, you got to love KC Armstrong. Like, well, when did this happen? 2 minutes ago. No.
Yeah, I don't think KC knows the timeline.
Well, because
that would imply that this happened when John was married.
Correct. Because KC said, I think 12 to 15 years ago.
No.
But yeah, I know what you mean. Now, Tukey, this could have happened after he left Howard. Very possible. But
Possibly.
But you would think he's still in New York because that's where Julie Slater is. That name did get brought up. If that's the case, John was definitely married, or at least if this was pre-marriage. I can't imagine it's that long ago, though. That can't be the case.
Possibly that's a possibility. That was before his marriage. But yes, I heard the name Julie Slater, and then I remember you asked KC, when do you think this happened? And he was like, oh yeah, I think like 12 years ago. And I was like, no, that does not make sense.
No, it does not make
It's
sense.
not matched up.
12 years ago would have been he's still on the Tonight Show. His movie had come out.
Would have been like 2010, 2011, I guess.
You know, John tells that story. It's in his book where he was banging some chick and he's all drunk and he takes a break and pees in her bathroom and pees all over the floor. I wonder if that's his cope for what really happened.
Oh.
Shitting the bed. Or taking a shit in the toilet, not wiping your ass, and then rubbing it all over the sheets. He's probably, he probably got that itchy asshole thing going on where he's just grabbing those sheets and just cramming them up there.
Let the maid take care of this.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. What a nightmare. And the fact that John's like, and I even called it at the time when John goes, oh, I'm in touch with some of his ex-girlfriends. He better be careful. I don't have stories like this that are going to come out. But John does. That's why he was thinking that was going to scare me. Like, oh, no, I hope they don't find out I shit the bed. What an asshole.
It all came full circle. All the shitware stuff and all that stuff is all coming full circle.
Oh, man.
You can't write this crap.
I know. And I even said this on Point Dabble Point. I hate repeating myself. I really try hard not to repeat myself. And you would think, we've been covering John for 5 years. You would think that, okay, it must be getting repetitive. It's not. No. He just keeps doing new crazy shit. New shit keeps coming out about him. He's a despicable human being. And it's a lot of fun for the rest of us, fortunately. But I will say the attempted rape thing is not fun or funny at all. And she did go on to describe it as like a Pepe Le Pew kind of thing where he was just being aggressive and really trying, and she was kind of fighting him off. And I could picture that as well, unfortunately. But wow.
I know I'm drunk, but this pill can only last so long.
I'm not going to sober up in time. I can just do this. I just got to do this thing.
I got to take a shit, but I also want to fuck. Screw it.
All right. Let's see what else John's up to this week. I just got a few clips and things.
It's hard to follow that.
I know. I want to get that out of the way. I have a few fun things now that we've got that out of the way to discuss. And this one comes from Dabblers Anonymous. It was posted by Joe Namath, NYJ. And this is from his Thursday show. And John explaining that people should be giving negative reviews to the Comedy at the Carlson, the club that he's still booked to perform at on Sunday, March 10th, StutteringJohnLive.com.
Michael Diana, thanks for the $5. John, I hammered the Comedy at the Carlson's TripAdvisor page for letting that hack show go on the night before you. F them. Good. And you should. You should. They're treating me like I'm some fucking low-class citizen. Like I haven't paid my dues in this business. Fucking hell. I've been on the two biggest shows in the history of radio and television. And this fucking comedy club they got a guy working there trashing me and taunting me. You fucking kidding me?
I hate to keep pointing this out because I'm a big Howard Stern fan. It wasn't the number one radio show of all time. It's probably Rush Limbaugh. There's probably 5 or 6 conservative talk show hosts that had better ratings and more listeners than Howard Stern. Howard Stern was probably the biggest morning shock jock drive time show there was for quite some time. But anyway, I guess that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, let's just give him that one.
Yeah.
What are bad reviews going to do for him?
Oh, yeah. No,
I mean, given
he just wants revenge.
Yeah.
He just always wants revenge on everything. And my problem with this, and I think the thing that Vinny said, And God, it was just this week, but it seems like forever ago now. So many things have happened since then. But when Vinny came over to my house for our special bonus episode that we did impromptu, and he said, I would not allow John to come to my club and do his stand-up routine because he doesn't work at it. It's old, it's stale, he's not taking it seriously. I bring that up because, as I said, I saw Kevin Nealon last night. Kevin Nealon, when was he on SNL? The late 80s? He started on SNL? Maybe the early 90s? So this is a guy who's been famous in comedy for all these decades, and he's still doing brand new material. He's still hilarious as ever. He's still killing it. His crowd work was fantastic. You watch this guy, it's like, this is a pro. This is a pro who's still working on his art, his craft. He's still taking it seriously. John, you're not that guy. You're not taking it seriously. You're not working on your set. You're talking about Bruce Jenner, for Christ's sake. When was the last time Bruce Jenner was a person?
Right.
The first commenter here is great. Such a short clip, but it's all there. Narcissism, rage, delusions of grandeur, petty vengeance, living in the past. Just beautiful. It really does sum it all up, doesn't it? Such a piece of shit.
It really would be like if Pete Rose was on yelling about how the Reds don't give him a chance to play anymore, then everyone would boycott the Reds. Because, I'm a baseball player, damn it.
Right. Yeah, like that time has come and gone. You haven't been on the Howard Stern show. There are people who are old enough to drink who weren't born yet when you were left the Howard Stern show. And that was so long ago, John. Get over it. Everyone else is over it except for you. All right, so this is a fun package I have here. This is from the Thursday show. Yesterday, of course, he had Gino Bisconti on. I didn't watch a lot of it because I was doing Point Dabble Point, but from what I heard, Gino made the show watchable. People who don't even like Gino are going, it was actually pretty good, Gino and John mixing it up. And it looks like John's so desperate for friends. He had Alex Stein on this week. He had Gino Bisconti. These are people that he would normally and has called lunatics and, hates their politics and calls them all sorts of names. And now that John has no friends in the Dabbleverse, he's just looking for anyone.
Did he pay Alex Stein the $100?
Nope. In fact, he said that because Alex told him he didn't have to pay him. Because John goes, well, no, we're friends again. He said, I didn't have to pay him. John, I thought you wiped your ass with $100. You don't even wipe your ass, it turns out. But I thought you wiped your ass with $100. Just pay the guy $100 you owe him.
Give him two.
Give him $200 because you get for interest.
Yeah.
There's an interest payment here. You've owed him for a while. The Braves got knocked out weeks and weeks ago. Anyway, this is great. And Drew Lane actually sent this to me because he was watching the show on Thursday. And he goes, you're going to love this, Carl. John gets himself all worked up and emotional over what an amazing father he was. So this goes on for a little while. I'm already laughing. This goes on for a little while. But yeah, he gets himself all worked up. But then he gets a super chat and immediately is right back to calling people dumb fucks. It's so funny. Only John has this range. It's actually almost impressive. It's almost impressive in a way, the way he's able to pull this off. Okay.
Savor the moment. Enjoy every day. Because my ex and I had a mutual understanding how fast it goes. And empty nesting, it's not what it's cracked up to be. My youngest son is 17. He'll be 18 in January. And it's amazing. It seems like yesterday that we were building a go-kart, that I was at his first soccer game, coaching his baseball team.
We had a 12-3 record.
Go to my daughter's plays.
First place.
My oldest son's soccer games and track
Coach
meets.
of the year.
Fly into Carolina because he made the top, track team.
If you say so.
Vince, I'm just going to talk to you since you're the only one I know in this chat right now who has children.
Oh, he's friends with
Savor
Vince the
every
lawyer.
moment.
He got Dewey things. It's so
Cherish
silly.
him. Document him. Thank God that I was very, very careful. I took pictures all the time. And I have an end video. And I have those great memories to look back on. But savor those moments.
You can't drink away photos.
As much as I try.
Oh, shit. Where'd those photos go?
I spilled a beer on him.
Back to my MasterCard. Oh, he's crying. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun over here.
DJ Q. Ways to make money, but still had to Uber. LOL, liar. Oh, God. I did it for 2 weeks, you dumb fuck.
Immediately brings him right back out of it, right back into reality where every super chatter is goofing at him.
Yeah.
Even the ones he doesn't realize are goofing at him. So he goes through that very emotional rant that you just saw. Maybe rant's not the right word, but he's very emotional. What a great father he was. He was there for his kids, took the photos, took the videos, did all the things, participated in their lives. This wasn't about his kids. This was about him. That entire fucking thing was about him being an amazing father. And then he gets this super chat. It's hilarious.
My brown eye is tightly packed. Thanks for $5. This is very touching, John. I'm in tears. It has made me miss my son, Brian Don. Oh, man. He died in a car accident 3 years ago, and he had AIDS. Brandon, I think. I'm so sorry for your loss.
John, you fucking idiot.
Nobody wants to lose a child.
What an adult.
It's very sad.
He's crying for Brandon now. Poor kid. He had AIDS, died in a car accident.
And his father's name was My Brown Eyes Tightly Packed.
Yeah. What an idiot. Poor Brandon. Poor Brandon. Of course, Brandon is the name of the producer for the Drew and Mike show. So, holy shit. He's so fucking stupid. John, you are so stupid. It's incredible. This is why you're the GOAT. This is what we tuned in for right here. Your stupidity.
He had AIDS.
Yeah. The way, can I play that again? The way he read that was so fucking funny. Because I wonder if when he got to that part, he realized it was bullshit, but just had to like keep it going.
I'm pot committed.
Yeah, right.
Truly, yeah. Brandon, I think you meant.
Oh, wait.
I'm so accident 3 years ago, and he had AIDS.
I know you can't tell a joke, John, but you can recognize a joke, right? You fucking idiots. All right. So, as we know, I'm actually surprised Cardiff isn't here yet. I'd bring him on for this. But John is now mad at Cardiff. Cardiff. The potato has done nothing but try to help John. Nonstop. Even when the falling out with Vinny, Cardiff went on the show this week and even said, John, I still want to help you with your show. We can still make this work. I want to help you with your Comedy at the Carlson show on March 10th.
Cardiff election. Oh, you dickhead. Hi. Hi, dickhead. Thanks for the $2.79. Gary and Sherry, really, John? Tell better lies. Oh, yeah? Really? You don't think it's true? You dumb fucking potato. I should say your name right now. You better fucking apologize for your fucking bullshit tweet. You don't apologize, then you're dead to me. You've been watching Vinny Paulino and his little buddy, Snaggletooth, trash me on a regular basis. Vinny Paulino used to fucking light me up on Lady K's fucking show. Mm-hmm. Light me up. But I forgave him and fucking would work with him. So what does he do?
That's John's audio.
He lights me up again.
His fucking notifications just go off throughout this episode. It's so frustrating. It's the loudest thing, too. Does he even have a microphone anymore? He used to at least have a microphone in front of him, and now he just...
Alex Stein bought him a microphone.
Yep.
That's right.
Yeah, he did. And he owes Alex Stein $100, but Alex is the bigger man. He's ready to move on. So there's some revisionist history there. The thing that John conveniently forgets is that he asked, or in the words of Vinny Paulino, he begged for a gig at the Comedy at the Carlson. And Vinny finally said, okay, let's figure out a way to make this work. And Vinny put a lot of effort into figuring out a way that he can market Stuttering John to an audience that weren't all there to shoot spitballs at him.
Yeah, that's a challenge.
That's a challenge. When Vinny tried to take this on, I was like, I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish, but I'm with you, man. Whatever you want to do, that's cool. And now John is claiming that, again, he's just the victim and everything happens to him. None of it's his fault.
And the thing about everyone having to apologize to him is fucking
so
pathetic.
Stupid. So stupid. Doesn't make any sense. All right. So John's going to explain how many friends he has in this clip.
S. Allen, thanks for the $5. I have no friends. My wife and family left me, and I'm an alcoholic. I'm afraid, but I want to come out and just tell Shuli I want his hog. Thank you, Sheila Allen. Let's analyze. I have no friends. Oh God, I have too many friends.
Oh,
plenty of friends.
Okay.
Oh,
in New York and out here in LA.
I don't know if he does.
I don't think he does, Tukey.
I don't think he does either. That was so sad.
It was so sad. He's like, let's analyze this. John, if there's no truth to it, then just move on. Instead he goes, hold on, let me debunk this one. First off, I have too many friends.
Yes. You don't know them.
Yeah, they're all
They live
Pickwick.
all across the country.
And that broad did give me a blowjob.
He's insane. He's insane. When he was talking to Cardiff, and he was talking about how he goes to the pub every day, and Cardiff goes, well, that's probably not great. And John goes, well, you don't understand. That's where all my friends are. Acting like he made friends outside of the world of drinking, and that's where they all rendezvous.
Yeah,
No.
That's our club that we meet at.
Yeah, no. John met all of his friends at Pickwick. They're also the day drinkers that hang out at Pickwick.
They would be there with or without
Right.
him.
Correct. They're not sitting there going, when the fuck is John going to get here? Maybe we should leave.
Yeah, don't tell that story yet. Wait for John to get here, okay? Because I don't want to hear it twice. Jesus.
John must have all these amazing fantasies about what all these people do when they're not at the bar.
Yeah. He says
See
that too.
Louis over there.
He explains, he's like, there's accountants there and lawyers. And he goes through as if
Cowboys and astronauts.
those important people drinking at 3 p.m. in the valley. That makes sense. Story checks out. Dude, he's literally befriended Vince the lawyer again. This has to be the 5th time since we've been covering this saga that Vince has become his friend again. And then it always turns to shit because Vince is trolling him. John, I'm just kidding. Stay friends with Vince. Vince is trolling him. So it always goes to shit. He always gets him to come on and be like, I can help you with this lawsuit, John. He's like, oh yeah, I have a suit. John thinks he's going to fucking sue the commie at the Carlson.
Mm-hmm. But Vince really promised that this time he won't turn his back on John. So I think it's okay, John.
Well, you can
really, he sweared.
You could take his word for it, I'm sure. So this next clip, and again, I heard other people talking about this, but Drew Lane from the Drew and Mike show goes, Carl, you got to look at this. This is unbelievable. This is John talking about how generous of a guy he is and how he still cares about his ex-wife, Susanna, the mother of his children.
And I would do anything put it this way. If I won Lotto, I swear to you, if I won the Powerball, let's say I won $100 million. Look, let's say I cleared $100 million. I'd give my ex probably like $5 million. I would.
Oh, wow.
I would. She's the mother of my children.
So it's almost like he's already given her $5 million. That's the way John thinks. If he says he'll do something, it means he did it. 5%, $100 million, 5% he would give to his ex. That's very generous, John. Wow. Could you even spend $95 million? If you're 58 years old and you have 18 months to live because of your alcoholism, could you even spend $95 million? It's not that generous. It's not as generous as he thinks it is.
He is a very generous tipper. So, yes, there is a possibility he could do that.
Yep. And you know what? Instead of giving $2 per beer, I'll start giving $2.50 per beer at the Pickwick pub. I don't think I talked about it on this show, but I know I talked about it. John finally explained what his tipping amount is. $2 a beer. Yeah. He always says $10, but then when Cardiff pressed him, he's like, well, and if I buy 5 beers and then I give $10, pretty standard. No one's sitting there going, yes, John's here today.
Yeah, we thought he was a piece of shit before, but, he showed us.
Yeah. We'd have a good weekend after all. All right, this is the last clip I have from John, and this is John seems like he's backing out of the Comedy at the Carlson show. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of clues that maybe he's not going to do this show.
Please don't chicken out, John. You're the GOAT. hey, if I don't do this fucking show, it's not because I'm chicken. It's because I've been treated unfairly, and the guy that booked me has repudiated on his agreement.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. What did Vinny Paulino do this? Vinny does a lot of things, but I didn't know he did this. Let's hear it.
The guy that booked me has repudiated.
Oh, that is a big word. The guy, Spanish is probably his first language. Right. He has Puerto Rican. Give the benefit of the doubt.
On his agreement. Took me 2 seconds on the phone with my attorney. Well, maybe a little longer. And he said it's called repudiation.
Your attorney or Vince the lawyer? Because those are two different things. So I know that Vince the lawyer is getting you all wound up for your big lawsuit against Comedy at the Carlson. It ain't happening, John, because, and I'm no lawyer, there are zero damages.
Yeah, nothing's happened.
I was talking to the owner last night, a couple other people there. They're all laughing at you, John. No one takes you seriously.
Maybe it was a legal shield live chat. Maybe he was talking to someone in India.
That could be true.
A lawyer.
You're allowed to type 6 lines of text, and then they're like, okay, no more until next month. You got your money's worth.
Oh, what do you want now, John? What do you want to do now, John? You only have one of these left.
Yeah, that's the chat bot.
Yes, exactly.
Fucking John. All right, what do you want? Who did you wrong this time?
Yes.
That's what Mr. Paulino has done. That's what he has committed. Okay? It's very simple.
You should call the Rochester Police Department again on Vinny Paulino this time, John. Boob.
Very simple.
He was taunting me.
What a dipshit this guy is. He's so stupid.
What's the difference between someone sending an email to them to get you pulled and having fans bombard their reviews, both the scumbag moves, hypocrite? Dude, I'm not. Hey, I didn't tell him to do that. But it is wrong that the guy's going to do a show and trash me the night before.
You kind of encouraged it. If I remember that clip that we just played correctly, it seemed like he was on board with people doing that to the club.
Yeah, it really did.
Yeah.
I must have missed something.
Anyway, I don't tell people to do shitty things to clubs. Well, you did to Frank Pellegrino's club that he was working at. I remember you telling everyone to give that club shitty reviews. Oh, but now you're friends again. That's right. You're friends with Frank and Chrissy again. Okay, cool. And now you're saying people should give negative reviews to Comedy at the Carlson, and you're encouraging that. But no, Vinny's the asshole. That's right. That's how I remember.
And don't put all this negative energy into trying to come up with new jokes and maybe a new act that you can maybe do on March 10th and go after the potato and Vinny and, instead of, do a show, let your creativity beat them. But no, that will not happen.
It is hilarious to me because I'm so in this world that it's hard for me to take a step back and look at what's actually going on. I can't imagine if somebody were introduced to this and they're like, this is how this guy's behaving after he got booked for the only place that would book him to finally do a comedy show, a live show, something he hasn't done in over a year. He's finally going to get to go do that at this place. This is how he's behaving and acting about it. You'd be like, this guy is a madman. And to Tuki's point, what he should be doing is working on his act, writing jokes.
Yeah, using this as fuel.
Using this as fuel. Going back to the show that we did last time where Jessica Kirson leaked that the best revenge is living a good life. If you're mad at all your haters, rise above it, and then you get the last laugh. John will never recognize that as the end game. He never will. It's unbelievable to me. If John would ignore all of this and go out and get the gigs in Hollywood and do all this, be back in show business, all the things he claims he wants to do, he's not putting any effort into any of that.
Well, he cut his hair.
I know. Actually, it's funny you say that, you guys. I was going to say, outside of dyeing his hair, he really hasn't done anything to.
But imagine, sir, who do you want to sue? Cardiff Electric. Okay, what's his real name? I think it's
Ralph.
I've heard it's Ralph or Julian or something.
I would like to call to the stand the potato.
I fucking love the fact that John wanted Cardiff's real name, wants to know what he looks like, And this has been going on for months where Cardiff goes, I can't do that. John, you're going to obviously dox me. And John goes, I would not dox you. Why would you say that? I do not dox people. Cardiff goes, you might do it by mistake. I don't know. I just don't want to give you that information. And now John thinks he has that information. Whether he does or not, I don't know. But immediately he's using that and weaponizing it.
It's leverage, yeah.
Yep. Oh, I'm going to give out your name now. It's like, this is why no one wants you to know anything about them, John. You're an asshole. You dox people all the time.
Yeah, he literally did it to DG earlier in the week. Even though obviously we all know his name by now, but John knew that he made a mistake, and he even kept apologizing, like, "Oh, I didn't mean to, that was." But everyone knows, so I didn't really dox him.
He's a fucking moron. He can't stay out of his own way. He fucks with his friends just as badly as he fucks with his enemies.
Yeah, and he shows his hand every time, exactly like you said. He already was using that. He's using this stuff against Cardiff. I have your name. I know your name. I should give out your name, but I'm not gonna.
I did an interview with Lorenzo Ariola yesterday for his show. And I was asking him like what he wants to do with his podcasting career. And he's like, well, I'm kind of a mumbler. I don't pronounce words correctly. I'm like, don't let that stop you. I don't pronounce words correctly either.
Use it.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? Lean into it. All right.
Superstar.
So
good job.
We've been talking about the song parody contest, the current contest. We are doing a holiday song parody contest. We're going to create a holiday album out of this. And we've already had 2 fantastic submissions. Before I play a third submission, our boy, Cardiff Electric, he made a song. This isn't holiday themed, but it does have to do with our buddy Stuttering John and the recent revelation. Now, John has claimed that this is all a made-up story and it's not true at all. And we'll play some clips later where he explains that he never shit the bed. If anything,
I'm sure he'll clarify it.
Yeah, he explains. He's like, it's not embarrassing like you think. Maybe my hemorrhoids exploded and there was blood everywhere.
Right.
But certainly not shit.
Could have happened to anybody.
It's one of my favorite things ever. Where it's just like, oh, okay, I thought it was something embarrassing. Okay, never mind. All right,
it's intestinal flesh and blood, but not feces.
So anyway, the Devil versus having a lot of fun with this story. And Cardiff Electric put together this tune for us.
Shits in the sheets. 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 He's icky and he's ooky. He smells worse than Tukey. His sheets are full of dookie. John shits in the sheets. Shitting in the bathtub, she gave him a back rub. Might as well show his nub. Shitting in the sheets, shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets, shit in the sheets, shit in the sheets. A perfect shit will taper. Ran out of toilet paper. Swears he did it for John shits in the sheets. The toilet paper's all gone. The sheets are made of cotton, so rub them on his bottom. John shits in the sheets, shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets, shit in the sheets, shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets, shit in the sheets, shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets and 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 shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets. Shit in the sheets.
Well done, Cardiff.
Wow.
That was fantastic. Now, of course, Cardiff was trying to work with John for the past few months for the live show that was canceled.
An impossible task.
An impossible task. John's too difficult to work with. So, because of that, we have Cardiff back, baby. He's back in the Devilverse.
It's all ours.
And coming back with that one. Now, here's another fantastic submission. This one comes in from, again, Ben Hilton, who already has a submission. This is Stutjo's Coming to Town. Now, this was submitted before we knew that John, I think, was canceling his show. But this one is fantastic.
It's all cold down in Rochester. The wind's whipping down comedy at the Carlson. All you hotels ready for a drunken, disgusting slob to stay at your establishment or what? Well, that's not many Stutchos in trouble out here. Well, you better use shout, you better use tide, you better use bleach, I'm telling you why. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. He's taking a shit, he ain't gonna wipe. He's gonna leave you in some chocolatey stripes. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. He don't mind leaving skid marks. He don't mind leaving stains. And if he keeps treating girls no good, he's gonna end up accused of rape. He's gonna end up accused of rape. You better use shout, you better use tide, you better use bleach, I'm telling you why. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. John will turn your bed sheets to brown. John will turn your bed sheets to brown.
Wow. Holy shit. So I listened to a little bit of that and I went, okay, this is great. I wanted to be surprised. That was fantastic.
Wow.
Ben Hilton knocking it out of the park with this one.
Amazing.
Yes. Thank you for that. Keep those submissions coming for the holiday song contest. They don't have to be about John shitting himself. They can be about anything you want. Although that's been a lot of fun right now. And since we're talking about it. I don't want to do a whole long thing on John today.
So we'll keep it down to an
Cardiff,
hour.
we just played your song, buddy. That was fantastic.
I was listening.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I forget you're listening. I thought you would. I saw you come earlier and then leave. Thought you were just waiting for your segment or something.
I was hoping Andy was going to leave.
See ya. We do as the potato says these days.
I love this song.
Cardiff, welcome back to the Dabbleverse, buddy. We missed you. Oh, and you have muted yourself.
Classic Cardiff.
I was moving my mic. I never really left, but
I
yes, I did have to leave.
It's good to have you back, I guess is my
It's
point.
good. It's good to be back.
All right. So just a couple things that I want to play real quick, and this is from his episode yesterday. Now, if you haven't heard it because you listen to the audio podcast and you get things from your podcast player, I went on and I did a solo show on Monday. It was an emergency broadcast because Stuttering John decided to go ahead and cancel the March 10th show that he's supposed to do here at Comedy at the Carlson. But also there's that whole thing going on with Casey Armstrong and his ex-girlfriend and that whole thing that I needed to address.
I like how it's like fully booked and up to John to just show up and do a good show.
Yep.
And he casts a vote of no confidence in himself.
Yep.
And cancels his own show.
Yep. And blames everyone else. It's
Right.
everyone's fault but his.
It's toxic.
So basically when we found that out while we were doing the creep off on Monday. And Vinny and I chatted afterwards real quick. And I know that you guys went on subreddit surfing and said, yeah, there's going to be an announcement within the next 24 hours what we're doing on March 10th. So I get a note from Vinny because what we decided was we'll at least do a live WATP on that Sunday. So people are going to be in town. If we have tickets for John's show, that'll get you in. And we'll put other tickets on sale. Come and watch WATP live. And we had talked about doing some other things too, but we were at least going to do that. And we were going to make that a thing. So I get a note from Vinny on Tuesday that says, hey, I just need a description of the WATP live show for the website. Now, I was pretty busy on Tuesday. I was running errands. I have rehearsal with my band, also known as Band Practice.
In your rock combo.
Yeah. So I did not get Vinny the description. And Vinny doesn't work for me. I'm not saying that he should have done this, but he could have definitely written something up. He knows what we do. He's been on many live shows. This wouldn't have been a big deal. I get a note from him this morning saying, Mark, who runs things over there, didn't get the description, so he just refunded everyone's money, and there's no show. Thanks, Mark. Good job.
Weird.
He's like, I couldn't wait any longer. I got to give everyone their money back.
So now we got to do that show in a park?
So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we'll do WTP live at a competing venue or something. I don't know. I'm just like, okay, whatever. Yeah. I didn't realize I had a deadline. No one told me I had to have a deadline to say, like, this is the podcast you listen to, but live. I don't know. I don't know what description they needed that would have changed any of this. So anyway, now there's no show on March 10th. So come in for March 9th. Subreddit surfing. I have to do my stand-up consequence that Cardiff is writing for me. That's going to happen Saturday night. We'll have a star-studded subreddit surfing episode. And then March 10th, if you're still in town because you got tickets and you got airfare and hotel and stuff, we'll hang out. We'll do something.
Yeah.
We'll do something fun. I'll be around.
Puppet show.
I don't know, something. No WATP live, though.
Myrtle?
Yes. Yeah,
One of those famous Carl Hamburger hand job parties. I keep hearing about.
They are famous, but we do keep them on the DL.
World famous.
Not anymore.
Yes. Then let's get into it because John on his show on Tuesday came out and had some weird things to say, starting with Patrick Melton. Now, Patrick Melton, nobody likes onions, decided to really go hard at Stuttering John's children. These precious kids that no one's allowed to talk about because John's a proud father, and if you say anything about his kids, he doesn't know what he'll do. God forbid you say something about his kids. And Melton went there, and apparently John's forgiven him.
No. No, I'm done with this guy. He's just, I don't really have a beef except for the fucking got me struck, the fucking asshole, fatty fucking Patty.
The only beef he has, he got him struck. He's forgotten all the things he said about his kids. So, John, when you pretend that you're mad at me because I called your kids losers or whatever I said, you're lying. If you're going to forgive Patrick Melton, who went hard at them for being trans and gay and you being a horrible father and all the things that he said, which were similar but different than Anthony Cumia, just, similar types of things. You're all mad at Pocky. You're not mad at Patrick Melton. Are you scared of Patrick Melton, John? I think you might be scared.
I'm with you. I think you guys could have like a private conversation and be like, yeah, I know they're losers.
I just thought that was odd that all of a sudden that's the only thing he's worried about is him getting the strike on his channel. Something that he claims he doesn't care if Shuley does to him for whatever reason. But that's the only thing he's worried about with Patrick Melton.
Some people might start to think this guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that.
Okay, now you're way too loud.
Now you're overmodulated. How do I get this right with you?
Split the difference.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle there. All right. So, Cardiff, since we're talking to you, we have to talk about the fact that John, early on with Cardiff, was pleading with him to give him his real name, to give him his information, saying over and over again, I'm not going to dox you. You can trust me with this information. Cardiff, I would never dox you. I don't know why you think I would. And Cardiff, to his credit, goes, John, I'm not saying that you would on purpose, but might do it by mistake. I just think it's better if we don't share that information.
Or on purpose.
Well, as we find out, now John has no choice but to dox Cardiff.
I've left him no choice.
Yeah, that's literally what he says here.
Benny Paulino is out there, and as usual, as expected, is out there trashing me. Along with the potato, and which is a very ballsy move considering I know his name. I know where he lives. And at this point, he's giving me no choice but to dox him on his name. I mean, that's not something I would normally do, of course.
So this is the same guy who makes it a point to not only say my real last name, but to spell it multiple times in the same 30 seconds because he's weaponizing this thing where he's like, oh, now I can dox you. And why would you dox someone? Cardiff, why is John saying, I can't believe he's talking shit about me when I could be doxing him? What is the point of that?
I think he wants creepy people to know where we live.
Right, because that will fuck with your real life in some way.
Yes.
The whole point
Act of violence.
The whole point of doxing someone, and I told John this, I said, the reason why I don't use my last name is because, well, I had the foresight, but I had tens of thousands of people try to ruin my life years back, and for that reason, I don't do that. And the fact that I told John that in confidence, now he's using that against me. So it's the same thing now where he thinks he knows Cardiff's name, and so now he's leaving me no choice. I have to ruin his life. Yeah. Because that's literally what doxing is. If you think, because Chad uses this all the time too, he's like, if Cardiff wants to get fired from his job, then I'll just have to dox him. Because these idiots equate knowing who you are and where you work to getting fired. Now, in some scenarios, that does happen. It really does. I have a friend who has a podcast who just lost his job because they found out he had a podcast. So it does happen. And so for John to wield this power as if just like, well, there you go. He said something I don't like. Now I have to ruin his and his family's life. It's like, you don't realize that you're a shithead for saying that and thinking that?
Well, he doxed himself. So he's going through the pains of dealing with that. Yeah. And he wants other people to have to go through it too, who didn't dox themselves. Right. You're a moron.
Well,
but
this is the funny thing, though, about
it's not your enemy's
John
fault.
doesn't have an employer anymore. When John doxes himself, the worst thing that happens is people deliver food to his house.
Right. So I think that a big part of it, him wanting to dox somebody, and Cardiff in particular, is he wants to ruin somebody's life. But I think more so, he also wants to be like, I know something that people don't, and everybody wants to know this information. Right. And look, I can give you this information, and aren't I cool because I know it? So I feel like it's being an asshole and then also being like self-righteous all at the same time. And it's just disgusting.
And holding power over
Yeah. It's weak empowerment.
Yes. So let's give a warning out to Vinny. We got the warning out to Cardiff. Let's get the warning out to Vinny, his other sworn enemy. The two people who are going to just help them for no reward. Yeah. Just to see if they could do it. Just see if we could create a show. People come
challenge
out
of
and
it.
see Stuttering John. And remember, this is the thing that Vinny revealed on this show. I knew about this the whole time, but I was keeping mums on it. Is that this wasn't a thing where Vinny goes, John, can I get you at the club? Can you please come to the club? John was begging Vinny. They were messaging each other, and John's like, come on, can I come and perform? That he wanted to do a whole weekend. So Vinny finally says, all right, I can get you a Sunday. And originally it was going to be a Sunday in December, which makes way more sense based on the time they were talking about this stuff. But then Vinny had to remind John that he likes watching football. John's like, oh, that's right. Yeah, I don't want to come in on a Sunday in December because football's on. Like, okay. So then it became March because they're working around John's schedule. But John asked for this. And now he's pretending that he didn't, that he never wanted to be in Rochester and play this shithole that we all live in. He loves talking about the median income and the poverty and the crime rates and all of these things. Because,
lack of dentistry.
Well, right. That is a problem. I'll tell you right now, the waiting lists are... Okay. So this is, he gives a warning to Vinny.
Now, Vinny, I'm going to give you a little word of advice. Shut the fuck up. All right, Vinny? Shut the fuck up. Capiche? Capiche. Just shut the fuck up about me. Take my fucking name out your fucking mouth. Okay? Take my name out your fucking mouth. You got that, Moonhead? Capiche? You got that? Capiche?
Jesus Christ.
He always thinks he's really engaging with someone.
I mean, I appreciate that he was trying to go for Vinny's native tongue so that Vinny would understand what he's saying.
What's the matter, you? Vinny Paulino.
Yeah, to us civilians, it seems like rude and aggressive, and Vinny's at home just like, oh, I got it.
Oh, no, I do capiche.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for
and good
explaining
day
that.
to you, sir.
I capiche very much. Thank you.
Capiche to you, too, sir. All right, so Drew Lade actually sent me this. Drew's been fascinated. I wanted to get him on Point Devil Point this week, but he unfortunately has something going on. But he wants to come on Point Devil Point, and he'll be great on there because Drew has been sucked in by the Devilverse. He's watching John. He's finding it fascinating. He sent me a note. He goes, Carl, you got to pull this one timestamp. It's possibly the most mentally cluttered minute and a half of podcasting ever. And one of the reasons why I'm playing this for you now is because coming up, John is going to try to do what we do to subreddit surfing. And John's going to try to say the subreddit surfing is not a very good program and that it's boring. So this is what John does before he does that.
All right. So, again.
That's on him.
I just had an idea.
Hold on a second. Let me see what's going on here. I have so many links up. I'm getting a little worried because let's see. I have to see something very important. It's very important. I'm sorry. Don't worry. We're going to get deep into the shit.
This is 4 minutes into a show.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay.
Look at the scroll at the bottom, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
See, it's shit like this when you think it's performance art. I understand where you're coming from.
Right. Like, no one's this bad at podcasting. Only John.
Types like a chicken.
A retarded chicken.
Okay, I want to say hi to Vincent and Bessie's children.
Oh, and then that thing again, where he still thinks that Vince the lawyer, who's trolling you, John, he's always trolling you. How do you keep falling for this, you fucking moron? This happens every year. That Vince is trolling you. And he goes, Vince told me his kids love me. They don't. You're a fucking retard. They're not running around the house yelling skull. Vince is goofing on you, you moron. He gave me some really good legal advice. He didn't.
I love that fucking scroll, though. The scroll says something like, I will no longer be commenting about the false accusations relating to Casey Armstrong. Mm-hmm. First of all, anybody who's ever talked to an attorney knows that saying I am not commenting is a fucking comment. And
Correct.
Second of all, false accusations is definitely a comment.
Correct.
He is saying that they are false accusations.
And also orchestrated by Casey Armstrong.
Yes.
That word right there is very loaded.
Very loaded.
It was a text message from a third party that he read. It wasn't orchestrated by him. To say it was orchestrated by him is accusing him of something.
Mm-hmm.
Actually accusing him of a crime.
Several comments in that scroll.
So John's a fucking idiot. He has no idea what he's doing. Surprise, surprise. Go figure. And then later on in the show, so he types with the one hand, his right hand, one finger at a time. And somebody in the super chat goes, John, you were a writer for the Tonight Show, and you type with one finger?
Yeah.
And John's response is, the head writer also typed with one finger. I can't make this shit up. I've worked in office environments my entire life. I've never seen anyone type with one finger. I've seen the two-finger peck thing. One finger I've never seen.
It looks like there's an earthquake in Canoga Park going on. He's typing.
It could be.
Especially someone who has the title writer on their resume.
Yes. All right. You ready to get into him watching subreddit surfing?
Yeah.
I hope I can handle it.
All right. Yeah, and I hope you can take
Brace yourself.
This is going to be some good-natured ribbing, I think, Cardiff.
This is what you've been dealing with all these years, Carl, since he's come back.
Going to be a roasted potato.
The two of us. I just want to remind everyone, let's go to Stuttering John for 1 minute because we have to.
All right.
It was almost 2 months ago, Vinny, where you pulled me aside in Detroit. You patted my bottom, and you said, Cardiff, we have this show with John. You can't screw this up. You got to be careful what you say. Don't screw this up, Cardiff. And
that does sound like me, doesn't it?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And here we are. I outlasted you, Vinny. I outlasted you. But he canceled today.
Yeah. Sure did.
March 10th is not happening, but March 9th, subreddit surfing live, carlsicomedy.com. Is that still happening, Vinny?
Why wouldn't it, Cardiff? Because something will be happening on the 10th. We just have not quite settled on what it's going to be. Expect an announcement in the next 24 hours.
So how much are we into this video? 53 seconds? Mm-hmm. And so far, John is just watching the show, which I give credit for.
Mondays at 8 on YouTube.
Very transformative.
Yeah. he's just watching the show.
So far, it's a well-produced show.
So far, so good. Okay.
So he canceled after everybody left the office today. So, there's nothing to really settle on. So.
You mean his name is still on the marquee outside the Carlson? No one was able.
David Alexander, I thought roasting was supposed to be funny. Nope, you're just supposed to watch the program you don't like. Have general disdain for it.
Yeah, glower.
Yeah, you're supposed to stew. Get really mad.
Do you see how hard I'm frowning?
He's
Able to
massaging
take it
his
down
fist.
before they left.
Boring.
John live.
Finally.
I love it. John, who did a show, we just played 1 minute and 14 seconds of him going, If he was scratching his balls, it'd be more entertaining than what he was doing. And now he's calling your show boring. And this is actually all the information that's important. This is why he picked this clip.
Yeah, it's about him, too.
Yeah, it's about him. This is the one time they're like, yeah, John canceled. And whatever.
How am I supposed to speak to this? I don't know anything about this subject.
Fucking moron.
March the 10th.
Boring.
Good one.
Holy shit. Fucking hell.
Oh, this is John's new thing. Maybe it's not new. I'm just picking up on it. Fucking hell.
Oh, yeah.
When he doesn't know what to say, but he thinks he's got something he needs to say, he just goes, fucking hell. Okay. Yeah, good point, John. Real good point.
And then
$50 you learned that at the pub.
Oh, guarantee it. Watching the Giants game.
Oh, Kevin Brennan doesn't say that? I assume that's where he gets everything.
That's usually where he gets things from. He didn't yell hack this time, so that was good.
Get to the point. Get to the point.
The fucking balls on John to tell people to get to the point when his show goes on for fucking days without him ever getting to any
fucking
point.
point is that there's going to be somebody's going to go through with a show.
Yes,
and
correct.
it's not going to be you, John.
Yes, that is the point.
cock.
They made the point, yes.
Boring.
Now it's paused and he's yelling
This
boring.
is very boring. Then text me if you want me to.
It will continue to be
Nothing's
boring.
even happening right now.
They're all just sitting there.
The potato's not even dancing.
Moron.
Play. I don't know what you're talking about, Vinny. So here we are. Here we go. He's gonna play his shit.
Be there, sold out show. No, that was
On the
not-
outside of our building, we have, slides with the schedule and like videos of all the comics coming up. He never made it.
Oh no.
Never made it up.
Oh, I'm so depressed. I didn't make it to a marquee in the armpit of New York, known as Rochester. Oh, I'm so depressed.
Why did you ask for that show, John? Why did you want the show in Rochester?
Because he's so depressed.
The place you hate so much. This was your doing, dummy. And even if it wasn't, this is the crazy thing about this. Even if Vinny's like, John, you want to come up to my club and we'll get you a show. We'll help you put it together. Let's say John was reluctant. He's just like, the last thing I want to do is go to Rochester, but fine. You still said yes. You still agreed to this show. And now he's acting like he's above it.
Yeah.
You're far, far below it, John. Far below it. And he's also been saying that maybe he'll get a gig somewhere near here for March 10th. Maybe I'll go to Syracuse or Buffalo.
Where they appreciate me.
Yeah, right. Good luck with that, dummy.
I'm so depressed. Oh, my Lord.
This is transformative.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. So don't really have to take anything down.
Yes, but March the 9th, we will be there live.
Good. Have fun, potato. Not showing your face. Good.
Comedy.com. And to celebrate, I'm debuting my newest John song, I Hear Today.
Well, I don't
Sheets
want
are full of duplex shit in the sheets.
Potato, how
Scrubs
could
through
you?
that.
Well, I don't want to play because I'll get copywritten.
I'll get copyright. I got copy written up by the teacher.
As soon as I clear up this copyright strike I have on the Addams Family theme song, I'm copyright striking you.
Well, I've been called down to the copyright office. What a moron. I'll be copywritten. Cardiff does not own the Addams Family, and I don't even know if John knows that or not. I know he doesn't want to play the song. Obviously, it's about him shitting the sheets.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. That's more.
Normally,
one of
I'd
the
play
reasons.
this good-natured ribbon, but
a copyright strike or whatever it is. So I'm
But
not gonna
that
play
was
that.
it's interesting because it tells you he pre-watched this clip.
Yes, correct.
Right.
He
He
knows
knew the
what's
song
going
was
on
there.
Yes.
He may have found it catchy.
He also
That's how he knew it was boring.
He also loves to say, yeah, it's true. Yeah, he already watches. He's like, yeah, I was bored at this point last time too.
Yeah. So bored when he called me a rapist.
He also loves to say, go ahead and strike me to the Shuli Network, who actually does have the ability to strike him right now because he was playing video he doesn't own. And he's like, go ahead, strike me. And then he's like, well, I better not play this. I don't want to get a copyright strike. Which is it, Tommy?
Potato.
Yeah, I know. I'm afraid of the potato, but not Shuli. Okay.
Yeah, it's like when you light a cigar with a dollar bill and then you put it out real quick.
With a dollar bill. That's hilarious. I bet he was, still take it.
Yeah.
And Vince, if that's really you, please text me.
Oh, God.
Okay, so here we
Have fun with that, Vince. You're friends with John again? All right. Listen, I know that you're into this sort of thing, but oh boy, that's a lot. It's a lot being John's friend.
go.
Especially when
Let's
you have something
see.
you can do for
God
him.
damn. Turned his back on me. I
Look
was
at the
making
size of
positive
that
John
fucking
songs
head.
until today.
It is
Vinny, I
balloon.
couldn't stand the way he was treating you any longer.
Oh, I couldn't stand the way he was treating you. Oh, oh.
I walked away.
Can you pause it for a
Can
second?
Did you want to sit and laugh for a minute?
Yeah.
John's jokes?
Should we? But for John to be making fun of this situation,
Yeah.
it's all he's done is ask people to not be friends with other people because of the people he's currently mad at.
Right.
Or are mad at him.
Yes.
Okay. Hypocrisy, please.
No shit. Also, he's constantly playing the victim. He loves to be the victim. Lady Kmart's going after him, and the Shuli Network, and everyone's just going after him. He did nothing to deserve any of this.
Ever.
And then as soon as they're just like, yeah, I tried to deal with John. It was a huge pain in the ass. Oh, go fuck yourself. Oh, was it tough? Wah.
Oh, so I'm an asshole.
It's amazing how he can go back and forth between victim and the goat.
Yeah.
The only talented
Holier than
one
thou.
in all of the
Yeah.
Dappleverse.
Say something to you.
Well, let's see. It's your show, you dumb fuck. I think you can.
We
No.
really haven't
Jesus Christ.
Shut up. We haven't talked much.
It's almost like you can hear him.
Oh, God. How does Vinny the Lawyer have 20,000 subscribers? I guess people like him. Let's see. Patrick Lewinsky, thanks for the $2. John, I am the potato. You can't dox me. Okay, I don't know that. I don't know who this person is.
John, you got to turn off your notifications when you're
Yeah,
podcasting.
I know.
We told you this 4 years ago.
Your ex-wife's lawyer keeps texting you.
Yeah, we told you this 4 fucking years ago. You owe $30,000. But if I clear $100 million, I'll give you $5 million. We just want the $30,000 you currently owe us.
I'll get punched by Sharon Stone's security again.
Yeah, I'm due for another big payday. It's fucking funny. All right, so I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, Cardiff, but apparently Patrick Lewinsky is the name that we've come up with. Now, is it a coincidence that there's a Patrick Michael and a Matt Lewinsky that's part of the Dabblers? I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. Cardiff, any comment on that?
My lawyer has advised me to say no comment in the allegations.
Okay.
False accusations.
You know,
Right.
I do not know if that is his name or not. But
This is where John thinks he's being slick.
Yeah.
So this guy comes in who John thinks that's Cardiff's real name. So now he's just like, oh, I didn't say it. Oh, I put it up on the screen, but I didn't know. Oh.
I didn't read it until I put it up. So I don't want to be. I don't want to know. I don't know if that's his
he's
name.
put up.
I'm
He's
not
put out
alleging
bloody
that it
assholes
is.
before, so I mean that does check out.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, I don't want to hear it because someone just came in there and just wrote that. So I don't know anything about any freaking Patrick Lewinsky or anything like that.
Or anything else.
I don't know anything about it. That's what the guy's name was.
All right.
I have nothing.
It's fine,
to say
John. It's
about
fine.
it.
It's okay.
So I don't want to hear it.
I'm hoping I can still keep the $2.
Pause it real quick. Because I know that he's been claiming that he has known this for a while, and now it's out there. So is that the name that he was given prior to this? Does anybody know that?
Cardiff, comment? He's
Can't
not
say.
My
going
lawyer has advised me not to.
Cardiff will not comment on this.
I'm just wondering. It would be ridiculous if there was another name that he thought that he knew, and now maybe he
he's
thinks
confused.
it's this one.
Oh,
Does he still have that other one in his back pocket?
I don't know. I think that he thinks that that's Cardiff's name. That's where I'm
fucking
at
great.
this right now. I don't claim to know anything, and if any attorneys are watching.
I don't want to hear about it later. I don't want to, baby. I don't want to.
Like an angel.
Is that a Collective Soul song?
But, I mean, anyway, thanks for the super chat, Patrick Nowinski. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay,
Oh
now.
my God, that's amazing.
Thanks for doxing
I was just
yourself.
kidding, and I keep the $2. Jesus.
Oh my God.
This fucking guy. It's amazing.
Let's go.
Oh, it's so
In
beautiful.
last week, but
Yes,
I was
mostly
going
just dirty
through-
pictures.
Yeah, mostly.
Boring. Boring.
If only you understood the irony of that. Because John's only funny when he's not trying to be funny. He doesn't realize he puts on the most boring show in the history of podcasting.
I was losing my fucking shit over this. I was really pissed off, and I was way more.
Because you're a little freaking whiny little baby. Why? Because I tweeted out Carl and the other 4 losers, and you couldn't fucking take.
No, because you're a fucking pain in the ass. You texted Vinny 8 times in a row while he was on Point Dabble Point with all the stupid things he was supposed to say to Phil Elmore on your behalf. That's not Vinny's job, retard.
You're not hearing him. He's projecting. This entire episode is because of a tweet that I sent.
Oh, a tweet that... Oh,
the
tweet
whole rant he's been on about me is over a tweet.
Oh, well, hold on a
Not
second.
doing it.
Explain that to me then, because he keeps claiming that he sent that tweet where it was us on Point Dabble Point, and he said, oh, look at it's Lady K with 4 losers or whatever, and Vinny was one of those losers. And, of course, Vinny was helping with the show at the time.
At least one.
No, his rant on me. When he turned on me, it was all because of a tweet. And he did the show, threatened to dox me now, all because of one tweet that I was his writer a few days ago. I was working with him. I sent one tweet, and now he's on this rant about me.
What's the tweet?
And
what did you tweet?
The one where I stood with Vinny. The one where I stood up for Vinny.
Who cares?
Where he responded with Vital.
Don't sit there like a fat little angel. Got it.
But that's what he's saying Vinny's doing. But no, it's
Right.
him. He's the one crying over a tweet. That's
Good point.
where I was going.
Nope. Not doing it. Dean Maroon. John. WATP makes $10,000 a month just from Patreon. Yeah, okay. I don't believe it. How about that? Show me the numbers. Show me the numbers.
Pretty easy to find.
Yeah.
You do know that on Patreon, you can become a member without paying. You do know that, right?
You
Or
should
you're
check
too
the super chat he
stupid.
skipped, by the way,
What's the one he skipped?
about the $1,000 bet.
Oh.
Right after this.
You're going to pay the $1,000 you lost over canceling the gig? Oh, right. That's right. He did bet $1,000. He would not be the one to cancel his show.
To who?
And that gentleman will be on Potato Soup Sunday night.
All right. Very good. Potato Soup on Cardiff's channel. I checked out your first episode. It was fantastic.
Yeah, the Patreon amount is right above your MP3 of your book.
Yeah, it's hiding. Just like your book, it's hiding in plain
Easy
sight.
to find.
For you. Oh God, he really is something else. I don't know why he's picking this battle. He knows we do well on Patreon. So the fact that he's just like, I don't know,
It's
why
not
would
possible.
It's impossible to tell.
Why would he come up with a dollar figure and he's just like, yeah, but there could be people who are on there for free. So, well, that has nothing to do with the dollar figure, obviously.
Going back a little ways, I think it was him actually finding out this amount that got him involved in the first fucking
Holy
place.
shit! You know what? Thank you for reminding me. I think it was back then, it was $8,000 a month we were making. He finally looked at my page and went, what the fuck?
When he first acknowledged our existence.
Well, it wasn't the first time he acknowledged our existence, but that's when he really started going after us.
Well, he's like, oh, there's money to be made here. I better come back. And
He
now
got
he's
very
not
upset.
even getting close to making that.
Yes.
That's right.
And
That's
he
when
can't stand
he first acknowledged to following us. Because he used to say, I don't watch them. I don't watch this. I don't go to the subreddit.
Okay. All right, let's see where this goes.
I don't believe it. How about that? Show me the numbers. Show me the numbers.
Okay.
You do know that on Patreon, you can become a member without paying. You do know that, right? Or are you too stupid to not know that?
Now he's calling this person out without even checking the numbers.
You do
himself.
know
He's so stupid.
that you could have patrons that haven't paid a dime.
Yes.
You do know that. I'm just saying.
7-day free trial if you want to come
what do
on.
they get for it?
Patreon.com/WhoAreThesePodcast. Get a 7-day free trial if you want to. If you enjoy what we do over here, you can start to pay for it. Thank you very much, John, for helping me promote that.
Lady K is renting his house for $6,000.
Seems like a good amount of money to rent a house for, I would think.
I mean,
sounds pretty good to me. All right.
It's pretty steep for me.
In Florida, right? So if Lady K is doing that well, why isn't he going to allow people, to rent his house?
Shit on the walls.
I mean, I could fucking be on the bed and my hemorrhoids explode and blood goes everywhere. Who knows?
Good point, John.
And that's the whole funny thing.
It sure is.
It is a whole funny thing.
Great.
John, for the last time, if you rent my house, and I encourage you to do so, you will be liable for destroying any property that you destroy at my house. There's people who check that sort of thing.
It wasn't me, it was my hemorrhoid.
Yeah.
Is it like when you let go of a balloon?
He's so fucking stupid with this. It's like, why would he rent his house out to people who can afford $6,000 a month that'll probably respect the property and actually do a nice job? Like, people who spend that kind of money on a summer rental aren't there to ruin the place. And if they were, we would know who it was. Yeah. Their names on the contract that they signed. So, John, rent my house, do whatever the fuck you want with it. I don't think you can afford it. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Fucking, we were so open about our lives on the Stern Show. I talked about my genital warts.
Okay.
About other people's genital warts.
Yeah, I know. All of this started because he was talking about this poor woman who's not a part of any of this and her having an STD. And he was talking about it over and over again on multiple shows over multiple weeks. So finally, this woman got fed up and said, I never sucked your dick. He claimed that he got a blowjob from her. He had to retract that statement. Let's not forget that, John. Remember you were claiming that? And then you came back and goes, oh, maybe that didn't happen. So you were claiming that, which is a scumbag thing to do and childish, to be honest. And you were telling everyone that this woman had whatever STD. And so now finally somebody fights back and goes, actually, you're the asshole. And it's just like, all right, no one's talking about anything now. No one's allowed to talk about anything. How convenient.
So what was interesting about this episode, and since he's so obsessed with how much money you're making, I've decided to take a look at how much money he's making.
Thank you.
So partway through this episode, he turned the chat onto members only.
Yes.
And he had his largest audience of about 600, 650 people for most of the show ranting about me and Vinny. When you turn on members only chat, it's pretty easy to isolate how many members are chatting.
Good point.
So I have a number. I'll give you a number today. But this Sunday on Tukey Soup, I will be naming names.
Potato soup.
Oops. I'll be listing lists, naming names.
Wow.
You will be shamed if you are witnessed chatting as a member in John's chat or on his Patreon. We will get to the bottom of it. But you know how many unique members he had chatting on his big show?
Can I guess?
Yes, please.
I'm going to say 17 would be my
Lucy
guess.
Tightbox?
I would go lower. I'm going to go 8.
Okay. All right.
Trucker Andy.
I'll go higher and say 25.
Producer Chris.
$1.
All right, one. All right.
Well, the closest without going over, Lucy Tightbox with 8. The number is 14.
Holy
14
shit.
unique members
Wow.
in John's chat last night.
That's embarrassing. John, come on, man.
Wow.
You're embarrassing yourself again. You got to turn off the members only because it also makes you look weak Well, if you're gonna call me an asshole, you gotta at least give me some money. He literally says that. It's like, dude, you have no dignity. He's no dignity at this point. He acts like he's winning. It's fucking insane. Speaking of no dignity, this is the craziest thing because John, he wasn't as upset about the fact that the woman said that he was forcing himself on her and exposed himself when she didn't want him to. That John doesn't really talk about. The only thing he's concerned about is getting poop on the sheets. And so this is the way that John explains that he definitely did not.
Oh, there are times, and I'm going to be honest with you, that my hemorrhoids will bleed through my underwear and through my fucking Levi's. Okay? That's a fact.
It's not okay.
That is a fact. If they're flaring up.
Don't we look stupid? Wow, John, you got us there. I feel like an idiot now. I was saying that he was shitting the bed when he was really drunk. But what really is happening is that his hemorrhoids are blowing out of his ass.
I rest my case.
Through his jeans. God damn it. I know. He's so smug about it, too. He's just like, no, it's not shit.
Did you ever think of that?
It's blood from my asshole. There might be some shit mixed in. It's possible. It's hard to wipe. It's hard to wipe when you have hemorrhoids. Fucking gross. What's wrong with this guy?
Well, apparently lots of things.
Yes, a few things. Okay.
Not just shit happens.
Did you get the clip where he talked about his bedding?
What about his
Did you
bedding?
get the clip where he talked about his mattress?
No.
Well, that he doesn't have a sheet on his mattress?
Oh, why doesn't he have a sheet on his mattress?
Because he tosses and turns so much he keeps pulling them off. So he just said, I might as well just sleep on a bare mattress. And he never gets shit stains on his mattress.
That was another thing he said.
Just hemorrhoid blood.
It reminds
I've got
me
to find the clip.
It reminds me of when Hale Sparks went over to his house to teach him how to plug an Ethernet cable into his computer. And Hale goes, John, you can't bring women back to this bedroom. Like, he was really concerned
Or
about what he
men.
saw. Yeah. He's like, this is disgusting. What are you doing? Just like, oh, yeah, no, I'll get some sheets on that at some point. I imagine his mattress is on the floor, right?
Yeah,
There's
sure.
no way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Half
It's a bed
inflated.
frame. What a loser. What a fucking loser. Speaking of which, John loves to claim that I'm the one who's poor. You know, there's a lot of evidence that obviously I'm not doing well. And so he says this.
APAR, WATP, 2,500 members, 10,000 a month. Okay, good for them. Good for them. Well, he's got to pay 2 mortgages.
Yeah.
That's a lot of dough. It's a lot of dough. He probably did an FHA loan.
John has to pay rent and a mortgage and doesn't make nearly as much money as we do. So it sounds like it'd be more difficult for him. He's not even renting out his house that he's not living at because he's an idiot. It's what you should do if you're not living somewhere and you own property. I did not know what an FHA loan was. I had to look it up. Turns out I don't qualify for it.
Yeah, you definitely do not.
Probably why I don't know what
FHA loan.
You have to have bad credit, no money to qualify for that.
Probably get a Stars first-time home buyer discount.
I know. I love that John knows what an FHA loan is.
Yeah.
Dude, you were a Hollywood celebrity, you moron. You should know what that is. All right. John does a very good Vinny Paulino impression these days. This is impressive.
Do your best impression of Vinny. Okay, I'll work on it. Here it comes. Here it comes. My best impression of Vinny.
Here we go.
He's making fun of me, and I was very mad. And I was walking around my office crying, and I didn't know what to do. He was making fun of me, Mommy. Why is he making fun of me? You fat fuck.
Pretty good. So I have a suggestion for 2 guys who don't have shows that people care about. You get Stuttering John and Chad Zumach together. John does that Vinny impression. That's spot on. Chad does the Carl impression, and they do the creep off.
I like
Will
this.
people even know it's not me and Vinny doing the creep off? Don't forget, John wanted my spot on the creep off not that long ago, a week or 2 ago. He was asking Vinny to take over my role on there. So start your own creep off with Chad. If you can keep up that impression the whole time, and Chad can do his Carl impression, I think that'd be a lot of fun.
It's funny you bring that up. I was thinking Chad and Ray did the roast battle.
Yeah.
Okay. watching stream sniping. John and Chad are just about tied in their abilities of it. So I would like to see a battle of that.
Chad yells liar, and John yells boring.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like you're not adding anything to this at all. Cardiff,
I was going to say I do still own the rights to the Karloff. I'm willing to sell them the logo.
I forgot you had a show that was only about creepy Carls. All right. So this is one more track I have on here. Like I said, a short John segment today. It's too much. But this is John sucking. He sucks at this. He loves to say that he doesn't think I'm very good at podcasting. The reason why I feel like I can play this is because I just did a solo show on Monday, and I wasn't nearly this bad.
John, we enjoy the show. Don't ever change. Ever say anything funny about the show?
Classic.
Dude, I don't know. I don't know what that means.
What was that one?
Want me to find out?
Yeah, back that up. Let's see what
Dude, I don't know what the picture was.
Ever say anything funny about the show?
And why don't you say something funny about the show? So, in other words, the fact that he's playing clips of Summer to Surfing and has nothing.
Show.
It's pathetic.
Dude, I don't know.
This.
I effed your ma. Okay.
Fuck my mother.
Bad enough.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what that means? I fucked your mom. Means it's sexual intercourse.
Not reading that.
Not reading that. This is so funny too because John loves when he pulls up all these super chats. He loves to go, I don't read these first. I just pull them up. There's evidence that he reads them first. I mean, he's obviously sitting there and reading every.
I'm not going to read that
shitty super chat that's coming his way.
Nothing funny about this or this.
Retard. John, you're a moron. I don't know what that means. You don't?
Must be a typo.
You really should. God, what is the future of this Stuttering John Cardiff? What's he going to do next?
I have no idea. I really have no. He's consistent and inconsistent all at the same time.
Yes, that's true. He's consistently making great content for us, which I do appreciate. I never know which way he's going to go with it. No one expected him to cancel this show this early in the game. There's so
and
much
still
time
always
left.
making the wrong decisions.
Every single time.
Every single turn is wrong.
But he claims that he will be doing another show soon. There's comedy clubs that are interested in him. So he'll be booking another show soon. So we have that to look forward to.
You didn't get the clip of the new song, did you?
What's that, Cardiff?
You didn't get the new song, did you?
What new song?
So on that episode, he actually tried to tune his guitar live on the air, unsuccessfully.
Damn it.
By ear.
What's the timestamp?
You want me to find it while you banter on about something else?
Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I have the full video here that I can pull up so that we can find that because that sounds amazing. It sounds like it might be worth.
It's worth it.
Checking in on.
And he had the nerve to just like hit every open string like he has the ear of.
Oh no, he can't do that.
I got perfect pitch.
He can't do that. He doesn't have any talent when it comes to music. Oh, there's the guitar. Could this be it? Oh, yeah, this might be it here. All right, hold on. Let me share my screen again. It's the best.
Stuttering John melody.
There we go.
Hold on, I'm going to tune up with him. Hold on, I'm going to use him as my tuning fork.
Okay. Hey, are we to pause it for you?
No, I got it. Yeah,
okay,
I'm good.
Here we go.
Oh.
How can you have a guitar that out of tune?
That's exactly what I was just wondering.
It's so hard to do that.
He's making it more out of tune.
Moonhead.
It's about Vinny. Yes.
Moonhead.
Pretty good melody so far. Moonhead. That's the same note. Moonhead. All right, so that's not a melody. It's just the same note. All right, keep going.
Why do you Cry. Moonhead.
Oh, he's so bad.
Why do you
Producer
cry?
Chris die?
Is it because you're a pussy?
I think he should have changed chords on pussy based on where the melody went, but all right.
Coward.
Which chord is that, John? Don't want to
Is
commit?
it because
That was a cue.
you can't take it? You coward.
Ooh, what's he doing there? I mean, it was E minor to A minor, E minor to A minor. Then he went to the G major. Okay, that's fine. I don't know where he went after that. I'm not sure. Do you know, Cardiff?
No.
Okay.
B sharp.
He's got a big fat head and a big fat fucking body.
Look at how this guy looks right now. He's got a giant head, a big fat body, and he's calling out Vinnie Paulino. It's amazing.
With his beady eyes. With his beady eyes.
All right, he committed
He's
to
just
a chord.
describing himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a
And his blown out
moonhead.
hemorrhoid.
He's a fat fuck. He's got those beady eyes. Those beady eyes.
Is it the B string? What is that string that's just so far off? It's so frustrating to listen to.
He has 2 G's.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
The potato. Known as Cardiff Electric. Is it
And not Patrick Lewinsky. Oh, I called it. I didn't even hear this
Or
yet.
is it Matthew Lewinsky?
Oh, that's hilarious. So he thinks podcast Hitman. He doesn't know who Matthew Lewinsky is. So then people are just like, maybe it's Matthew Lewinsky. Fucking retard.
All we know, he's a coward. Won't show his face because he's scared.
You won't come to Rochester because you're scared, loser.
Yes, he's scared. He's scared. He's scared.
All right, now modulate.
He's scared. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Now that's
Thank you very
transformative
much.
content.
Thank you. Feel free to super chat. Thank you. That was very good. Interesting composition. Thank you. On the spot, of course.
Thank you for telling me that was very good. I had no idea.
Hello, Roger. It's your cousin Andy Waters. Listen to this.
Holy shit. All right. I don't think he's very talented when it comes to playing music, Cardiff. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
No, he stinks.
That's
One day he'll find his talent. I'm just not sure when.
Sure.
And where.
Yeah, he's a late bloomer. It'll happen for him. I can't keep talking about Stuttering John Melendez, but I also have to.
Yeah.
Can't live with him, can't live without him. He just keeps up his nonsense. This week, so much is going on that we have to address it.
Fucking hell.
I'm bringing in Cardiff Electric, who's on our side again. What's up, Cardiff?
hey.
What's up?
What's up? Cardiff, you've been podcasting a long time today, buddy.
Today? Oh, yeah. I was up early this morning with
Yeah.
Tukey. No, that wasn't me.
That was Ralph.
That was Ralph.
By
Damn
the end
you,
of that
Carl.
show, you guys stopped even pretending it wasn't the
Doxed Ralph.
I was watching Stutcho earlier, and he's like,
You know why I don't trust that Cardiff Electric? Because it's a guy who dresses like a potato.
He's so stupid. Even by John standards, it's like, oh, come on, man. You know better than that.
Oh, and by the way, Brennan, I think today's show is already back to hating Tukey.
What? For real?
Yeah, apparently he was shitting on him for a while based on a couple super chats.
Wow. I wonder what the reasoning is for that. I'm surprised Tukey knocked out of the park for him yesterday. Did a really good job. All right. I covered this on the bonus show I did with Blind Mike on Monday because it had just happened. And I talked about it again with the Drew and Mike show yesterday. But I feel I need to bring it to the show proper because once again, Stuttering John got trolled. He got had. This is an amazing prank because what happens here is John does zero prep for his show. He goes, I'm going to go subreddit surfing, which, by the way, cease and desist. If I know how litigious the potato is. And John goes, I'm going to go subreddit surfing. And, you know, he loves to go to Hackverse and Shuli's Anonymous. And the great thing about the people at Shuli's Anonymous is they hate Shuli, but they also hate John. And in John's world, it's like you're either with Shuli or you're, you know, with John. And that's just not the case. So someone made a video and they put a title on it. They knew that John would be really excited to watch it.
They're fishing for a blobfish.
Correct.
Yeah.
So John, hook, line, and sinker, sees the video, plays it on his show live without curating anything. And I censored this on my end so that we don't get a strike. But there's some porn that shows up here.
I haven't been hungover in a long fucking time. Oh, this looks good. Oh, wait a second. Fatty Patty. Man, are you delivering something? This looks good.
Okay. So the name of this video is Melton shows proof that Shuli paid for views. Mm-hmm. So that's what John wants to see. Like, oh, let's prove that Shuli's buying these viewers that he has on YouTube.
If you will know, it was also posted 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's brand new. So as soon as John goes, I'm going to go on the subreddits and start checking out what's on there. So I was like, oh, all right, let's do this. All right, so he's watching it without sound, which is why you're not hearing. But it is showing Patrick Melton talking up until this point, and then it switches over to a naked girl spread eagle.
Man, are you delivering something? This looks good. Oh, wait, I can't play that. Fuck. Oh, no.
Hook, line, and stutter.
There. Hold on. You can't look at this fucking thing.
I mean, I will later.
I'd probably just put that up, right? No, I don't know.
I think if a telemarketer literally called his house right now and said, I can get you proof of Shuli he would buy.
Oh, yeah.
Like he throws his credit card down.
Yeah.
Yep.
You are the one pathetic loser. Thank you.
I love that John does nothing but read insults on his super chat on every show, the entire show long. But he leaves them out there forever, and he reads them so slowly.
He cannot read a word ahead.
No.
And that's what you do when you read live, is at least one ahead.
Correct. Yeah,
And
know
he
where
can't
you're
do it.
going with that.
Yeah.
You are one fat, gross, pathetic. I know what this is actually insulting. Gotta get this off the screen real quick.
He has to just set a precedent so he can say he never reads the super chats in advance, not even a word.
Right, but then you'll see these parts where for 60, 80 seconds he's going, nope, not reading that. Nope. So he likes to have it both ways. All right. This is great because now that Muttering Jay, who's the Twitter guy who was trolling John for a long time and then took John's side for a long time and then decided to go back against John because he had Dabble Storian on his show or whatever. John's realizing that Muttering Jay is probably the reason he was fired from his job at the school district, because Muttering Jay was tweeting at them directly with stuff that John was doing on the internet. But then Muttering Jay, proving that John's a narcissist and it's very easy to manipulate narcissists, just went on and just started saying, I don't like Carl, and I don't like Shuli, and I don't like the Shuli network. And then John's the best. And John went, this Muttering Jay guy's making some good points.
Speaking my language.
Yeah. So it's that's how dumb John is, and that's how you know he is an actual narcissist, is if you're saying things he wants to hear, he loves you. Doesn't matter what you've done in the past. Muttering Jay's posted photos of his kids, made fun of his trans adult. It's an adult. But, you know, made fun of his family, all these things. And then John all of a sudden just loves Muttering Jay. Well, Muttering Jay turned on him again. So now John wants to find out the identity of Muttering Jay in order to go after him with a lawsuit for getting him fired.
But I will say, and I've discussed this with Vince, and he knows this to be true. When he got me fired from LAUSD, that is a fucking severe offense. Now, it is my legal right to have Twitter tell me who it is. That is a fact. So that is what, when you were mentioning all these lawsuits, yes, I am talking to an attorney about that. Because I didn't do anything when I was fired, because I didn't know, because they didn't tell me who was the person. But I can find that out now. I realize Vince said there's a way I can do that. So I am now pursuing that.
So let me just break down what's happening for people who are following this, all the ins and outs of this. John is talking to Vince the lawyer about trying to find out who Vince the lawyer's sock account is on Twitter. And Vince the lawyer is telling him that he will be able to find out who Vince the lawyer is. John, I know you don't realize this. Vince the lawyer is the biggest troll on the internet. He's been trolling you for years, longer than anyone else. Longer than anyone else. He's been trolling you. He still is. He's still doing it masterfully because you do not see it. You think he's your attorney. He says it all the time. He's like, I was talking to my attorney. He's not your attorney. You don't pay him anything. He's fucking with you. So I thought that was fun. And
John's the one that got himself fired from his job.
Well, no, absolutely.
It's just like, look what this guy's up to. Well, okay, you're fired.
As Kinky Spurgo points out in our Discord, that is not a fact. John goes, I can find out the identity. We can force Twitter to tell us the identity of this guy. That's a fact. No, it's definitely not a fact. It's not a thing. Good luck with that. Do you think Twitter knows the identity of everyone on Twitter? They don't. That's the whole point.
I'll be having Twitter on my show later on this week.
Like, how do you fucking not know that? You follow the news. You're this guy who tells us all about politics. They've been talking about this whole thing with anonymous accounts and shit on the internet. They don't fucking know. And you can make any email and just be anything.
Yeah, Apple doesn't unlock cell phones for the cops, and Twitter doesn't tell the cops or your lawyer who their users are.
Yeah,
so stupid.
That's good to know.
At least for now. Okay. So this is again from Monday's episode, and then we'll move on to yesterday's episode. But John brings me up, as he's been doing a lot lately, and I'm not taking the bait. I know it seems like I am, but I'm mostly avoiding most of the things that he's saying. But I did want to address this.
He's done nothing in life. All he does is talk about me. That is a sign of a fucking loser. And he knows he's a loser. Well, no, he doesn't. He's too much of a narcissist.
Why do they podcast WDTP?
Do we really need... Why do they podcast? Do we really need another show about Stuttering John? Really? Isn't the consensus that we have enough? I mean, how many shows are you going to do about me? I know I'm incredibly charismatic. I know I'm the only successful one in the Dabbleverse. I know I'm the only one who's entertaining. But alone, I don't need anybody. Unlike these other fucking guys. Kevin Brennan, he tries to do a show alone. I was watching him yesterday.
Motherfucker. I started this.
Yeah.
Oh, we need another guy talking about me?
Yeah.
I'm the fucking last one who's going to be out of this game, motherfucker. How dare you? It's like I just piled on.
Sunday night at 10.
Right. Well, of course, potato soup
obviously.
is a welcome addition to this whole world. But I was taken aback by that. I'm like, what the fuck?
John, that's rude.
Yeah. How dare you? Yeah, someone in the Discord saying I obviously stole it from Shuli. No! Get your timeline right.
Well, steal from the best, Carl, you know?
The Shuli guy's onto something. John's an idiot, huh? All right, let's see if I can milk this for a couple of years.
Unfortunately, when future generations look back, we all know Shuli's write the history books. So
right, that's true.
We know how this story will change.
Yes. All right, so let's fast forward. Yesterday's episode, Tuesday this week. John is always complaining about people not giving him enough money, which is such a rude thing to do to people who are giving you money.
Pathetic.
Well, pathetic too.
I have a booger on my lip. Thank you.
That's Troy Smith. $2 super chat. You have a booger on your lip. Thank you, Troy.
He's taking requests?
Yeah. I love that you're all here with me on this Tuesday afternoon. David Alexander, the rich guy, 30 G's you spent on donations, and only 5 to me.
I think he's thinking of David Chandler, not David Alexander.
Yes.
Right? So he's not even correct about this. But immediately he's angry that he only got $5 and he sees way bigger donations other places.
And I'm the GOAT.
Where did he get that $30,000 number?
Oh, he just made it up.
But how do you? That's a pretty random number to pull up.
Yeah.
Like he probably owes $30,000 right now.
He heard it from somewhere because that John just repeats shit he hears other people say. He doesn't have original thoughts in his head. So he sees this guy, gives him $5, and his first instinct is to complain about that. No one should give John anything. He does nothing to deserve anything. And he decides to complain about $5 charity donation.
The GOAT. I am the one that supplies all the content for all of these losers. You said Carl loves Lusa.
Lusa.
Loves losers. Also, Carl's obsessed with me. By your logic, you equal. No.
Yes, John. That's precisely correct. That's how that works.
I'm going to talk to my attorney about that.
You just saw he was mad at David Alexander for not giving him more than $5. And in the past few weeks, he keeps yelling at Brock Lee because he goes, Brock Lee, I see you're giving all this money to Kevin. You only give me this amount of money. What the fuck? So for some reason, this is the same show. It's just a few minutes later, he says this to Brock Lee.
Good idea, Brock. And Brock, I'm going to stop asking you, to fucking super chat me the big money. If you want to give it to Kevin, it's fine. I appreciate even the $5.
Wow. He's really growing up right before our very eyes here. He's understanding gratitude. Interesting. I didn't think he had it in him.
I thought you had a big list there.
Nope. just that one thing. But he really does understand it because obviously.
Don't worry, he'll forget tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's the new begging tactic.
Oh, is that what it is? Reverse psychology?
Well, the shaming didn't work, so let me try this.
I don't even want your money. Your money's no good here, Broccoli. Interesting.
I like this David Alexander thing because that's just probably some new guy trying to support him, and he's like,
"Yeah,
why am I getting motherfuckers?"
Right? Yeah, $30,000. The guy's like, "I don't need $30,000."
There's more than one David in the world. Jesus,
fucking idiots. All right, so John's figured out he's got something he's going to do next week on his show. I hope this is true. I don't think he'll follow through with it because he's an idiot. But if he does, I welcome it.
You know what I'm going to do? Okay. New idea next week. I'm going to get a psychologist to analyze Lady K when he talks about me. And I guarantee you're going to realize that Lady K is jealous of me. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to understand this simple concept.
Or a psychologist.
He is fucking so jealous of me.
Could you imagine he brings in a rocket scientist? They're like, John, I don't understand psychology. I'm a rocket scientist. It's a very different field.
But Carl, why don't we get in front of this? Why are you so jealous of John?
Isn't that incredible? That's his new thing now that he's figured out. He had this big epiphany. He's like, that's what it is. Carl wants to be me so badly. And in the chat, there, Penis Wrinkle, I appreciate it. He keeps going, John, why would he want to be you? You're a loser. He has more money than you. He has more friends than you. He has more going on in his life. And John's going, Nope, I was on the Howard Stern show. Nope, I was on Leno. It's like, who cares what you used to do? No one's jealous of what people used to do. And John's just not figuring this out at all. He's not going along with it. So, and that'd be amazing if you had a psychologist.
What he doesn't realize, if he was to bring a psychologist on and analyze him on his show, would be amazing.
I think that would end up happening inadvertently.
Yeah.
The guy would be like, well, Carl seems well-adjusted. What's up with you?
Right. He's actually having a good time with this, where you seem upset. Yeah. You seem genuinely upset about what's going on.
How do you feel right now, John?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying I hope he does follow through with this. It'd be awesome to see him, because he's obviously going to lead the witness. He's like, and what he'll do, what his conclusion will be. It's like when we brought Dr. Drew on the Uncle Rico show to tell us that John's an alcoholic. Yeah. It's like, right, Dr. Drew? Huh? You've seen addicts, right? Huh? He wasn't going along with it. It doesn't work that way. You can't tell doctors what to prescribe to you.
I don't have cancer, right?
All right. Here, John is going to prove something to all of us. I'm not sure what he's proving. Maybe someone can help me with this.
Now, Lady Kmart always wanted to be a radio star and a music star. No one's even pointed this out, but I will. Watch.
And learn.
Yeah.
Who are these podcasts? WATP.
So Opie now all the
Okay. Now, people. Do you notice that little jingle there?
Yeah.
That's Lady K wanting so badly to think that he's a radio star. So he plays a radio jingle. Because, thank you, Clay Dabble. Yes, I would destroy Silent Mike. It wouldn't even be fucking close.
Distracted
That
easily.
fat fuck would be down for the count.
And when he starts fantasizing about beating up his enemies. It's one of my favorite like little kid things that he does. Oh, if he was in the ring with me, I'd punch him so hard in his face. He'd be so upset and crying. Give him a black eye.
When he was making the Army Major watch Phil Elmore with his workout routine.
Yeah.
I'll just punch him in the face.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, man, you think I'd just punch him in the face, right? I'd probably beat him up, right? Don't you think so?
Got to go, John.
So what did John just prove right there? I have a radio jingle because I have a show, John. It's a show.
Yeah.
That's why there's music.
You're such a wannabe,
Jingle.
Carl.
I think that's what you're supposed to do.
You wish you were a music star.
I wish I was a music star. I wanted so badly to be a music star. So John is doing this thing now where he's watching, and I'm going to play it in a little bit. Chad Zumach picked up on this too. I put out like a 6-minute long clip with Pat Oates in here. We're looking at some Opie stuff. And I don't normally put out videos that are that short. So it made it really easy for John and Chad to latch on, and I'd be like, I watched this whole thing. I'm ready to riff on this one. So they both came in guns a-blazing.
Well prepared.
Yeah, ready to go on this video where we're goofing on Opie. And John's whole thing is that I say something and then John mimics it with a silly voice. Yeah. And that's hilarious for him. He's getting me really good.
You know how much I hate that.
Oh, he's going to get me really good. You think you hate it. He's goofing on me, Lucy. This is rough. I mean, I don't even want to play this.
He's just wearing your shirt. He's goofing on Carl.
It's true.
Wait, who's they?
Whoever is working with Opie, because Opie couldn't have done this himself.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Opie could have done this himself. Oh, the face of failure. You're such a fucking loser.
so John doesn't have any original thoughts
Unbelievable.
in his head because I put out a video 2 weeks ago with John's face and the thumbnail said the face of failure. And ever since I did that, John's been calling everyone the face of failure now. So
You're in his head, man.
It's so transparent and obvious. So this is what his style is, trying to do our show, where he watches a clip and then just repeats whatever I just said. Even though I'm in the middle of a sentence setting something up, I'll just pause it and go, what a fucking idiot. Why are you saying that? Like, well, give it a second.
Or he says, fucking hell.
Fucking hell, yeah. This is, I actually wrote in my notes, Stuttering John fucking hell Melendez. Get rid of the stuttering. John, you got to stop saying fucking hell. I know that you hang out with all your British blokes down there at the pub, but that's not something that people say as often as you say it. It's really annoying. So, John, again, completely copying me because I like to talk about how a lot of the things that John critiques are pure projection. Actually, this is something that Vince, the attorney, has brought up to John many times, is that criticism is self-criticism.
Now, you're going to watch Lady K project. He is going to project his own thoughts onto Opie. So for those of you who think I don't do prep, I think now you will know that I do. Because I watch this fucking stupid ass just because I want to goof on the hypocrisy and the projection of Lady Kmart.
Okay. So obviously we've talked about projection on here. We've talked about prep. John's bringing all of these things up now. So now he's repeating the same stuff that he hears us saying, and he's trying to make it sound like we're the problem. He's out proud of himself. He actually watched a 5-minute video before the show started. And remember, this is the day after he just showed porn on his channel because he wasn't watching the video. It's like, oh, I hope you would learn to watch a 5-minute video. before you go on there and fuck that up again.
Okay, I wasn't prepped for that.
So this is more mimicking me, followed by a thing that he's been saying a lot, especially on the show yesterday, about whether or not Howard Stern would like me.
Is it the worst take? He's talking about smoking sections.
He's talking about smoking sections, suffering succotash. He's talking about smoking sections. Oh, Lady K, if you were ever on the Stern Show, you would be the biggest. Howard would fucking despise you. Despise you. That's a fact. Trust me.
That's not how facts work, John. What is an actual fact is that Howard Stern despises Stuttering John. That's an actual fact. He has said it. So that is actually a real thing. That's a fact. But this is what's so funny is now John is talking about how, well, I fit in with the Stern Show guys. Carl wishes he could do that, and he wouldn't be able to do that. And he continues on here.
Trust me, Lady K, if Howard Stern watched this, he would go, this is the worst show I've ever seen, if he watched your show.
So this reminds me of Patty Seacups, Patrick Michael, when we were goofing on him and he was trying to fight back. Carl's that guy that if he was in my 8th grade class, we'd all be goofing on him. Oh no, he called me a substitute teacher. That's right. He goes, if he was
the
our,
irony.
If he was our substitute teacher, yeah, that's funny. If he was our substitute teacher, we'd all be goofing on him and laughing at him. And now John's doing the same thing. He can't make fun of me. He has no skills in this. He's not good at roasting. But if Howard Stern was there and Fred and Jackie, oh man, the pile-on, and then John could be laughing in the background and making teeth jokes and everyone would be laughing together. He can't do it.
Yeah.
But with all of his buddies, his former buddies there goofing on me. What a weird fantasy.
He'd be in the background just nodding his head saying, yeah, my work is done here.
Yeah.
But this potato is really hot now.
But this is the fantasy of people who can't do things on their own. Yeah. They remember a time when they were a part of a clique or a group that was doing good things, and they go, man, if only you had crossed me then. Because that's when I had friends, and we were all laughing at jerks like you. We would have got you so good. Bring it, John. Go for it. Anytime you want to actually make fun of me, go for it. I welcome it, because this is not it. I'm going to warn everyone. This is the worst song parody John has come up with, and that is saying a lot. Have you seen King Putz yet?
No, but I can't wait.
Andy?
Nope.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
John doesn't even realize you have to change the lyrics in a song to make it make sense, to make it funny. He just decides to start singing a song, and he's bad.
You're going to criticize lyrics, Carl?
Yeah, I am going to criticize lyrics. There, Cardiff.
Et tu, Carl. Et tu.
Himself. He thinks he's so great sitting in his paneled basement in the shithole of New York, high crime rate, high poverty rate, high inflation, and he
unlike California.
I know. Inflation's a Rochester thing, apparently.
Oh, he's grasping at straws.
He's grasping at straws. And where he lives in the valley is a shit show. I was just there recently. It is. Do you want to talk about crime? You're talking about poverty. We don't have nearly the homeless problem. And we do have a homeless problem here, but not nearly what they're looking at in LA. You retard.
Poverty rate, high inflation, and he's sitting there thinking he's somehow the king? You're King Putz. Ooh. King Putz. King Putz. When I die, don't think I'm a nut. Don't want a fancy funeral. Just one like old King Putz. King Putz.
Those are the actual lyrics.
How does he come up with this?
No, Carl. He changed tut to putz.
No, I did hear that part. Yeah. But what is it? King Tut had died. That's why that lyric made sense. I'm still alive.
Yeah.
What's he talking about? This is a 50-year-old song that John is singing right now. I'm thinking that he's witty and interesting.
Low life Putz. Born in a shithole, dies in a shithole, King Putz.
Clever rhyme scheme.
Putz, Putz, putts, putts.
Wow.
Putts, 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 putts.
Don't hurt yourself.
Now when I die,
Oh,
no! Don't think I'm a nut.
You only know that
Don't
line?
want no fancy funeral, just one like old King Putts. King Putts. Snaggle tooth.
Let's back that up. Let's watch the saliva
Whoa,
fly.
I thought that was a tooth.
Now when
He can't afford math.
Oh, you're right.
I die, don't think I'm a nut. Don't want no fancy funeral, just one like old King Putts. King Putts. Snaggletooth, snaggletooth, King Putts, snaggletooth, snaggletooth, snaggletooth. He is always a loser. Drinks a dainty, eats a dainty, drinking boozer. King Putts. King Putts.
Wow. Keep it going, John. You're killing it.
All right, let's go back to King Putts.
As soon as he tried to change a lyric, he got completely lost and had no idea what to do with it.
It was getting dangerously close to
do up. I think the chat has found you out, Carl. They knew you ended the Carl parody contest early before bringing this one out. Yeah.
Holy shit. It's so bad.
He's just trying to show you how to be a music star.
So another thing that's been happening lately is, I guess Carter's phone number got leaked, and there's speculation that John's the one who leaked his phone number, since John's been talking about doxing Cardiff nonstop for a week or so.
What an asshole.
Cardiff, you want to weigh in on this?
My lawyer has advised me. No,
Okay.
I never accused John.
No, you didn't.
Of leaking my number. I was just notifying my friends that I communicate with on that number that my number has been compromised. So DM me there. That's all that was. That was not an accusatory statement.
Correct.
As John would like to say.
But because of this, there's a lot of people accusing John of doxing him, and John likes to say he doesn't dox anyone. He literally comes out and says he doesn't dox anyone, which is insane. He loves to say my name, spell it out, and then he's like, it's all over LinkedIn. You have to know my name to find my LinkedIn profile. That's how that works. LinkedIn doesn't suggest me to you.
Yeah, it doesn't take hints.
He doxed himself.
He doxed himself. He put his own address in Cape Coral up on the screen and left it up there for a long time. John's constantly doxing people.
I just wanted visitors.
And as he's saying he doesn't dox people, he decides to dox my fucking wife. And I muted this, but it happened.
Who gave him that fucking haircut, by the way? Is that Jennifer? Is that Jennifer? Your wife? Huh? Oh, yeah, you want me to goof on your wife? You have no problem goofing on my kids? You fucking douchebag?
So I cut out the part where they said her last name. John, I don't goof on your kids. I really don't. He keeps bringing this up. Patrick Melton goofs on your kids. People keep bringing that up to you, and you go, I don't know who Patrick Melton is. Yes, you do. It's Fatty Patty. You wrote a song about it you're all proud of. You know exactly who that is.
Goof on how worked up you get about people goofing on your kids.
Right. We goof on the fact that you keep bringing up your kids in order for people to bring up that you bring up your kids so that you can get worked up about people bringing up that you bring up your kids.
You think I get worked up?
Yeah, it's so insane. So John just goes around doxing me nonstop, spelling out my name. He's trying to weaponize the information that he has. And he's saying my wife's name. He's just trying to get this information out there. And again, the point of doxing someone is you think that potentially someone else will ruin their lives for you.
Yeah.
He's lazy.
It's a lazy thing to do to your enemies, but also a really shitty thing to do. You have to be a shitty person to do it. In all of the back and forth I've ever had with Stuttering John, I've never leaked his address, his phone number, any information that I've had about him. It's just a dick move. People don't do that.
Just the audiobook.
All I did was post the entire MP3 of his audio. Oh, shit! Cardiff got me.
Allegedly.
He got me to admit it. So, John's watching this video. You'll probably remember the last time we were talking about Opie, we played a clip where Opie says this one joke to a guy on his show, and him and Carl Ruiz crack up about it for over a minute straight. It's crazy how hard they're laughing at Opie's stupid little one-liner. So that was the whole point of this video that we had. And John can't believe that I would say this, but it goes on for over a minute.
Goes on, John. It goes on, John. It goes on for over a minute, John.
And the reason why it goes on and on is because...
The reason why it goes on and on, John. The reason why it goes on and on, John,
That'll get funny.
See, that's the way people
Opie is
talk.
laughing at his own joke.
Okay. Projection. Opie is laughing at his own joke. Now I ask you, how many times does Lady K laugh at his own jokes? Fucking nonstop.
Oh, that's the answer.
There is another projection.
I was thinking about it. I mean,
So Carl Heberger, Heberger, wife was too embarrassed to take his name. Carl laughs at his own jokes incessantly, but he's going to accuse fucking Opie of that?
Not just accuse him. I show proof.
What a fucking tool.
I showed my work on that one.
yeah, where's the supercut of Carl laughing at his own jokes?
Also, John, you can say my wife's embarrassed, but she sleeps next to me in my bed every night. So, where's your wife? She also doesn't have your last name and sleeps with another guy, Aaron.
I sleep in a race car.
Right. Oh, that's the other thing, too. When people stick up for me in the chat, and I appreciate it, and they go, well, you know, Carl actually has a family and a wife. And John's like, I didn't want a wife. I don't want to eat pizza every day. So his logic is that it was his decision to get a divorce and lose half his money so that he could fuck other people. Should have thought of that before you got married and lost all of your assets over it, dummy. Doesn't make any fucking sense. If that really was your decision to lose half of your money and live the way that you live now, then you're an idiot.
Yeah.
He's got
I
it
didn't
all
want
planned
my
out.
I didn't want my mansion. I wanted to give half of it to my wife.
Good, smart. Good move. All right, this is our fucking hell clip.
Look at those teeth. Holy saber tooth. Fucking hell.
Looks fine.
Yeah, hugging and kissing.
Now they're all laughing at their own jokes. Wow. Talk about the hypocrisy. Fucking hell.
Fucking hell, John. Got us again. Well done.
I
buddy.
think of us in Detroit watching him live and everyone just yucking it up over drunk nothing. Go fuck yourself, John. In summation.
Well, the problem with John here is all the things that he goofs on, people he doesn't like for, are things that he does. Yeah. And we've pointed this out many times where John always goofs on Jackie for laughing too hard at his own jokes. And every time John's on another show, when he was on that radio show in Des Moines, and he's laughing at everything that he's saying.
He laughs at his jokes in his book.
Non-stop laughing at his own jokes. Things that he said 1,000 times before. He'll say it again and laugh again.
Well, the problem with that clip, though, is not that somebody made a joke and everybody had a good time at the joke. It's how long they carry on about a mediocre joke.
That was the point.
It goes on for like 3 times too long.
Yes.
That's why it's stupid. Not because people are having fun with jokes.
Right. It happens from time to time when we get genuine laughs on this show.
I have to
and we
explain
laugh.
this to John.
I
I don't think I have to explain it to our audience.
So stupid. Someone sent me this. Apparently, they found John's house, the house he just moved into in Florida. It's already a problem going on
I'm
there.
going to go shit in that yard.
Holy fuck.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh, my God.
So today we got a hoarding job over in Florida.
Did you
So this
see
is the
that?
garage area.
He had to do the capture thing live on the air.
Some garbage,
Got me again.
beer, bottles. We also got to get the garbage out of the car as well. And this is how the dumpster's looking.
But I have a
Literally
car.
Only after the garage.
It's where I keep my
Definitely
beer.
gotta get to the dumpster.
All right, let's take a look inside. All right. So there's a little outside. Oh, look at all these roaches.
John's house, all right. Let me out of here.
All righty. So.
Oh, there it is. John's living room.
Bad. Oh,
It's the Coors cans that allowed me to put a bigger down payment than Carl on my Florida house.
Anybody want a Coors Light? A lot of these bottles were empty and then refilled with urine.
Oh, my God.
What's worse?
That's not actually John's.
Always recycle.
Same.
It's a joke, everybody. It's a joke. Yeah, that was the other thing that everyone's telling John, you know, it's really stupid to goof on me for renting out my second home in Florida that I don't live in permanently. That's what you do when you own a second home. And John goes, I talked to Carl on the phone. That was not his plan. What do you mean it wasn't my plan?
Oh, you guys discussed plans?
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
He was trying to talk to me.
All your financial arrangements.
I didn't tell him anything about the finances. He was telling me about how much he put down on his house and what his mortgage payment was. I didn't tell him any of these things.
Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
And also, John, remember when I was telling you how I had a management company? Why do you think I have that? I've always planned on buying a house and then renting it out. That's why you buy a second home. As an investment, you idiot. John acts like I'm the idiot. He bought a house that just sits there and he's paying a mortgage and a ton of interest on. He's going to end up paying 4 times what it's ever going to be worth when it's all said and done. But he won't because he's not going to live that long. His mom probably will outlive him and she'll be stuck with it. But that's John for you. That's John Nomics. All right. This is from Baloney Factory. Yes. Fucking love Baloney Factory. He's killing it.
I'll be your worst enemy. I might go to Detroit this weekend. Vinny Paulino is going to get me in. So is Carter. I don't think you want to meet me, though. I don't think so. But if I do come, we will meet. And when we meet, it won't be good.
What is the bunker?
Baloney Factory.
We haven't negotiated yet, but I'm not going to be cheap. He knows that.
Okay.
I do want a 3-hour movie of that.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm
would
cool
watch
with that.
Now, John has said many times, if he ever sees me, obviously
it won't be good.
We live close to each other. He's like, turn away, look the other way, don't even talk to me, turn away, walk away.
I'm hideous.
And I was listening recently to when Howard Stern was reacting to John on the Adam Carolla show, and Howard decided that John was his mortal enemy from there on out because of what John was saying about him. And Howard said the exact same thing. If I ever see John again, he better just turn around and walk away. And I went, oh, John has no original thoughts in his head at all. Everything he says, he heard someone else say it. And then he says it.
It's a weird way to go through life.
It is. This, I have a song to play for us. This one came in on the Discord. And yes, we do have the song parody contest going on right now. Holiday song parodies is what we're doing. This is not one of those. We'll get to that momentarily. But appreciate the person who posted this in our Discord. There is a song parody channel in there that people are submitting their songs.
Hey, I know this dude, right? Carl, he wears a cow print bikini to go to sleep at night. If you ask me, that shit just ain't right. He swears that he's straight, but I swear he might be a dyke. Howdy, Carla. Why do they even podcast? Insert walrus noise. Our friendship just could not last. Going after my kids and posting audio book links. Carl's cast even worse than both my feet stink. Drinking beer with one finger up in the air. Dainty little sips and wood paneling everywhere. Jealous of my fame and my vacations to Jamaica. Maybe we'll be friends again in Florida when we're neighbors. Lady Gay, are you sure that you are not gay? Maybe we can find a new pub to hang out in together someday. Join me in the Roaches for a cause or two. The only reason I'm still relevant is because of you, Carla.
That's the Stutt Joe diss track.
I like it.
Yeah,
and I think what I like the fact of it is the impersonation, the impression is not dead on,
right?
But it's enough to make it go. That's good. That whoever did that, they listened. They
Well
definitely
done.
listened. Yeah.
The best part about the Stuttering John impression is that none of us actually sound like Stuttering John.
No. Yeah, but no, some of it it's pretty cool. It's like I always go, my favorite, it's a barbecue restaurant.
It's a barbecue restaurant.
I mean, and there's times I walk around and I just yell some of the drops that you guys do. Talking about the kids.
Oh my God, we're gonna go see Earl David Reed tonight at the Comedy at the Carlson. You're here all weekend doing shows. And I'm just going to be yelling that out.
Listen, you're
from the back of
you're
the
going to distract me. Well, if you're going to do that, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to suggest that if you show up, they don't let you in, and I'm going to get a Carl lookalike, and I'm going to roast you.
I think Mark Capolino would be totally down with that.
Yeah,
he'd be like, that's actually
I think you would join in.
It's so funny. If I might go off to this Stuttering John thing a little bit.
We're going to get there, but go ahead.
Oh well, then I'll wait for you to go.
We got got a whole segment coming up.
I'll let you go for that. Yeah.
Because John podcasted alone on Thanksgiving to rub it in my face and what a loser I am.
It's hard to pull off, but
this is good. He might have got away with it if he did it like Black Friday or something.
Yeah, right.
Arbor Day, What was he, book Christmas morning? He's going to make it really
Carl.
pathetic?
When did you find out that he did this? Was it Friday, Saturday?
I found out while we were driving to my in-laws. I was listening to it in my car.
I got to be honest. I now that I've met you guys and stuff, and I'm just a big fan of this show, I kept thinking to myself, they've got to be making this up.
I know.
No one could be.
I was there 2 months ago. I'm like, no, he's putting this on now. This is insane.
You would have
no way.
The delusion and the narcissist. It's the kind of thing you would see in a character from a TV show.
Yes.
So I go, he's acting. He's acting this, and then when I hear some of
he's trying to act smart. That's the funny part.
And then it's like, and then the lying, like there's no way he's Mensa. This is not happening.
No shit.
There's no way. And I mean, and he'll stick on that too. And some of the stuff is just ridiculous. I like when he mixes up the phrases.
Oh, I got an example of that. All right. Let's move on.
All right, let me stop. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take over your show. I'm sorry.
You're good. I just want to point out that Tom Myers, for some reason, premiered a Tom Myers roast from 10 years ago. I happened to be on YouTube at the time, so I was watching it, and I made a couple of comments. They weren't bad, but I got kicked out by Tom. He banned me.
Oh, we got a troublemaker.
There were 9 people watching this, and Tom and I were 2 of them.
He just lost 10% of his audience.
But I have the whole roast. We're not going to watch it today, but I think that's something that I want to explore.
Oh, boy. He's
the roast of Tom Myers. Could you imagine getting invited to that?
Well, what's funny is like
easiest
now
gig ever.
Now the roast, everyone's having a roast now.
Yes.
Now I'm probably a lot older than you guys, but my point being is, when they had the I bet
maybe not me, but
how old are you?
I'll be 52 next
year. You're a child. I'm 62.
Get the fuck out.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I'm completely gray on the inside. But I tell you, I look like a peach going bad. Listen.
Look, guys, Doug's older than all of us. Let's just move on.
But no, I mean, it's like, what was I saying? I forgot what I was even saying.
You're talking about the roast? Was it the Friars
So,
Club?
like, you
are older.
See? I was just, when I was watching, like, the Dean Martin roast and all that other kind of stuff and everything. And then I like the local comedy club near my house in Pennsylvania, they were having roast of open micers. And don't you have to have some kind I mean, the idea of roasting someone famous, the idea of roasting someone's famous is you have relatable stuff to pull from.
Of course.
You open an open mic, it's like, well, you're fat, you're skinny, or you're not funny.
That's just playing dozens on the corner.
Exactly.
Oh, there's a show coming up. Let's make fun of our local comedy club real quick. At Comedy at the Carlson, the Roast of Rochester. Oh, no. Watch out for that. How about 590? That gets busy, huh?
Does Rochester get to roast everyone back?
I hope so.
I have a slight connection to that, but
you do?
Well, no,
you're a writer.
One of the guys that runs it. I used to be my co-host when I was doing radio here like 2 years ago.
Oh, one of the guys who runs the roasts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Don't tell him I was making fun of it.
No, but I don't ever see it. I'm just wondering if they get like the mayor and stuff and everything from there. Do they do something like that?
I wish we get our ex-mayor.
Yeah.
She would be fun to roast. Yeah. Lovely Warren, her house was raided, and they found
they arrested her husband or something like that.
Yeah, guns. Like, There's a 12-year-old girl there by herself. And drug den.
You realize this is turning into the Roast of Rochester, right?
Yes, I do realize that. Lovely was a trip. We miss her. Okay. Let's get into the holiday song parody contest. We've had some phenomenal submissions so far. This one comes in from General GK, who actually already sent in one, and he's got another one.
Silent crowd, open mic crowd, Zumach bombed, mushroom cloud, Temple Walmart jokes went over flat, Ray DeVito gets more laughs than that. Drink your sadness away. Drink your sadness away.
All right. Zumach getting in on the action here. You a fan of Chad Zumach?
Well, no, it's. I got to be honest with you.
You must know people who know Chad.
There's a different level. There's a different level of comedians. In other words, everyone starts at a different phase, and this is the phase that started probably behind me. So I wasn't familiar with Chad Zumach until you guys started talking.
Most
about
people
it.
aren't.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I listened to some stuff and the Tom Myers thing. Wow, it's like it's no way. That's when you know you don't have any good friends. When someone just, when someone just come up and tap you on the shoulder and go, "It's time for you to go home."
Yeah.
You know, I mean, but then he still gets booked. So comedy's a funky thing. If you get booked, if you keep getting booked, then you really can't be too upset with him. But something, man, bad.
My buddy Mike Geary went to see Tom Myers do comedy. They drove from Boston to Maryland, and they were all over laughing at all of his jokes, cheering him on, giving him that whole ovation going on. I think that Tom could have an entire career of just being the worst comedian to ever perform comedy.
You might be right, but I'll tell you
I
what.
would go to that.
But then again, that guy doesn't realize that. So all your friends think they're getting over on him. They're just, they're just building him up more.
No, I know. No, he was totally just like, yeah, I'm killing it tonight.
Yeah, they're preventing a suicide one more day.
Oh, man.
All right, here's another submission we have. This is from Bad at Karate.
I got drunk, ruined your sheets, wipe too hard, between the cheeks, simply having a hemorrhoidal hemorrhage thing. Simply having a hemorrhoidal hemorrhage, She said I rape. She said I shit. But I swear to God, it wasn't shit. Simply having a hemorrhoidal hemorrhage thing. Simply having a hemorrhoidal hemorrhage thing. I don't lie, I don't like to lie.
All right. Very
man.
good.
Paul McCartney's rolling in his grave.
I thought the singing was spot on. How dare you?
Oh, my goodness.
All right.
It's what a gold mine. It's going to take an act of Congress to come in here to make you guys stop with that
Correct.
man.
Yes.
Because there's just no way. And what I find it
I'll
interesting
move to Canada.
He doesn't he doesn't know everything he says.
Yeah, I know.
You guys are just all over it.
We have a hard time holding back. There's so much content going on right now that's ridiculous. But all right, one more submission to the song parody contest, the holiday song parody contest. And again, it is a contest, but we're putting together a whole holiday album with these songs. So please,
if I pick a winner now, can we skip the last submission?
Nope.
All right.
Doug, you love it.
We're putting together a whole box set, is what we meant to say.
This one coming in from Mr. 86. This is the Belch Boys' Stinky Sad Prick.
Grab yourself a beer on this dollar every year. Well, way down south past the Tampa Bay, John is ready for Christmas, gonna celebrate by renting Cole's house for a full 6 G's. He's getting so excited, take a shit in the sheets, because John is a prick, what an asshole. 50 course of Father's Week, what a loser. Well, the dining room is empty, all his friends have gone, so he begs for super chats, but the mic's not on. He looks like he is auditioning for Castaway, and his children are ashamed of their DNA. Because John is a prick, what an asshole. 60 course of Father's Week, what a loser. What I did was, what I drunk on, what I did was, what I dumbass. At the door is Chad Zuma dressed dressed up as an elf. There's a card from Howard Stern, John probably wrote himself. His tree's got a fat angel, Vinnie Paulino. What the hell will John do next? Nobody can know. He could have jumped and done brick. What an asshole. John, what a loser. Will he fight now?
Doug, I can tell you're really enjoying yourself.
I know Doug didn't like that one.
All right. Work on the mix on that one.
Yeah, the mix is a little off. Hard to hear some of the lyrics. All right. Anyway, I don't want to pretend I know anything that's going on in that household. I'm sure it's all wonderful. You know where I know things aren't going well? That would be in Stuttering John's shitty apartment in Canoga Park. All right. As I mentioned earlier, Stuttering John decided to let me know what a loser I am by broadcasting by himself on Thanksgiving Day. And, you know, they say that the best revenge is being successful, but to John, the best revenge is letting your enemy know what a loser they are while you're sitting in your apartment by yourself, surrounded by no friends or family. So he got me again with that one. And I'm obviously in his head because he's not saying fucking hell anymore. He's catching himself.
Right.
Whenever he thinks he wants to say it.
Is he saying heck?
Fucking heck. Is that what Americans say? So this is nuts because the show starts off, he gets into me, but it starts off with the airing of grievances. And he's upset with all these people who used to be on his show who don't do his show anymore. And so he's pretty much saying that he made these people successful on YouTube. But don't worry, he won't name names.
Now, I could name names, and maybe I will. Depends how much you super chat.
I could name names. Like you're trying to be the bigger person. It's like, and maybe I will actually, now I think about it.
I could take my ball and go home, and I might.
So what he talks about here, he lays it out. He's talking about the Midas Touch brothers. He says that they were nothing before they did his show. The Midas Touch brothers, who are all like multi-millionaires. And then he says, Hale Sparks. He's really upset with Hale Sparks. I think this is the first time he's actually addressed that and brought it up. But he makes it very obvious who he's talking about here.
Here's what I'm not so grateful for. The phonies that have been on the show and then blank me. That's what I'm not grateful for. I'm not going to mention names, but one of them had the audacity to say that to somebody in Las Vegas.
We all know Hale Sparks lives in Las Vegas.
Right. So let's call him H. Sparks.
Shit. Stuttering John's texting me again. He wants me to come on his show. I'm sick of carrying that guy's show. Now, let me tell you something. All right? I'm not going to mention this person's name. But if you think for a second that I need you or anybody to carry my show, you're out of your fucking mind. And your ego is way bigger than I previously had thought. Fuck off. Fuck off. Carry my fucking show? Who the fuck are you? No, nobody carries my show. You know.
We know.
I guess they picked up a lot of that shallow. You know, that shallow thing. What was that Jack Black movie? Shallow. Can't remember. Anyway, so yeah, people are fucking phony. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Shallow Hal. That's right. Shallow Hal. Yeah.
So smooth.
That's like L.A. It's like Shallow Hal. You know, like they're your friends, and then you text them, and then and then suddenly they just blank you. They don't give you a reason. They just blank you.
I'm sure that's exactly what happened.
So John's making it very clear. He's talking about Hale Sparks here. And Hale Sparks did carry his show. If you guys remember those old episodes, the political show, it would be John staring at Hale for 10 minutes in a row as Hale talks. And then John would be like, oh, interesting. And then Hal would start talking again about.
You're not even exaggerating.
No,
10 fucking minutes would go
10
by.
minutes, and John's just sitting there staring at the super chat or staring at the chat and not even paying attention. So I understand why Hal would say that. And of course, John learns nothing. Another relationship that he fucked up with a guy who everyone says is a great guy, Hal Sparks. Right. Everyone who's met him, I've talked to people who have met him and worked with him. They all say he's a great guy. John fucks that up, of course.
Well, he's right. He doesn't need anyone because clearly no one is around him.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if he did need someone. It's not happening. Not going to happen. Okay, so Dabblestorian. Now, Dabblestorian is the reason, quote unquote, why Muttering Jay turned on John again on Twitter. It's also ridiculous. But I thought this was a funny thing that John says.
Dabblestorian, do you realize that you're dead to me? I just want you to know that. You gave out my link, then you did some bullshit show where you used AI and used my voice and me saying bad shit to Joey C's wife. You're dead to me.
Can you tell someone that they're dead to you? So they kind of defeat the purpose of it?
Yeah.
I think you can tell them once. But then that's it. I mean, you have to let them know.
Okay, fair enough.
Keep texting them that.
Yeah. You're dead to me. You're dead to me.
So let's find out what he was talking about there, why he's mad at Dabblestorian. This is the video.
Joey, if I drive over to your place.
Yes, John.
Are you going to cook me dinner?
Of course I'll cook you dinner. Whatever you want, I'm here for you.
What are you going to cook?
I can cook spaghetti. I can cook meatballs, garlic bread, whatever you want.
Okay, dinner. What else are you going to do for me?
John, whatever you want. I just want to prove my friendship to you is real.
Will your wife give me a BJ?
Yes, John. Hell, I'll give you a BJ too.
Will your wife let me fuck her?
John, you can fuck her. You can fuck me. Whatever.
If you cook me dinner and let me fuck your wife, then and only then will I know that you are a friend.
John, I give you my word. Anything you want. I am your one and only true friend. I'll cook you spaghetti and meatballs, and you can fuck my wife.
Okay, Joey, because if I come there and you don't let me fuck her, or at least get a BJ, then I'm leaving.
That's the first thing you can do when you get here. And this way you'll know that I'm a real motherfucker.
Oh. Could you imagine being mad at someone for creating that? It's hilarious.
Oh, man.
Well done, Dabblestorian. I believe that conversation actually did happen. Oh, just like that, too. Dabblestorians, that's a great video.
That was like a polite version of it.
Yeah. That was the censored version of it. So John, on his show on Thanksgiving, tunes into another guy who's surrounded by friends and family, Kevin Brennan. And Kevin Brennan is also podcasting by himself. And I love that John watches Kevin call him out in real time and reacts to it.
And also, they just watch Stuttering John be a buffoon.
Yeah, I'm a buffoon, Kev.
And so he wouldn't have to do much. So, but I'm like,
I'm a buffoon. I'm a buffoon.
Yes. He can't hear you.
You fucking red-faced fucking loser with your yellow helmet, your white fucking bodysuit, and your fucking red fucking lady pinky
John knows
shoes.
his colors. I'll give him that. Jesus.
And I'm a buffoon.
And your periwinkle jeans.
You know, when I was younger and I was growing up, and I had a uncle that would come over and watch sports. And he'd yell at the TV like you would not believe. That's holding. How can you not see? Like someone actually could understand it. Right. And it's funny to watch him do the same thing. But I also know when he speaks, his mind must be slow because he doesn't actually know what word's coming up next.
Yeah,
that's right. Because he's not able to insult without stopping and throwing words. It's like a jumble.
When you're such a loser. Yep, that'll work, John. That's one of the words you could have used there. Very good. He's literally Perry Caravello now. Well, this is what we're watching. I mean, when Kevin says he's a buffoon, he's spot on. That's why people are tuning in to watch Stuttering John, to just see what he's going to do next.
Yeah, Kevin could have said, would you like to watch a buffoon react to this?
Yeah,
because that's exactly what's fucking happening.
I'm a buffoon. I'm a buffoon. I'm a buffoon.
You know, and his reaction is 10 times worse than what the guy is saying. Yeah, and I bet you if you're watching this, you're not even watching the guy say it. You're watching his reaction the whole time.
So then he calls out Kevin Brennan for having dead air. And then 30 seconds later, John's staring at his computer, just reading shit to himself. It's unbelievable. Everything he goose on people for, their appearance, their pronunciation of things, everything he makes fun of people for, he does way worse himself, which is fantastic. So someone posted a video, probably the Tony Michaels impersonator, posted a video of us playing the Tony Michaels voicemail. Mm-hmm. Now, if you aren't familiar with the podcast that we do and you only see our stuff on YouTube, we do a whole voicemail segment at the end. People call in, I play the voicemails, and it's a nice little interaction with the listeners. I don't ever script the voicemails. This is not something that I would have time to do or want to do. People just call in and then we play them. John doesn't understand that at all.
Joey C, Kevin. Joey C. When the C stands for retard.
Oh.
You two C. Fuck.
Oh, that's all he can laugh at is the R word.
Well, no, it's because he said the C stands
Maybe because if the shoe fits.
Getting
Didn't see that coming.
drive in, drive out, drive through.
What?
Are you fucking with me? This is their big fucking funny bit.
It's 3 hours into the show.
Are you fucking with me?
Our big funny bit. I was playing a voicemail from one of 15 voicemails.
So
3 hours into the show.
He watched all 3 hours of it. Holy shit.
Oh, man.
No
This
one
has
does
gotta
that.
be- this is a joke. It's got to be a joke.
He wants to
Vito,
say fucking
thanks for the
hell.
$2. Now that loser card of the wall. He certainly is a loser. Fucking snaggletooth.
That's the real Vito Gesualdi, by the way. He's fucking super chatting, John. Nail that loser Carl to the wall. Fuck you, Vito. How dare you, sir? So
you're right. He wants to say fucking hell so bad.
he does. He keeps stopping himself. So then he starts talking about Tony Michaels. And he talks about how Tony Michaels is one of these guys who doesn't respond to him anymore and he can't get into the show. And he literally says, the heat was getting too hot in the kitchen for Tony, so he doesn't come on anymore. The heat was getting too hot in the kitchen.
I believe that Tony was just in the kitchen for a long time.
Yes.
He's like a retarded version of Ricky from the Trailer Park Boys.
Yes.
That's saying something.
That's saying something. All right. Well, this is John fucking up because he doesn't know how to work his computer and nothing works for him.
Boom. Why? Come on. Fucking. Log in.
Say the line.
Log in. Why can't I get on this fucking thing now?
It's almost like you should have logged in before you started the show.
Let me try a different way.
Ew.
Oh,
man.
The typing.
Fucking unfucking believable.
Good stuff.
It won't let me get on. Reddit website.
Fuck. This reminds me of early Who's Right.
Okay. And then it won't let me get on.
As if
I
someone's
don't know.
there.
I guess it's not working today. It ain't working for me, that's for sure.
You see the button where it says "Forgot your password?" Question mark. Click that, John.
The page isn't working. No.
Trying to log into Reddit and he can't.
This can't be real.
I know.
It can't be real.
I was assuming he was trying to log into ChatGPT when it was down and he's working on coding issues.
Yeah, right. So later on in the show, he's still trying to get Reddit to work.
Leopard just 7750.
His sock account.
Email address.
That is his,
there.
his sock.
All right. And now it won't let me in again. Can't fucking get in.
This goes on and on.
This fucking thing is not letting me get in.
This is his
I can't get
Thanksgiving.
into Reddit.
He probably broke his computer
Fucking
typing on
assholes
it.
over there.
Yeah, they're the problem.
Fucking log in. Leopard. Just 7750.
Always say what you're
right?
typing.
Yeah.
Leopard, just 7750.
Anyway, so Carl's a loser.
Yeah.
Maybe I have to put the capital there.
I'd be so embarrassed if this was
Oh,
my
my
show.
goodness.
All right, hold on.
No, we are.
Yeah.
We're with you, buddy. Take your time.
See, I don't know. Ever
Slow
since
down.
they fuck with my computer, like now I can't fucking seem to get in anymore.
This guy has the
The
balls.
guy changes my screen, and now I can't access anything.
Changes my screen.
The balls to say that you suck at podcasting.
All right, so this ain't going to work for me today. I don't know what to tell you.
After that, he goes on to say he's very mad at Google Chrome. And he goes, he's so stupid, he goes, maybe it was a faulty Google Chrome. What?
Google Chrome is dead to me.
I've got the screenshots.
So see, he's running out of people that have hate as friends. So now he has to go after like objects and companies now.
And colors.
He's out of people. He's actually has to go out there. Blue, fuck it.
Everyone's
I've had it with yellow.
I'm mad at Hellsparks. I'm mad at my ceiling.
I got to be
And
honest.
the number 4.
I got to be honest. I think I'm actually slightly jealous of him.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. Because okay, so he was on Howard Stern, which
he was. He never talks about that.
Yeah, I know he never mentions that. So he's on Howard Stern, which is probably the most popular radio show ever.
Sure.
And then he goes and he's hosting. He's just announcing on the Tonight Show, and so he's two shows that are major, and I'm jealous. Like if I was doing what I'm doing right now, just doing stand up, but I had those in my back pocket, I'd be parlaying the shit out of that stuff. Instead of going back where he does it.
Hold on a second. You started this by saying you're jealous. So where are you going with that?
No, I am jealous. I'm jealous because he's had that opportunity.
He's not taking advantage of any of it.
Exactly. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, boy, if that were me, I'd be all over that sort of thing. And it's just, I think it's frustrating to watch this. And
You think?
and it's just and it's like no one wants to help him. You know,
Hale Sparks drove 5 hours from his house in Vegas to LA to help John plug in an Ethernet cable.
Oh, God.
So his internet worked better. Hale Sparks did all these things for John to help him out, and look at where it got him. Now John's going, oh, fuck Hale Sparks. I never needed him.
I don't know if there's a higher being or not or what anyone believes in, but something in the universe is looking out for this fool.
I know.
I mean, you would think somebody like this would just be wandering into traffic, avoiding cars, like a stray pet.
We're getting there. We're getting close.
Hey, I'm walking here.
All right, so now we're going to start off his WATP segment of the show. Where he's watching my program and goofing on me. This is an amazing prank because what happens here is John does zero prep.
Yeah. Look at you. What prep have you done?
John, literally, when I'm playing clips of you, I've prepared those clips. I set them up. I play them. We discuss them. That's what I'm referring to.
It's not happening by accident?
He's so stupid. I'm playing the part where he shows the porn during his show because he didn't watch the video ahead of time. And he's going, what prep do you do? Do I have to explain how a show works? And
I think you do.
I guess I do. So then after that, his computer freezes up and he leaves. And then he comes back again. And back to watching me. Stuttering John got trolled. He got had. This is an amazing prank because...
Now, here's the one thing I don't understand. Ladies and gentlemen.
One thing.
Lady K says, if you try and take somebody down, it's an act of violence. Why is it an act of violence when it's me, Carl?
Listen, if there's a rake in the lawn and you step on it, I don't consider the person who put the rake down. You know what I mean? John, you literally reached out to Patreon and tried to get my Patreon taken down so I would lose all of my income. It's very different than us laughing at you for being retarded and not knowing how the internet works. You do see the difference, right? Anyway, so this is where it gets a little bit nuts because now John is coming after my family. And he's announcing it, which is always a good idea.
I'll let you make the bait. You make the bet. Where's my 50 from Broccoli? You know, it's Thanksgiving, Broccoli. Shuli's wife's Crystals. Thanks for the $5. Shuli is out of line, John. That weasel is saying the BBC is stuffing Susanna like a turkey this Thanksgiving. I thought families were off limits. Well, if that's what he's saying, that, hey, Julie.
I know you're saying it now, too.
Obviously, they're referring to the fact that Susanna remarried a black
dude.
man.
You know what's so funny? It's like, I swear, you can't script any of this. It's like, it's his kids, and you get into his kids, and how they've changed their lives, and the wife's not left them, but she's married to a black dude. This is a TV show. This is a Netflix series.
Yes.
Is what this is.
It's a docuseries.
It's an R-rated Modern Family.
Yes. But again, I want to point out that everyone in the super chat's fucking with John. So Shuli's not saying this,
right?
Yeah, obviously. Yeah. But John always believes whatever. Oh, you know what Carl just tweeted? You know what Shuli just said? He always falls for it.
We're off limits. Well, if that's what he's saying, that, hey, Shuli, all bets are off. Carl, all bets are off. Now I attack your wives. You're going to attack my kids? Now I'm going to attack your wives. I already have somebody doing a deep dive into Jennifer and Christina. Keep it coming, because now you poked the bear.
Well, I've watched.
Did you say poke the bear?
Yeah, I've watched you for a while now, and
do I talk about his kids?
Well, actually, apparently you've poked the bear before. I don't know why.
That's true.
I don't know why he's saying now you poked him.
I know, now we've got you.
Also before, but
nothing
now
has changed. So this is incredible to me because John has just said he's investigating my wife. He's trying to find dirt on her. He's trying to do this. I wrote a song parody last night that I was very proud of. And I wanted my wife to sing it. She's a very good singer.
Oh, no.
She would not sing the song because of the lyrics that I wrote for a Stuttering John song parody. My wife is a much better person than you, John. Go ahead and try to dig up some dirt and go after all you want.
It must have been pretty bad where the woman you marry says, sorry, honey, I can't be with you on this one.
Yeah.
I know for better or worse.
This
but
guy
this is as worse
doxed her,
as it gets.
and he won't go after her.
I know.
She won't go after
She's
him.
too nice of a person to do it. Meanwhile, he's going after my family now. Gloves are off. What changed? I don't understand. We don't talk about your kids, dummy. You do.
And that's for all bets being off. No one wants to bet with you, dude.
No, because you never pay up.
This is what I remember listening to, that he doesn't bet, and his one excuse was, well, I didn't pay the guy because he didn't call me.
Yeah,
he never asked. And then they blocked him. He had blocked that guy.
Yeah, Alex Stein.
Yeah, no contact.
Well, that's the end of that chapter.
Listen, I know he canceled the show. We got to get him into town. This guy's got to be good live. He's got to be good live. Do you know when he was going to do that show on March 10th? I looked at my schedule and I see where I was going to be, and I was actually going to come into town to see that. I was so bummed out. I had told Vinny Polino, I said, I'm coming in. I've got to see this train wreck live.
Yes.
But you have to, because
hopefully he'll schedule for somewhere else, because Vinny Paulino is evil. Now, we played recently John saying that he doesn't dox people. He's not someone to dox people, even though he's doxed me and my wife. And
some loser in Rochester. Tukey's Nana, thanks for $2 easy. They were talking about my grandson. All right, Rocco. I got it, Rocco.
What a dick.
I know.
All bets are off the table. I don't care anymore, Rocco. I know your name is Rocco.
Whoa.
That's it.
I'm going to keep saying it.
Rocco and Patrick Lewinsky.
So he's just trying to dox everyone he can. Cardiff, Tukey. He thinks he has all this power he's wielding over these people.
I'm the GOAT.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Let's find out if I have friends or not, according to Stuttering John.
You think all these people love you? Are you that fucking delusional? You don't have friends. You don't have friends. And you know you don't have friends. Vinny Paulino is not your friend. He is not your friend. He uses you to make money.
He's doing it wrong then.
You know what? It's funny because he sounds like he's talking about himself.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's sounding because it's like,
it's very sad.
Oh man,
it's very sad.
It is sad. It's funny as hell, but no, it's funny as hell. But if you want to go, if your station wants to go in a different direction, and you can still use the same guy.
Yes. Just when I'm about to cry, I start laughing at this guy. John, producer Chris here. I am Carl's friend. I've been friends with him for quite a while.
I have one friend.
I would do anything for the guy.
And, who knows? Maybe Earl will be my friend someday.
Well, you know
Who
what?
knows?
I told him on the way in. Actually, I'm here on behalf of Stuttering John. I'm getting the layout of the place.
That's right, yeah.
So he knows where to go. Listen, I could give him the layout. He wouldn't be able to find it anyway.
That's true.
That's a good point.
Well, hey,
He's not worried about
he's
it.
already mad at Google, so he can't use Google Maps. He won't be able to find it.
He's burning bridges everywhere.
All right. So now John's going to talk about Muttering Jay. Again, the guy on Twitter that was trolling John and got him fired and then decided to take John's side. So John liked him and now he turned on him again. But then Muttering Jay, proving that John's a narcissist and it's very easy to manipulate narcissists, just went on and just started saying, I don't like Carl and I don't like Shuli and I don't.
No, Carl. He doesn't like you. He don't like anybody. And it's not like he just said he didn't like you. He DM'd me tons of fucking embarrassing pictures of you. And embarrassing things to Shuli.
Okay. So, yes, John, Muttering Jay does not care about you. He doesn't care about me. He's just trolling everyone all the time. That's what VTL does. That's what he's the best at ever. Okay, let's see. Let's see if this is true.
Wait a second. Is this true? Shuli's wife, Crystal's. Lady Kmart was bragging about doing yoga? What a loser. This guy is such a fucking loser.
He loves believing anything he wants to believe.
You know what? I actually tempted now to just start sending him stuff just to see if he'll read it.
Oh, yeah.
And make it as if, like the yoga thing is funny because we know it's not true. But let's just see when you do this, when you send him, see how far you can go.
Yeah. You were at yoga? You said you were having a Tupperware party.
Right.
You lied to me.
You just want to see you text him things how far you can go with it to see what he would believe.
Book club.
So far, there's nothing someone has written that he didn't believe. As long as it was negative about me.
Yep.
So, yeah, I invite you, please, let him know you're at my house this weekend.
Well, listen, I don't want him after me. I may be the one guy that may actually have to fight him.
Oh, no.
I may fight him.
I think you might win that one.
All you got to do is buy a beer.
Oh, he would love you if you pretended that you came over here just to troll me and told him all my secrets.
Well, I can lie and just make up all different other things. I'm going, oh yeah, it's like
bring him a little chip of the paneling.
Yeah. Look what I got. I was at Carl's. Matter of fact, if you don't mind, I'll take a picture of like your wall.
Oh yeah, please.
And then I could send it to him because he'll be like, well, geez,
then he'll know.
And me behind it like this,
He's obsessed.
Yeah.
All right. So John explains that he's not the idiot.
Okay.
Wouldn't that make sense, Lady K? I don't know. It does in my world. Someone's nice to you. You should reciprocate. You dumb fuck.
Oh, his mouth is every time I see him talk, it's like he's got a mouthful of bees. It's just like
no matter what you've done in the past. Muttering Jay's posted photos of his kids, made fun of his trans adult.
Dickhead, so did you. And dickhead, I didn't know anything that Muttering Jay was doing because I blocked him. You dumb fuck. Why don't you say something truthful? All right? Say something truthful for once.
What did I say that was
What happens if you actually be honest? Does your nose grow? Are you the fucking Bizarro world, Pinocchio?
Wow.
I like how you said that Muttering Jay was saying stuff about his kids, and he goes, "Well, I blocked him."
Yeah, I didn't see it.
So it doesn't mean he wasn't saying it.
And then he says I was lying.
Don't exist.
I don't see you. I don't see you.
Yeah.
So fucking stupid. It's amazing what he says. All right, so then referring to Dr. Steve, they had a little tweet exchange earlier that day.
Retro game, thanks for $5. You can't just wish Dr. Steve a happy Thanksgiving back without begging for super chat money. You've said many times I don't need the money. Why beg? Who's Dr. Steve? Where did I say anything to Dr. Steve? Baby cakes.
So right there, Dr. Steve writes, "Happy Thanksgiving, pal." With not even a minute passing by, John responds, "Same to you. I'm expecting nice super chats from you today." John, you couldn't just say thanks, happy Thanksgiving. He goes, "I don't even know who Dr. Steve is." Yes, you do. You know exactly who Dr. Steve is.
Well, and he watches. I guess when he's actually watching everything you're doing, so he sees you calling him out.
Yeah,
but that doesn't slow him down any.
No, it speeds him up. And it's crazy because when he lies, it's very easily proven. Like I just did. I just proved that he was lying very easily. And then John likes to go out there and say that I'm the liar. Okay. If you say so. This is more of him calling me out with actually things that I've said about him because he has no original thoughts in his entire head.
There is the face, ladies and gentlemen. This right here is the face of failure. Lady K, the face of failure. No shoulders, too. No shoulders, no chin, club feet, snaggletooth K.
All right, dog. You're laughing a little too hard over there, buddy. Maybe I don't have any friends.
Also, the shoulders of failure.
I've never heard somebody. I've been in a lot of fucking bar fights. I've been in. I've had an interesting life.
Yeah.
And I've never heard a man insult another man's shoulders ever. I've never heard it.
Look at that slouch.
That Carl, he has the ankles of failure.
The pecs of disappointment.
What's so funny because as I mentioned before, I made a thumbnail for one of my YouTube videos and it has John's face and he's making one of those crazy faces and I wrote the face of failure. And ever since then, John's been repeating that over and over again because you can plant any little thing into his head and he'll just repeat it.
Well, here's the thing too. I don't think I don't think he's aware of the faces that he makes, and you guys are being able to, and you're able to capture them all and have this whole different montage of the different looks he has. If he had any friends, they would say to him, "Look, dude, just don't be so expressive. You can be upset without, scrunching up your face like that."
No, they tell him to get the fuck off the internet.
Right. Yes. If he had any friends.
No, because then he'd be going to air houses.
Going back to the
get off my porch too.
Going back to the comment you made about Tom Myers earlier, like you can't have friends if they're letting him still do stand up and embarrass himself like this. Same thing with John.
Stand up is one of those few things that there's no gauge on it. In other words, you go to open mic night and they'll say, "All right, tonight we've got 30 comedians going on there." Yep. Okay, they're able to call themselves comedians. Even though they're not even tested.
They tell their friends, "Oh, I do comedy on the weekends."
You don't do that with doctors or anything.
No.
Right.
Just comedians and podcasters.
It's like, I'm going to try comedy so I get to be a comedian,
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, well, this is fun. This is where they dox my home address.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yes.
I block it out, of course,
I didn't read that. What is that? Hold on, I got to get my glasses.
He has to act like...
Julie's West Crystals, thanks $50. I don't know what that is.
Thanks, John.
I don't know what that is.
Thanks for doxing my home address, dummy. Appreciate it. And he has to act like he doesn't know he's doing that.
Right.
The only thing he needs is glasses for.
Yeah, you're not a good actor, John. I know. I see right through what you're doing.
So explain to me, because you guys are all hip on this stuff, and I'm a little behind on it. So when he doxes mean they take your personal information and then put it up there?
Yeah. So they give out personal information of mine.
So, okay, so he's acting like someone else sent him that?
Well, someone else did send him that.
Oh, they did send it to him.
But he put it up, which he should.
Oh, well, okay, all right.
You should not put up information about somebody. If somebody right now messaged me Doug's home address, I mean, I would put it up because that would be pretty funny. But I shouldn't, though.
You shouldn't.
He'd be very upset with me.
I'm coming over, Doug.
So
we're on our way.
So then someone calls him out for explaining that, like, hey, man, you really shouldn't do that sort of thing. And John acts like he doesn't know.
It's not Vince. Funeral director, thanks for $5. Julie's wife just doxed Carl. That was an address. That's not good. Well, I don't know. Like Lady K says, I don't read before they put them up.
You said that.
I mean, how the hell am I going to know whose address that is? They dox me all the time. Who cares?
Oh, my God.
Julie's wife's
that makes it
crystals. Okay. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know whose address that was. I have no idea. Give me a fucking break.
You have no breaks.
And it's funny because he should be able to play stupid. That should be the one thing he could pull off easily. And I'd be like, oh, he doesn't know any better. He's an idiot. And he can't even do that. His ending is so bad. So he's like, I'm just stupid. I'm like, I don't believe it. I see right through this.
His organic stupid is fantastic.
Correct.
Okay.
This process version sucks.
His address was posted publicly. Yes. So go ahead, Davey. Go ahead. I have no control. Thank you, Jared. It's public information. So go ahead, Davey. Go ahead.
Why is my home address public information? Since when? Why would that be public information? What the fuck's he talking about?
I mean, maybe it is now.
Go ahead, you dumb fuck. I'll say, hey, I don't know what they're fucking putting up in chats.
Oh, see, there it is.
I know. He just admitted he's lying. Here's what my defense will be. I didn't know any better. And they'll believe me because they're stupid.
That fake stupid is just awful.
He's so bad at this. I don't understand this thing. I've seen it a few places where they're like, oh, no, you can give out people's phone numbers and home addresses.
Yeah.
That's all public information. I'm like, well, no, because no one's looking to send me money in the mail.
Right.
Right? So why would you give out someone's phone number or home address to harass them? To make their life miserable. That's the only reason why anyone would do that.
I'm trying to figure out where the fun of this starts and the danger begins.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I mean, you can go back and forth and have a lot of fun with it. And if you're smart, which obviously he's not, if you're smart, you know where those limitations are. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a Geneva Convention
rules,
sort of
right.
a thing. Yeah.
They're very much unwritten rules. And I've always done a thing with John where I only make fun of shit that he puts on the internet himself.
Right. Yeah.
There have been other things that have leaked out that we haven't commented on. You know, his children giving the speeches and his wife's wedding. We've never played those things. We don't comment on those types of things, even though they're out there. John didn't put it out there. I'm not talking about it. Meanwhile, John's sitting there going, I'm trying to dig up dirt on Carl's wife, and here's his home address, and fuck with them. It's like, dude, you're the bad guy in this. You don't see that? You don't realize?
He's proud of it.
I know.
But
he's not embarrassed at all.
Here's the thing, too. I don't know what can be really that bad anymore in this day and age.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're not touching kids, okay, or killing animals, everything else seems to be like, people are like, oh, really? He did that? You know?
I mean,
there's a couple other things. But yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I've narrowed it down to a quick 2. But
yeah, I'm in the clear then.
But you know, I mean, it just seems so weird. He doesn't get it, you know?
All right, here's the last clip I have, and this is just John embarrassing himself, as he likes to do.
I love you too, Gina. I love you so much. You are my Bobina. And I think you're in touch. Sorry. Couldn't
think.
Yeah, we're about to end the show. We got a minute.
He's always
he started going through the fucking alphabet.
Yes.
And I know you're Butch, Kutch, Dutch, Futch. Touch.
It just seems so strange that a grown man is always searching for words.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't have a sentence ready. It's just
not just a grown man, professional broadcaster.
That too.
He doesn't have the next word ready, much less the next sentence.
Yeah, it's like it's just funky to watch.
Yeah. It's a trip. All right. Well, John, I guess last night he went on and was wasted. I was hearing about that today from family members that he got real drunk and went on the internet last night. So maybe we'll check that out sometime soon. But all right, Johnny, we'll keep an eye on you and everything that you're up to over there.
I'm hooked
with my family, and
I may go on his podcast.
Everything you're up to. Please do.
Yeah, we encourage
I would
it.
love to see you on there on a beer on the balcony or something.
As a passing note, I look at him and he just looks just so unhealthy.
Yes.
And forget his brains or anything. He just doesn't look like
mentally, physically. Yeah.
He's just. I mean, he's going through these different looks, all this different stuff. He's trying to find and stuff. He keeps talking about how much he's getting laid, which that has to be a lie. I can't even imagine.
He was talking about, someone asked him if he's still dating that girl, and he's like, oh, I thought we would, but then I was messaging with her, and it turns out we're not. It's like, oh no.
I thought we were.
It was that chick from Vegas that he went on a whatever weekend with.
From the Bunny Ranch.
And by the way, if you talk to Cardiff, tell him he's the man, or he's the potato, actually.
I will definitely do that.
He's the carb.
He's the carb. Yeah. I will let him know.
John goes, I don't want to talk to vegetables.
WATP.
WA!
WATP. WATP.
Welcome to an emergency WATP episode as we need to discuss two things that happened on Saturday's Beer on the Balcony with the great Stuttering John Melendez. Of course, my buddy Vinny Paulino is not well today, so we wish him a speedy recovery so we can get back to doing the Creep Off at 1 p.m. Eastern on the Creep Off channel. But fortunately for us, it opened up an opportunity for me to take a look at two things that went down on Saturday that need to be addressed. First off, Stuttering John was tricked once again into starting a feud with Joey C. I'm going to break all of that down, how that went down, why it happened, how it happened. And more importantly, John gave Bedabbler's YouTube channel a copyright strike. And so we definitely have to talk about that. We have to talk about what Bedabbler did. And what we won't be talking about is the Bills giving up a 59-yard field goal in freezing rain at the end of the game to send it into overtime, and then running some suspect routes there that could have ended the game. Oh, man, that was something else. So, no, we won't be discussing the Bills game from yesterday. It was an exciting game, but ultimately ended in a very Bills fashion. So, starting off, before we get into the Joey C feud, before we get into Bedabbler and El Horrible show that got John to spring into action and give him a copyright strike, we have to talk about John was trying to snipe Kevin Brennan Friday night. Now, if you haven't seen this, Uncle Rico did a good job covering this last night on the Uncle Rico show. John went on Friday night, Black Friday, and it was like pretty late for him, like 8 p.m., so you can imagine he was a few beers in. I think at one point he was 7 beers in, he said. And he's trying to snipe Kevin Brennan, and Kevin Brennan's not going on. And this was getting him very frustrated. He didn't know what to talk about. He didn't know what to say. So then the next day he comes on. This is from his Saturday show. And he wants to start talking about Kevin Brennan. Now, a couple things going on in this clip I want you to notice. First off, he's got his Slim Fast. He's all proud of his Slim Fast that he drinks now for some reason. And he is getting fat. We have some video evidence of that we'll talk about. But I just want you to notice, and this is going to seem trivial, but hear me out. There's a plastic tab on the Slim Fast. When he opens it, it goes flying and lands on his shirt. And you'll notice that the tab is just sitting there on his shirt for quite some time. So key in on that, and then there's some other things we need to discuss in this clip as well.
Breakfast of Champions. I drink this on the air now because it pisses people off on Reddit. So
okay, so
there's nothing.
Did everyone see that? As soon as he opened it, it went flying and it landed just below his left shoulder. Okay, now keep an eye on that.
More than I love for all of their hatred.
So a few minutes later.
Oh, name again. We're doing it. We're doing it. Shut the fuck up.
So it's still there. It's still there on his shirt. And it's actually moving a little bit. It's moving down his shirt as he bounces around a little bit on the couch.
Holy shit. How old are you?
He's still chugging his Slim Fast. That's a normal way to drink Slim Fast, right? You just chug it back like that. He makes fun of the way I drink. I drink like a normal human. John chugs everything he drinks. Everything he puts in his mouth, whether it's Mountain Dew or beer or Slim Fast, the 3 things he puts in his mouth, or orange juice. He has to chug them like a child would. Thirsty, give me all the liquid right now. I need it right now. So he's goofing on. Someone puts up, he puts up the chat of someone doing the Kevin Brennan "we're doing it" thing. And that gives John a chance to goof on Kevin for saying, "we're doing it," which is Kevin goofing on Chad Zumach. So listen to the way and keep an eye on that tab. But also, listen to the way that John goofs on Kevin Brennan. Listen to his sick burns.
Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. How old are you?
Go.
We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, fucking hell. We're doing it. We're doing it.
Finally,
Kevin Brennan, I swear, has.
Finally, it falls off of his shirt right there, where he finally gets up, adjusts himself because his shirt is getting all bunched up over his beer belly. It actually looks like it says dork. You can't see that it says dark branded on there.
Fucking hell. We're doing it. We're doing it. Kevin Brennan, I swear, has the mentality of a 3-year-old.
Okay, so this is why I wanted to point all of this out. John's sick burns for him is shut the fuck up. Holy shit, how old are you? Fucking hell. And then Kevin Brennan has the mentality of a 3-year-old. John, the way that you're goofing on him is how a child makes fun of someone. And it's really not that big of a deal. That's the way he signs on to his show now. The reason why I'm pointing out this tab, I'm going to put it to bed after this. We're going to put it to rest. The reason why I'm pointing this out is because John can't see anything on his monitor. He can never see anything. He never sees the swastikas that come up in the chat. He never sees anything. John, buy a second monitor. Buy something that you can actually see. You claim to have money. We're going to get into that. He gets very upset when you say he doesn't have any money. He can't get his computer fixed. He can't buy a new computer, and he doesn't have a monitor that he actually see what the fuck is going on his own show. Not very professional, in my humble opinion. So, this fucking guy, he claims that he drinks Slim Fasts because he wants to piss off the people on subreddit. Oh, the people on the subreddit get pissed off when I drink my Slim Fast. And he's like, can you believe how childish Kevin Brennan is? Those two things both came out of his mouth in the same episode. Go figure. So then he goes off on a rant saying Joey C is easily manipulated. We're going to find out that it's just, it's John actually who's easily manipulated on here. And I guess Joey C says he gets paid $250 for his appearances on the Shoolies network. John thinks he's lying. I thought John had a mole at that network. I thought John knew everything that was going on there. But now Joey C makes a claim he's been getting paid $250 for an appearance. And John says, I don't think that's true. I thought you knew everything. Okay, I guess not. So that's the reason why Joey C's tell John, I'm not going to do your show anymore because they treat me well at the Shuli Network. The viewers seem to like me over there. I'm just going to do their stuff from now on. So we're going to get into all of that. I'm going to play these in order real quick, and then we'll bounce around a little bit. This is John talking about IRS problems. Someone in the chat brings up.
I don't have any IRS problems. I'm all clear, paid off, just paid my taxes.
Ooh, he's got a lot.
I'm all good.
He's got a lot of hair on his face. It's like he missed something shaving. I wish he had more. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say I wish he had HD, but it would be interesting to see what's actually doing over there. See all this hair right here that he totally missed?
In my taxes.
Oh, gross. It's almost like his face is too fat and he couldn't see that in the mirror.
I'm all good. It's all good. I'm fine.
And we're already over to beer.
No problem.
All right, so now he's going to crack his first beer. He chugged his Slim Fast, threw that across the wall in 8 minutes, and now we're on to beer on a Saturday afternoon. John is talking about how he just paid his taxes. I've heard him say this recently, too. What do you mean you just paid your taxes? The quarterlies were due on September 15th. If you're paying quarterly because you're self-employed, then you would have paid your taxes a couple of months ago. And if you're paying last year's taxes, those were due on April 15th. So no one who's keeping up with their taxes just paid their taxes. So that's a weird brag to have going on. Now, watch how excited John gets to open his first beer of the day. Remember, he's not an alcoholic, but he gets very excited. I think this is a symphony for him when he hears that can opening. You could tell he's very excited. This is the highlight of his day. When he finally gets to start drinking, he had to wait all the way until 2 in the afternoon. 606, 5 pounds. Get well soon, Vinny. Hi, Carl. Get well soon, Vinny. I agree. Alexis says, Slim Fast, more like Slim Slow, am I right? Home run, Chippa. Home run. Dabblestorian. For all the promotion you've given me. Thanks, Carl. Yes, Dabblestorian. I will definitely be talking about how everything went down, and he helped me pull together these clips and things. So I appreciate that from the Dabblestorian. Voltaire, $3.25, $5. Just support for the cause. Do not let up on the channel striking trash fools, SJ and Chad. Justice for Bedabbler. I have an official statement from Tukey that I will be reading later on in the show. I've been communicating with him, so we will get to the bottom of that. Michael L., $10. Give John credit. He has invented the stupid chat. Good point. Uncle Sammy Poo, $5. My dying grandma with dementia is aging more gracefully than Stuttering John. Praying for his liver to give out Scola. No, we want John to live a very long time, obviously, but he's not aging well. It's not graceful. Red 473, $10. Thank you. Don't know if you saw, but Louis J. Gomez mentioned John's trans kid on the last Legion of Skanks. It was after the Opie segment. He also apparently doesn't like or respect the Dabbleverse. Yeah, I saw that. Big J's paid attention. Shout out to Big J Okerson, because Lewis was talking about the podcast wars. He's like, I don't respect that. I don't like that kind of thing. But before he could say I don't like that, Lewis was just like, oh yeah, the Dabbleverse. He's like, yeah, I don't like that. Big J's like, okay, yeah, no one likes that. But we do have fun in the Dabbleverse, Lewis. You should check it out. I didn't know he talked about John's trans adult. That I did not know about, so maybe I'll have to go back and check that out and see what was said. Okay, so now John is talking about Kevin Brennan had on Stevie Lou, and they had on Kate Meany. Kate Meany's been showing up a lot in the Dabbleverse lately. I don't know why. Kevin Meany's daughter. So Kate Meany is on the show, and John's not happy with the way they treated her.
And you know what? All you fucking people who are paying.
Oh, this is the best part. Let me set this up just a little bit better, because I didn't play the rant where he's going, I can't believe Kevin and Stevie Lou are just bullying this poor girl. She's only 24 years old, and they're on there bullying her. But really, the real problem is, the real reason why John's upset is because people are giving Kevin more money than they give to John. And John's going, why the fuck are people giving Kevin money for this show where all they're doing is bullying this poor girl? He's not upset for Kate Meany. Trust me. He's upset that they're making money. When he was trying to snipe them, he saw that Brock Lee had given him $100. And he was, what the fuck? He gets so upset.
And you know what? All you fucking people who are paying Kevin, who's going to pay Stevie and Adam to bully a 24-year-old young lady. That disgusts me.
And this guy isn't easily disgusted. As you can see, he's wiping snot all over his face the entire episode. He's like, that's disgusting. That's what's disgusting? Okay. So now we're going to figure out that John is a hypocrite, because he was just bragging about bullying Joey C. So he's all upset for Kate, but right before that, he was fucking with Joey C. So this is what happened before he went off on Kevin for being a bully.
Now, I'm the kind of guy that could be a Joey C's friend because I'm not a dickhead.
30 seconds later.
Because I'm on the phone and I'm texting and I love winding Joey up. He's so easy. It's called winding someone up. It's called taking a piss. And as Clay Dabble would tell you. But I love winding him up because I'm like, I'm the GOAT. You're not the GOAT. Jay Leno would say, you're John fucking Melendez. You're not the GOAT. And I go, I'm the GOAT and you're the jackass. It's like as easy as me winding Beetlejuice up on that phony phone call that I did. I mean, that's how easy it is. And he's going nuts. He keeps on texting me now. John, I'm with my mother. I said, you're a whore, Joey. Don't call me a whore. I'm sitting next to my mother. Don't call me a whore. My mother's right next to me.
Sounds like John is bullying this man, doesn't it? The way that John's telling this story, I don't know if this is the way that things went down, but it sounds like John is not only bullying this man, but he's proud of it. And he even compares it to goofing on Beetlejuice or winding up Beetlejuice. Now, Beetlejuice, a whack packer from the Howard Stern show, is mentally handicapped. And John's proud of himself for fucking with Beetlejuice, a mentally handicapped person. This is from Saturday. I'm not going back 4 or 5 years ago. See, John, you used to do this stuff. No, he's still proud of it. And he's doing it to Joey C. But he's all upset that they would goof on Kevin Meany. So thankfully, my favorite super chatter in here, Penis Wrinkle, decided to call him out on his hypocrisy for this.
You just got done saying, hey, you bully Joey C, hypocrite. Oh, I just got done. Joey C is a grown man who I believe is older than me. And I'm not bullying him. I'm fucking playing with him. It's not for the public consumption. It's just me texting him because Dick89 and Dabblestorian, who's a prick, sent me a link where Joey's fucking trashing me.
Okay. So a couple of things going on here. First off, it's not for public consumption. That makes it worse, right? You're just fucking with this guy for the fun of it, for the sport of it, is why you're fucking with him. That seems like it's even worse, except for it is for public consumption, because then you're telling us about it on your show. And I don't know what age has to do with anything. Why does John say, yeah, that mentally handicapped guy that I pick on, he's older than me, so it's fine. I'm allowed to do that. He makes up these rules. This is what is so brilliant about John. He'll never see it for himself. He does all the things he claims that other people do that he shuns them for and shames them for. He does all those things, but he always justifies it. So he's got some weird loophole or rule why it's okay when he does. He's older than me. Of course I can goof on him. What do you mean? It's okay. But remember, Kate Meany, 24, she's just a little girl. He goes, she could still be in college. Well, yeah, we all could. You can always go to college. She's 24 years old. She's an adult. She can fend for herself. She chose to go on Kevin's show. I don't think she'll be on your show again anytime soon. Now, there's, aside from the Kevin Brennan, Joey C., and B. Dabbler stuff that's going on in this episode that makes it great, there's a little subplot that I thoroughly enjoyed. I got a quick package for you here. This is where John has boxes full of memorabilia because he had all these boxes shipped to his Florida home, and he's got all this stuff, and he's finding all this stuff as he was packing, and I don't think unpacking. I don't think he's done that yet. But as he was packing, he's finding this stuff, and he finds this watch that he's all excited about. He wants to sell this stuff. And I'm just going to, for the people who are listening to the show, I'm going to give you a little spoiler. The watch face says The Tonight Show on it. It's the Tonight Show logo on the watch face that he shows the camera. Again, he should be able to see this perfectly clear.
I got so much memorabilia. Like this thing. You know how many of these? I got so much Howard Stern stuff.
The Tonight Show.
I'm sure it still works. Wouldn't that look good on your wrist? You know, you have the Howard Stern Show thing on there. A fan would pay top dollar for that.
Okay. So John's already trying to sell it a little bit there. He's like, doesn't this look nice? Don't you wish you had it on your wrist? This Howard Stern watch that says The Tonight Show. I know it's confusing, but that's why it's such a collectible. There's not a lot of Howard Stern watches that say The Tonight Show on them. It's one of a kind. Pretty impressive. So then one of the chatters, because again, if you don't watch John's show, and I'm not recommending you do, all he's doing is arguing with people, giving him $2 or $5 at a time. It's great. It's a lot of fun. So people are watching him, and they're calling him out for this.
Only poor people try to sell their trash. You think this is trash? This is a perfectly good watch. I don't think I ever wore it. There's not a scratch on it.
You're missing the point. You're purposely missing the point. Poor people get on their show and turn it into QVC with their used memorabilia. That's the point of this. You think this is trash? This is in good shape, this thing that I want to sell to the highest bidder. You're poor.
Trash.
You're poor, John.
I just found it. I thought maybe somebody would want it.
Oh, you're going to give it away?
Oh, I got this wrong. This is The Tonight Show.
Yeah, no, we all know. We're way ahead of you. We're all way ahead of you on this one, John, you moron. So then later on in the show, this is great because you just heard him say, it's not trash. This is really nice. I guess he forgot that he said that.
Either way, I don't know. I have a Stern one, too. I'm telling you. I might put all of this junk. See, to me, it's junk because I already had the experience.
Whoops. That was a little slip up. I got a ton of junk that I'm going to sell. I mean, I call it junk, but it's not junk, obviously. That's not what this is at all. So watch him backtrack, talking about all this junk that he wants to sell.
What the fuck do I need this for?
What does anyone need it for?
Now, it's nice. Only like the 200 staff members got this.
QVC.
This is a collector's item.
Uh-huh.
From the Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
It's going to go fast. You got to call now.
That is collector shit, man. I'll sell it. Make me an offer.
Unbelievable. So the point is, John, everyone thinks you're poor. Everyone, including me. There's a lot of evidence that you are. And it would be fine if you came out and said, I fucked up. I was making a pretty good paycheck. I bought a giant house. I got a divorce. I lost all this money. I don't have a lot going on for income these days. Pensions are not something that people who are rich brag about having or cashing in on. So it'd be fine. But the problem is he keeps trying to keep up this narrative that he's doing very well and that he has money. All right. So that was just a fun little aside, fun little subplot that we had going on in the show. We're going to get into the Joey C stuff next, but first, let me read a couple of super chats here, see what you guys are talking about. Tampalytic Converters with €5 says, let's not forget that John also chugs that tomato thing, water and tea. Yes, water you don't see very often, and the tea is suspect. We don't know what's in that thing. Rick Q, $32.20, $5. Slim Fast works best when you drink it as fast as possible and immediately follow it with a beer. Yes, that is how you lose weight. I've also read the fine print on those. Fucking idiot. General GK. All right. This one of the guys sending in a couple of our song parodies for the holiday song parody contest. $7 Canadian dollars. John drinks one Slim Fast followed by 16 beers and thinks he's losing weight. He is so fat and out of shape. John continues to challenge people to boxing matches. He says he could beat up KC. He wants to beat me up. The other day, I played this on the Drew and Mike show. He was having a Wi-Fi issue. He got up to plug in his router or unplug it and plug it back in. He comes back, he's winded. Someone points it out. They're like, John, you're so out of shape, you're winded from plugging in your router. He goes, I gotta move the bed! As if that makes it okay. How many rounds are you gonna go in the ring? You're gonna go 6 rounds against 3 different people? Moving the bed gets you winded? And Slim Fast, that's not how Slim Fast works, dummy. I owe Suzanne $5. All that beer and Slim Fast, his farts must be room clearing. I can only imagine what he smells like, whether he's farting or not. Tom, $5. Great coverage of SJ. Thank you. No problem. I enjoy it. Dabble Storian with £2. Dayla's dishonorable discharge coming soon. Looking forward to that. My boy Dayla. Bubble Popper 24, $2. Thoughts on Stuttering Sex Pest channel? Never stop. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up, actually. I was glued to it for a minute the other day. So Stuttering Sex Pest has gone back through the WATP archives, going back to, I think, 2019, maybe 2018, and pulling all the Stuttering John segments we did on all of those shows and putting them all together in like 9-hour-long videos. You can get caught up on everything that happened over the years that we've been reviewing Stuttering John and following him. And it's fantastic. I love that he's doing that and getting people who maybe are newer to the show or people like me who just forget. So much has happened over the last 5 years. You forget everything that went down. So that's been a lot of fun. Useful Rooster, $5. John's never going to go to rehab because the only rehab he'll go to is celebrity rehab, which he is not, and they won't let him in. God, I really... Is there still celebrity rehab? I think that they've stopped doing that because it didn't really work real well. It wasn't getting a lot of good publicity. But if Dr. Drew could bring him under his wing and try to get him help, I would definitely watch that. This is Cardiff Electric. This is Potato Soup Property Chompers. 9 p.m. Cease and desist. Sorry, buddy. You got scooped this time. We scooped up some of that potato soup on ya.
Mr. Potato Head, master of disguise. He can turn into over 50 completely different guys.
Alexis with $5 Canadian. Carl, is a live show in Canada, preferably Montreal, in the cards by any chance? Also, much love to Croge. We miss him. Yes, I will give him your best. So, Canada is tough to do business in. They really want to tax the fuck out of you, and it's a lot of work to go up there and do work, so I get discouraged by that. I'm not against it, though. We do have a lot of Canadian listeners. Of course, Canada's a giant landmass, so it's not like every Canadian listener would just pop over to Montreal or Toronto. But I am not against it. I love Canada, and it's been a while since I've been up there to visit. I would enjoy it. Did you guys happen to see the video at the Rainbow Bridge of that couple? They thought it was a car bomb. That's how it was reported, which is crazy because anyone who was there saw that it wasn't a car bomb. This car was driving so fast, it launched into one of the barricades at the border and exploded. And I'm not laughing at the tragedy of it, but it was Very impressive. It was like Fast and Furious or something. Delco Chris, $10. Best bit ever to be pulled on John was the $5,000 in fake Venmos to Chad. These 3 real super chats have been crushing his spirit like a beer on a Boardsky's head. Like a beer can on Boardsky's head. Yeah, that was one of the greatest pranks ever. John was so upset. He's like, well, come on, you got to give me a VIG. He needed to wet his beak so badly. Lazy Shorts coming in with $5. This is like those commercials for 9/11 memorial coins, except much less valuable and commemorating a much bigger tragedy. I know. John acts like the Tonight Show with Jay Leno is something that we all miss and remember. No. When Johnny Carson left, nobody gave a fuck anymore. Penis Wrinkle, $5. Much love, Lady K. I put an old WATP where John has Jason Ellis on. Horrible interview, and he ended up doxing his phone number. SJ must be stopped. That's one that John forgets. When people talk about all people that John's doxed, and he's like, I haven't doxed that many people. And then we'll start listing them, and you forget about Jason Ellis, who really got pissed at John after that and got out of the Stuttering John business immediately after that interview. It was so bad. But yeah, that was a fun one, Penis Wrinkle. Thank you for everything that you do to get John talking on his shows. You do a great job. Zachary Hoffman, $2. Hey, Carl, tough loss last night, bud. That was brutal. That was a weird way to lose a football game. Eddie Valentino, $2. I'll give John $5 for that watch. Yeah. Someone offered him a BJ. It might have been Penis Wrinkle. Offered him a BJ and 3 buttons. And he sat there and thought about it. He's like, no. I don't know if he was trying to think of a joke or what it was, but it seemed like he was contemplating it. Red473, $5. Does it concern you that John keeps trying to dox you? Any ideas where he's getting his info? It doesn't concern me. He's talking about doing the deep dive on my wife and stuff. We'll get into that. He talks about it again on the show. I'm not worried about it, but it is annoying. And if people do start to fuck with me IRL, then we're going to have a problem. Johnny and I. My sister-in-law, Christina Marie, coming in $5. We passed 200 likes. Eat that, Aaron. Just saying, hi, Carl. I like your tips. They're not frosted tips. I do not frost my tips. It's the lighting in here. I'm going gray, and the lighting in here makes it look like I frost my tips. Damn you, Chris. John Sons of Tyranny, $5. In your third easy for you to say, you and Dr. Steve discussing buying Howard Stern's watch. Funny coincidence? I don't remember that. That is a funny coincidence. I didn't know there were. I'm surprised there were Howard Stern watches, unless he just came to the staff, because Howard would not put his name on any merchandise that I know of. Jan Rabbers coming in with $2.50 in European dollars. When do we get a WATP and TSN show in Europe? That would be fucking killer. But even more of a problem than Canada. Pandy coming in with some type of money I can't possibly know. Is that really Indian? Indian for the live show, Carl. Big fan over here. All right. I'll tell you what. You fly me out. No, I don't want to go to India. But thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Reverend Chris Steele coming in with $2. Stop jinxing the Lions, Carl. Hashtag Tom Mazaway at CZOT Ford. I know. I apologize to my friends in Detroit after Thanksgiving. I said this is my fault. I saw Chris actually tweeted this recently, but I got out ahead of him and said, yeah, it's my fault for saying I like the Lions now. That is why they lost. Kindy, my friend, with $2. Just Carl again, unwatchable. Get Jen downstairs. Jen is out. Bonan, the Carbarian, with $5. You're pretty good at covering Stuttering John, Carl. You should go pro one of these days. All right, let's leave off there for now, guys. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the chats. You guys are entertaining. It's always fun to do that. Let's get back into, this is John. He always uses first and last name when talking about people from his personal life, which is disgusting. He was doing this with, Casey's ex-girlfriend, which was just despicable. No one else was doxing her, saying her name, but John loves to do this sort of thing.
Grizzly Adams, you ever finishing Karen Harris's mouth? Yes.
John, real class act, buddy. A real class act. An ex-girlfriend of yours, you're calling by her full name and talking about coming in her mouth. I'm sure she wants that out there, John. Good job. Well done, sir. Fucking retard. All right. The one thing John's been killing lately is music. He's killing it for everyone. I used to love music. As you know, I'm a musician, But when this fucking guy starts singing, it makes me hate music. It's the worst thing going. He tries to do a Joey C song. I think at a certain point here, maybe he loses the thread on this one and what he's doing.
Joey C's a tool. Every day he acts like a fool. We all know that he's broke. So pass me another toke and let's go smoke and drink and smoke and drink. Let's smoke and drink this Saturday. Let's smoke and drink. Let's smoke and drink. And we'll all have fun this Saturday. School! How's that, Shannon? That was worth every penny, no?
No. John literally thinks that he has a unique skill or talent here. That not everyone can just make up a song like that. Everyone can do that, what you just did. You're not a scary talent in any single way. And it didn't even make fucking sense. You went from calling out Joey C for being broke. He always insults people with things that would insult him. Remember that. So Joey C's broke. Okay. And then he just gets into how he just wants to smoke and drink on Saturday. It just turned into like a celebration of his life out of nowhere for some reason. Kind of odd. Okay. Fair enough. So somebody tells John that the reason why people trash him, and listen, we're not here trashing John. That's John's word, trashing. We're clowning on him. We're goofing on him. We're roasting him. Sometimes it's a review. Sometimes we're legitimately reviewing what he's doing and giving him pointers. But John always refers to everyone's trashing him, and he explains why.
Everyone trashes you, John. What say you? Yeah. Everyone trashes the Yankees because they're the best. They don't trash losers. They trash the winners in life. The losers, they're already happy that they're losers.
Well, that's sound reasoning. Why would you goof on losers? They're already happy that they're losers. What? I loved when we had my buddy Earl, my new friend, Earl David Reed over here. And just to watch his face as he's going, this guy has no idea what he's going to say next. I've never seen an adult like this, where he's trying to come up with the reasoning for it on the fly. Well, I mean, obviously I'm a winner like the Yankees who everyone trashes. And first off, everyone trashes the Yankees. The Yankee fans get very upset when the Yankees don't make the playoffs or win a World Series. They have high expectations every year. But when the Yankees have a good team, they get the respect they deserve for having a good team. I've watched it happen many times in my lifetime. So that doesn't make any sense. But the whole thing where he's like, yeah, they just trash us winners all the time. No one wants to trash a loser. Doesn't even make sense what you're saying. Sounds like you're a moron and maybe even a loser. All right, let's get into the Joey C stuff because this was fantastic. A great job by all. I want to thank Ditka, Dabblestorian, anyone else who was involved in this. They let John know that Joey C was trashing him. And so they send him a link, and John's all ready to go. Oh, yeah, we're going to set up this video I'm going to show you. We're going to find out that Joey C's trashing me, and I'm really going to let him have it. So this is setting that up. Oh, spoiler, this goes horribly wrong. Just so you know. That's what's fun about this setup. Even my buddy Drew Lane sent me a note, a pretty long note. Like, girl, you have to watch this 9 minutes. It's the worst. It's a debacle. It's the worst 9 minutes of broadcasting history, what John does here. Like, everything goes awry for him on this one.
Now, Joey denies. I'm not reading that. Joey denies that he ever said anything bad about me. So now let's see if Joey is telling the truth. Shall we? Let's see.
Yeah, let's see.
Is Joey being voracious? Let's see. All right, Joey. Let's see. You claim you never did this.
All right, here it is. The big reveal.
No, click the link you just sent seconds ago.
Oh,
it's not this one,
the wrong
Ditka.
video? What? Huh?
Fucking Dick. Come on, man.
I just played on the show that we did this past weekend. I was goofing on John for not being good at prep, which is another example of right here. And John goes, "Oh, like you do prep, Carl." He doesn't even understand what this means. Get your shit together before you start the show. Be ready with what you're going to present. Have it on the ready so that you can present it, dummy. That's what we're talking about. And I tell him this to try to help him out, knowing that he'll never learn. He'll never do this correctly because he's a buffoon and a moron. So this is a longer video. He finally gets the video he wants to show here. And so he shows the video. And this is the big reveal, remember. Joey C is trashing John, and yet Joey C says he doesn't trash John. And I guess the reason why John knows that is because John is calling and harassing Joey C all the time and having these conversations, as he was saying earlier in the show.
Let's see what this idiot had to say.
He wants to bring me back down. Maybe people found out about that he found out about something about me, and he's trying to be my best friend. You think he's gonna ask me for money?
Ah, Joey! Hey, Joey!
Okay, let me just recap what we just heard. Joey is obviously reading the chat. He's getting a phone call from John while he's doing his show, or something. I don't know if it's a show or not, but you get my point. And he's reading the chat and he goes, "Do you think he's going to ask me for money?" And John pauses right there and goes, "Oh, I told you." First off, that's not trashing you, John, but okay, let's let it play. Maybe there's more to it than that. There must be, right? Because John's been building up this video the entire episode. All right, let's see.
Hey, Joey!
So now he's calling after just hearing that much.
Joey!
After hearing that much of the video, now he's going to start yelling, "Hey, Joey," like he likes to do. And he is calling up Joey C. And this is funny because we're going to hear later on John calling Tukey thin-skinned. This is the most thin-skinned thing I've ever seen in my life. Do you think he's going to ask me for money? What? What the fuck did he just say? Get him on the phone. Let's go. Let's do this.
Hey, dickhead. Hey.
God, John's a boomer. He is a phone call making motherfucker, isn't he? When I usually text someone before I'm going to call them just to make sure they're available. But even if I do call them, I don't do it live on my show and then put them on the spot like this. And if I did, I would have it pre-planned and I would actually have them running through the board so you could hear both sides of the conversation. Go figure.
Joey, I'm playing you trash. I mean, you want to come on and defend yourself?
Why would you be trashing me, John?
No, it's you trashing me. Do you want to defend this?
I get trashed. When did I trash you?
I'm playing it right now. Come on and defend yourself.
When did I trash you, John? When did I do this?
It just now.
So I don't know if you're hearing this well or not. So Joey sees on the phone, he's going, "When did I trash you?" And John goes, "Just now." John, you're watching a video that someone sent you. You're playing a clip. It didn't happen just now, only in your world. And he wasn't trashing you. Jesus Christ, he's reading the chat. John's calling me. Do you think he's asking for money? That's it. That's all that happened here.
Just I trashed you? Right now,
all right, Joey, what?
Okay, so it sounds like he's in his car with his wife, and I hear his wife yelling. They're getting very hysterical over this.
I'm going to play it for you.
You think he's going to ask me for money? I think that's everybody. I think that's what he's trying to do. But Stuttering John.
See, there you go, saying I'm.
What time was this made, John? That didn't even sound like me.
It's you. You're wearing that dumb green hat.
It doesn't sound like him because you're not doing this correctly. You're playing it through your speakers to your speakerphone to Joey's car. That's why it doesn't sound right for him. You're not doing this well.
I said good things about you. I said I'm not going to talk about John no more. I wish him the best.
Joey.
He's a good guy. What did I say back?
Joey, I'll play it for you. Listen. Christina, are you there?
You're losing it, man. You're losing it. Let me hear it.
All right. Christina, listen to this, Christina.
Someone sent him a fucking video that he found out about something about me, and he's trying to be my best friend. You think he's going to ask me for money? I think that's everybody. I think that's what he's trying to do. But Stuttering John Melendez just rang my phone. Is he going on today? He's calling me to give me a link. I can't do it. I could never do that to.
So after all of that, Joey C did nothing. He said nothing bad about John. So I don't know. I think it's because John's been manipulated by people who said Joey C's trashing you. So no matter what John just heard right there, he's like, he's trashing me. That's how easily John is manipulated by people. He's such a moron.
I told people I'm not going to ever talk bad about you. That you, as long as you don't talk bad about me, I promise you I would.
Yeah, but you're saying that I'm asking you for money.
No, if someone in the chat asked if you were going to be, the reason why you were calling was asking for money. You fucking boob.
I told you that. I'm getting all these messages from people in the chat saying, John's only talking because you want money from me.
Joey, come on and defend yourself.
First of all, defend myself to what, John?
I'll play it for you and you can defend yourself.
The other thing that old people do is yell into their phone. You know, it's on speakerphone, so I have to yell for you to hear me. And Joey C's doing the same thing back. I hear you, John. Jesus Christ, guys. Fucking talk. Just talk.
All right, I'm done. I can't. The fucking guy. Here it is. And, are we watching something that didn't happen?
No, you are watching something that didn't happen. What do you think Joey did to you? What do you think just happened right there? Again, this is all because John's a dumb man who was easily manipulated and saw a note from a guy who gives him $2 at a time on his show saying Joey C was talking shit, and John's too dumb to do any research on his own, watch this video ahead of time, do anything, and actually come to the conclusion that, I guess this wasn't so bad. So now John's going to start playing the rest of the video. And he doesn't get to the part that I'm going to play for you. That's the most important part of the video because, surprise, surprise, he freezes up again. John's computer sucks. It's constantly freezing up during his shows.
And the fans over there, they did a poll the other day in the Shuley network. Let me tell you something. Joe said, let me put it for shits and giggles. And let's take a vote if Joey C stays or goes. 77% of the fans in Shuley's network in his room, and he had like 1,100, 1,200, said Joey C stays. We love Joey C. And
all right, so now I get. Oh no, not again! Come on, you motherfucking! I got to go to the fucking Mac store.
Yes. What else are you doing with your time? This is your show. What are you doing? Why haven't you gone to the Mac store? You've been saying this for weeks, if not months, that you have to go to the Mac store to get your computer fixed. The fuck is wrong with you? It freezes up all the time. And I love the fact he's so stupid. It's just like Opie. He leaves up these chats that he shouldn't leave up. So this entire time, because he can't multitask, he's got Penis Wrinkle up here telling him that trashing someone is not equal to doxing someone. It's excessive to dox someone. And John loves doxing people. He loves threatening doxing. He loves doxing. It's his favorite thing to do, to where he really gets over. Because, I don't know if you know this, but John has no talent. So it's not as if John can go on and do a show and actually make fun of someone where they go, he's got me there. He got me on this one. It's never happened once. So John has to resort to doxing people and whatever. So this is the part of that video that was sent to John. He never got this far. He never got this far on his show. But I think this is what Joey C was trying to tell him when John called him on the phone.
My opportunities are there, man. And John just wants to, I don't know. I wish him well. Got nothing bad to say about the man. I won't, but I'm just not interested. Remember? Screw bolts and nuts.
So you just heard it there. Joey said, I have nothing bad to say about John. I'm not interested. I just don't want to go on his show. And the whole reason being is because he's doing shows on the Shuley network, or at least he's a guest on the Shuley network. So that's why he doesn't want to go on there. And so there it was right there. The part that John needed to get to understand exactly what Joey was saying and why Joey's going, I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about, John? But John, of course, is too stupid and continues to think that he's pulling one over on Joey.
Anyway, guys, so there he is. Stuttering John's going to ask me for money. Joey, I have money, okay? I'm the one who owns the house. You don't. All right?
All right. So John was playing psychologist with me recently, so let me do a little psychology with John. People who have money, people who are rich, like John claims to be, don't get offended when someone accuses them of not having money because they know they do have money. So it doesn't bother them at all. And the fact that he gets upset whenever people say that he doesn't have money kind of proves that not only does he not have money, but he's ashamed of that. He's very much ashamed of the fact that he's broke. And he claims that he has a house. Oh, well, guys, I have a house. There's no furniture in it. Just like the house you bought when you were rich and you moved out to L.A. for the Tonight Show. And Artie Lang says it's a great house, but most of the rooms are not furnished. John can't afford furniture. He'll buy a house that he can't furnish. He'll invite girls over and then threaten to call the police on them when they actually show up to his house because he's embarrassed. It's embarrassing. I really wish Elisa Jordana would have gotten inside that house with her phone, with her IRL streaming, so that we could have seen the filth this fucking guy is actually living in and not just how pathetic it actually is. Would have been kind of fun. All right, let's get back to Super Chats. And then after we're going to go through this round of Super Chats, the big news, John striking the Dabblers channel. And I have an announcement. I have the an official word coming in from Tukey himself. So we'll get his response to everything that's going down, and we'll fill you in on everything that's happening. But first, Bully, $2. I heard you're saying VTL has a spectrum disorder. Well, if you heard that, it probably came from VTL, because VTL is always making shit up. He's so hilarious, that guy. He's always making shit up. It's so funny. Mason in Portland, $5. Sorry about the Bills, and I thought being a Seahawks fan was rough. Dude, you don't even know. I'm glad everyone watched the game, though. What an entertaining game. Josh Allen did everything he could. Desi's not woke, $10. Went to a Corey Feldman show Saturday night here in Vegas, and just like SJ, you can drop the needle on any spot in the videos I took at the footage of the stage and find gold. Oh my God, Desi, this is amazing. We've been watching a lot of Corey Feldman stuff on the Drew and Mike show lately, and the Drew and Mike show have been doing a great job of breaking down concert footage and different interviews he's done. Please send that to me, WATPshow@gmail.com. Send me a link, send me whatever you can. That's amazing, and I'm so jealous. Could you imagine going to Vegas and you're like, oh, all right, what are we going to do? There's so much shit to do. Go see Penn and Teller. We'll catch a Golden Knights game. We got all this fun stuff. And it's like, Corey Feldman is here? Fucking A, yes, I'm in. Let's go. That's awesome. That's a dream come true. Captain Kickass, $5. Can you prove you had relations with John? Can you prove you had relations like John has 5 times? Ugh. It's unbelievable, this fucking guy. The shit that he talks about, using people's names. Deepfake, $2. The Yankees also have fans. Yes, that is true. John does not. That's one of the major differences when John goes, history is the only thing that's important. 27 World Series championships. I'm just like the Yankees. Like, no, people love the Yankees. The Yankees have had long stretches of being successful and having some of the best players to ever play baseball on their team. John Semple, $2.79. If John is winning at life, I don't want to win. It seems miserable, doesn't it? He's constantly, even on Thanksgiving Day, we were playing the clips on the show this past weekend. We're just airing his grievances about Hal Sparks and the Midas Touch brothers. He's pissed at me. He's just an angry man, just screaming into his computer. And I don't know if John realizes this. He obviously does not. But the way that he's going to get past this stage of his life is not continuing to perpetuate it. He's doing this all wrong. All he's doing is continuing to give us things to talk about and to goof on him for. And he can't stop himself. He thinks that one of these days he's going to say something or do something. He's going to get over and everyone's going to come over to his side and be his fans. And he's going to make all the money and Kevin Brennan can suck it. He's going to be the big winner. That would be amazing. Although, and when I think about the old Opie and Anthony subreddit, and I think about the story arc of how that all went down, where they all started as fans, then they started turning on Opie, and Opie was persona non grata. Then they started turning on Anthony, and Anthony's brother, and a bunch of other people, Jim Norton. And there was a time when all of a sudden, I remember this very well, someone created a thread. Opie's the best adjusted. He's the most normal. Opie's actually the best of the crew from the Opie and Anthony show. And I believe the person who posted that was doing it as a goof. And people fell for it because this subreddit is just so busy on who are we bashing next and who's a winner and who's a loser that they all fell for it. And then they started propping up Opie and they hated everyone else and they were giving Opie credit and Opie was feeling good about himself. It was insane. And I think that's maybe what's going to happen with John. Maybe we'll get to a point where Dabblers Anonymous is celebrating him and not for the reason they're celebrating him today. But I do doubt it. John O'Reilly, $2. Not trashing losers is good news for us Jets fans. Yeah, no shit. Oh, man, the poor Jets. They had a good defense when they started the season. Scipio, $5. This is better entertainment than anything Disney has released in years. I agree. Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper, $2. Tukey Taliban stands behind Carl. We coming for you, John. TWO. I got to get that drop. Dang Lizard, €5. Oh, you think so, Lady K? Oh, you really think do? The Coors Light baby. Reverend Shitstain, Powerful Poople, $2. Chet poll. Who is more punchable, Phil 1 or John 2? Okay, we can get that going. Who's more punchable? Well, Phil's got sweet karate moves, so he might block it. Funeral Director, $2. Have you played the Casey Snipe by John? I have not. I haven't. I could play it. Dang Lizard, €5. I recommend Obnoxious John, Stuttering John diss rap video. The kid's gloves are off after his doxing and striking. Fuck Stuttering John. All right. Obnoxious John's diss rap video. I will look for that. Sounds great. Shuli's wife's crystals. Hey, this is the person who likes to post my home address. How's the hot yoga coming along, Lady Kmart? Skola. Oh, are you also the one that told John that I was doing yoga and he believed me? Someone else told John that producer Chris and I listened to Celine Dion on long car drives and give each other back rubs. And John's like, oh, is that true? No, moron. It's not true. Fucking idiot. He's so stupid. But that's why we love him. Okay. Let's get into this. We got to figure out what's going on with, we'll just call him Rocco. Obviously, the cat's out of the bag. We're talking about, it was El Horrible, B. Dabbler, Tukey. There's been some other things, Cordiff. There's been some other characters that he's done over the last couple of years. But this is Rocco. And Rocco decided, they do B. Dabbling Live or B. Dabbler Live on Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. Eastern. And so they decided they had that Aussie guy on from United States of Australia. They had Husey from It's Husey Hello. Obviously, Ralph's on there. Sounds a lot like Cardiff. You got OJ and you got El Horrible. And they were watching the speeches that John's adult children were giving at Susanna's wedding. And we've talked about this. These are out there. Susanna posted them on the internet publicly for some reason, which you don't need to do on Facebook. You surely don't have to. So some people speculate that maybe she did that because she wanted these videos to get out. Who knows? But he decided to do that, and that really pissed John off. He is not happy with that at all, and so he decided to go ahead and put a copyright strike in on YouTube on Rocco's channel.
Now, Rocco decided to again post my kids' videos and do commentary that's completely ridiculous. So, it has been removed. He does not own it. My ex gave me the copyright so I could strike all of these people.
Okay. John is claiming that he owns the copyright to a video of John's adult children giving wedding speeches at their mom's wedding. I don't know enough about this and I haven't looked into it. Is that possible? Is that even possible that you could do that? What kind of paperwork is done to make this happen? I don't know. I honestly don't know. And I know that Rocco isn't sure either, so he's getting some legal advice, and we'll figure out what happens there. I will tell you this. So that video's been taken down because of the copyright strike, but it's still up on Rumble. So if anyone's curious, I put the link to the Rumble video in the description of this video on YouTube. Don't go right now, but you know what I mean. If you want to go check it out, I'll leave that link up there for you. It's pretty easy to find on Rumble either way. So again, this is one of those Streisand effect things, probably, where you want something taken off the internet and it gets a lot more people interested in, oh, what's that thing they want taken off the internet? I want to see what's doing over there. So now obviously, John's upset. So now we're going to get into tough guy talk. And I've met Rocco a couple times. I'm pretty sure he's not intimidated by this in any single way. But that's not going to stop John. Because again, John always does what would scare him. Everything that he does, all the threats that he makes, are all things that would bother him. Because that's what morons do.
Hey, man. So far, all I said was your first name. You want me to continue? You better shut the fuck up about me, Rocco.
Okay. So, tough guy taking a swig of his beer afterwards. You better shut the fuck up about me, Rocco. He knows some stuff. And so, the official statement from Tukey is, they won't get rid of Tukey. This is a desperate act of cowardice by one or more untalented dolts. Tukey's very powerful and very Jewish team of lawyers are working on a counterclaim as we speak. That's all we can say at this time. TWO, hacka hacka. What I'm referring to here is that there's not just one copyright strike that went down. There are two. So we had this copyright strike that happened, but then there's also Bedabbler episode 15, The Tampa Papers. Now, this is going back to the Chad Zumach saga earlier in the year. And so the strike came in and said, the content used is my personal video. Content found in the entire video. Removal request issued by Patrick Lewinsky. That's right. Patrick Lewinsky is now getting Bedabbler's videos removed. And they have a fake email address on here. And so there are now 2 strikes on Tukey's channel because of this. I can tell you that I've talked to Rocco about this. He's not sure who the second strike is from, whether it's Chad Zumach or not. You would assume it was, only because he was the person they were goofing on. However, Chad does deny that he sent that strike in. And I also agree with Rocco that it could be a misdirect. Could be someone else who wanted you to think that it was Chad putting in the strike. So we don't know for sure who did that yet, but Tukey's powerful team of Jewish lawyers are working on it. So we'll stay tuned. We'll stay tuned for that, because this goes on more on John's show, and John is getting very upset. He's threatening a lot of people. At one point, he pulls up a super chat that's his own phone number, but all the numbers are spelled out with letters, so he doesn't recognize it until he reads all of it. And I'm not going to show you that because I don't dox people. But it was kind of funny. It also happened after this clip I'm about to play with his mom's number. Now, whether they're the actual numbers or not, I don't know. But the way John responded made it seem like maybe they were. So John's, again, doxing himself because he's a moron. And when he was pulling up my home address and going, I don't know what that is. I got to get my glasses. I don't know what that is. It was so obvious that he was doxing me on purpose and he wanted to dox me. And what's going to happen from that? I don't know. We're going to get swatted over here. Are we going to have some issues with people showing up? It's happened to my buddy Dick Masterson. It's happened to a lot of people I know. That's the only reason why you give out home addresses, because you're an asshole and you want bad things to happen to people who don't do anything to you. So people who are putting out my address and acting like, oh, this is just fun public information. If you say so, cool. Fun stuff. Remember this. I've never given out my real name. And the reason for that is for this exact reason. So people are like, well, everyone should know Carl's home address. I've never even told you my name. So I don't know why all of a sudden my home address needs to get out there. Fucking retarded. Anyway, so this is John threatening to dox people like he likes to do.
I used the threat of doxing to get what I want. Well.
So that's Penis Wrinkled putting that in a super chat. And he says that's evil. And I agree. Let's see how John justifies it. Because as you know, what John does, he moves very slowly. His brain moves very slowly, but he always justifies his actions.
That's not entirely true. If someone's going to fucking start trashing my family.
That's not entirely true. You use the threat of doxing to get what you want. That's evil. That's not entirely true. All right, let's see how he justifies his shitty actions.
If someone's going to fucking start trashing my family, what am I left with? And they're hiding behind a mask? I'm supposed to fucking sit there and take it? Fuck no.
Well, what you could do is you could make fun of him back even better and get over that way. That's how a comedian would handle it. That's how most people who are successful in life would handle it. Or you could ignore it like you do with Patrick Melton for whatever reason. You can just ignore it, pretend it's not there, and don't give it any air, which is probably what, Richard Ojeda, who's also a dumb guy, gave you that advice, and it was very good advice, that you should really just ignore the trolls and move on with your life and do something else. I mean, you could do a show. You could do your shitty political show that Hal Sparks used to carry. You could do something else. You don't have to address any of this stuff. But the reason that you keep addressing it is why this keeps getting escalated. And more things are happening in this. All right. So as I mentioned after that, someone doxes John's mom's number. And then John starts talking about the wedding speeches. And he's talking about, well, look at my kids were saying great things about their new stepdad. Of course they're going to. It's their wedding. He's part of the family now. They're going to say nice things. What John misses is what they're saying about what life used to be. That is what's so damning about John as a father, as a husband, as a general just person that you live with. It's pretty crazy. You don't have to read through between the lines too much to figure out what they're saying. And this I thought was interesting because I am not a body language expert. I don't claim to be. But I'm pretty sure that when you're shaking your head no, whatever's coming out of your mouth subconsciously, you don't agree with. So I can tell that John does not even agree with what he's saying here.
We all get along. I was a great father.
We all get along. I was a great father. I don't believe you. Doesn't sound correct when you're shaking your head no. Kind of negates what you're saying. All right, but he says that these speeches that you can find on that link in our description after this show, if you want to go over, check it out on Rumble, check out El Horrible's show over there. John says that this is not an indictment of what he calls his fathership. I'm not sure if that's a word or not.
It's not an indictment on my fathership.
Okay.
It is just saying, now, we're happy. Mom's happy. She found another guy. Everything's cool. Who cares? I'm happy for him. Could have been worse. The guy could have been an asshole.
Could have been another you. Right. Good point. So if who cares, and it's not a big deal, why did you strike the channel then? If who cares? I don't believe you. Yet again, also, some of the words they use about finally finding our safe space is pretty crazy. It sounds like maybe things weren't all that great in a previous marriage. I don't know. What do I know? I'm not playing the videos. I just happen to watch them. That's all. That's all I can tell you about that. So John's saying, look, they're not saying anything bad about me, and who cares? It's not a big deal. No one even gives a shit. And then that immediately goes back into more threats of doxing. So that's how you can tell who cares and who gives a shit.
This fucking Rocco guy. See, I know your name. Hey, Rocco. I know your name. I know where you live. Again, I know your name. I know where you live.
So are these funny jokes or are these threats? I know your name. I know where you live. Sounds like he's threatening him. Like when he likes to spell my name and say my wife's name. Sounds a lot like maybe he's threatening him. Patrick Michael, $2. Hey, Patrick Michael. Patty C-Cups. Yo, fat loser, hot Carla. Good point. Shuey's wife's Crystal's $2. I also told him the Celine Dion story. You do feed him a lot of fun tales that he loves to believe. Shuey's wife's Crystal's again, $5. I don't lie. I don't like to lie. You give Chris circular shoulder rubs during long drives. Susanna being stuffed like a turkey by her BBC hubby. Oh, boy. You like to stir it up, don't you? Shuey's wife's Crystals. The greater good, $5. SJ's punchability increases 1,000 times when he does that weird contorted face routine. You can punch Phil if he has a flashlight. You can't punch Phil if he has a flashlight on him. I don't know what he's trying to say. I know that he fights with a flashlight. All right, I'll say that. I get the reference, if that's good enough. Yes, when John makes those faces, I don't know if he thinks he's being funny. That was another thing my buddy EDR was saying on the show. He goes, if he had a friend, they would tell him, you got to stop doing that. You look terrible. Proves that John does not have a real good friend in this world. Mr. Kill Everything, $5. Stuttering John, you are a terrible person and a bad father. I'm so glad that your kids have a loving stepdad who actually cares about them. F you, John. Yeah, they seem like great kids. And that was one of the things that they were pointing out on that show. They seem very well adjusted. They seem like they have a lot of love in their heart and a lot of love for their mom and stepdad, and that's all good stuff. We're rooting for the Melendez family. John, not so much, because he's a fucking prick who threatens everyone.
This fucking Rocco guy. See, I know your name. Hey, Rocco. I know your name. I know where you live. Again, I know your name. I know where you live. And if you're going to get your trolls to start giving out my mom's number, well, what am I left with then?
All right, so that's just a made-up thing. So Rocco is getting his trolls to give out John's number. So someone gave out John's number, and now John has connected that to Rocco, who had nothing to do with it. And Rocco doesn't have trolls. Rocco has listeners. Rocco has fans. I'm a fan. Rocco has fans. He doesn't have this army of trolls that are out there to take you down and ruin your life. And John likes to believe that that's what's going on here. The people who are doing shows like myself and like Cardiff and like Rocco and Shuley, we're all in it for the fun, the jokes. We have a fun time with it. That's why I'm doing this. I could have taken the day off today, but he's sick. And I went, no, this is fun. I'm going to check out what John's talking about from Beer on the Balcony. We'll do an emergency broadcast. We're having fun with it. Do you notice how we're all smiling and laughing and you're threatening and being a prick? And you look miserable, and you're not aging well. Do you see the difference, retard?
Mom's number? Well, what am I left with then?
I have no other choice but to try to have this person's life ruined because someone did a bad thing to me once. Okay, cool.
Doing a deep dive into your family? Look, I don't bring up family. I don't trash family.
What? Hold. This is from Saturday? Didn't John just say on Thanksgiving that he was getting all this dirt on my wife, who is my family member, my wife? He was getting all this dirt and on Christina, and he was getting all this information, and he was going to go after us hard. Did he just say he doesn't go after family? And I have to remind John that I don't go after his family. John likes to pretend, and it could be, I always say John likes to pretend. Drew Lane brought this up recently, and it's a good point. John believes everything people tell him. People like Shuley's wife's Crystals, who say that, oh, Carl just tweeted out a photo of your daughter. Oh, Carl just did this. And John goes, oh, he's doing it again. I never do any of these things. I don't talk about John's family. John talks about his family about 1 billion times more than I ever could. I don't know anything about them. I don't care. So John likes to say, well, I have to go after Carl's wife. He's talking about my family. I'm not talking about your family, and you're an asshole. So keep that in mind. So let's see if he catches himself here and realizes, oh, shit, I just said I'm not going after family after 2 days ago. I was talking about going after this guy's family. People are going to know I was lying. So he better say something here.
Yeah, I've been saying I'm going to say something about these guys' wives. Have I? No.
Oh, I know I said I was doing that, but I was lying. The Chad Zubak defense. Oh, no, I know I said I'm a scumbag and do scummy things, but I was lying. So I don't know why you guys believed that. Okay, cool. That's a fun excuse.
But they think it's okay to bring up family. They're okay.
You know, and this is something that I was messaging with Rocco about today. So John loves to say that we're all bad people who go right to the family card and bring up family and fuck with this guy's family or goof on his kids or whatever he says that we're doing all the time. And I had a thought about that. I'm like, you know who else also has a family is Opie, Greg Opie Hughes. He's got a wife. He's got a couple kids. And we never, ever talk about them. It never even gets brought up. And do you know why? Because Opie doesn't bring them up. When I'm playing clips and John's yelling about his family over and over again, I have to address that he's talking about his family. He's talking about them. I don't even know what Opie's kids' ages are. The only thing we've ever talked about is that Opie says he can't leave New York City because his kids have friends in school. And I'm like, that's retarded. They're not going to be friends with those kids when they're adults. Get the fuck out of New York City. You can't afford it anymore. But that has nothing to do with his family. That's just Opie being Opie. He's an idiot. But that's the thing. Opie doesn't talk about his family because he's smarter than John. He's been doing this a lot longer. He's had trolls a lot longer. So he knows if he brings them into this, then people are going to use that against him. Everything that you bring up, John, people will use against you. How have you not learned this yet? Are you the dumbest man in the world? Answer the question.
That is fucking cowardly. And I'm from New York. And in New York, you do that, you get your ass kicked.
Okay. This is something that Cardiff brought up recently. You got to stop playing the New York card. You were brought up in the suburbs on Long Island. He acts like he's this tough street kid from Brooklyn or the Bronx. You're not. You're just a normal fucking middle-class dude who grew up on Long Island with all the other middle-class dudes and all your buddies. And it's no different than where I also am a New Yorker. I also live in New York, John. I know exactly how this goes down. This is what happens in life, okay? Not just New York. When you have a friend group and they have your back, they'll stick up for you. It has nothing to do with New York. It has nothing to do with where you're from at all. John doesn't have that. And it's very obvious. It's painfully obvious he doesn't.
To bring up family. They're okay. That is fucking cowardly. And I'm from New York. And in New York, you do that, you get your ass kicked. You don't start fucking with somebody's wife. And you don't start fucking with somebody's children.
Then why are you doing it? And again, these are threats. These are threats of violence. Where I come from, if you do that, you get beat up. Okay, that's a threat, John. How do you not know that, you moron? So you're threatening us with violence for doing the thing that you're exactly doing right now. Interesting. And what have I said about Susanna? I want people to pull anything I've said about Susanna. Did she make a bad decision marrying John? Yeah, I think she would tell you that. But I'm sure she loves her kids and she's happy that that happened. And I've said she's a lovely woman and I feel bad for her and I wish her the best. So this idea that I'm the one who's going after people's wives, that's why he has to go after my wife, is a lie. It's ludicrous.
You don't start fucking with somebody's wife, and you don't start fucking with somebody's children. And believe me, you don't only get an ass kicking from one guy. No. Oh, no. Trust me.
Okay. So John and all his friends are going to beat us up, apparently. John, all of your friends are pushing 60. No one is intimidated by this group of people. Hitman Dan with his cane or any of your other lush buddies that we see the photos of when you head back to New York and go out to the bars with them. No one's intimidated by this group of people at all. And I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't actually have your back. As soon as they're like, yeah, well, all I did is I said that I was doing a deep dive on this guy's wife and I was getting all this dirt and I was going to bring it up on the internet and try to humiliate them. And then I doxed them and wanted people to swat them and fuck up their lives. Get them! Okay. Can't wait to do that, John. Can't wait to help you out with that. All right, let's get some super chats here. You guys are great. Over 2,000 tuning in on a Monday afternoon. I should do this in prime time and see what happens. Jesus Christ, this is fantastic. I really appreciate the support from everybody. We read that one. Where am I here? Yeah, we read that one. Okay. Killing for days, $5. You can't say you've never used your real name. As a longtime listener, I very early used your real name. Did I use my real name very early? I didn't used to say hamburger, but I don't think I ever used my real name. But you could be right. I've done over 500 episodes just of Who Are These Podcasts when you count in the bonus material and everything we've done. So that's a lot of hours. It's very possible I have used my real name, but I've definitely gone out of my way to not. You might have noticed. Mike XF with €2. I have a beautiful house, a pool, and a father boat. Michael P, who I met in Buffalo. $5. His ability to justify his own actions is as quality as his hair dye. Go Bills still. You know, I'm not one of these guys. Let me get into it with Michael P real quick, guys. Then we'll get back to the program. I'm not one of these guys who goes, well, I just hope they lose the rest of the game so that we get a higher draft pick. Nah, you want to have winners. You want to have a team that's winning. So you want to build some momentum going into the next season. They're not making the playoffs this year. This season's over. They had a tough schedule, but on top of that, the officiating this year, don't even get me started on that. Everyone gets annoyed when I talk about the officiating. There was a horse collar tackle last night on Josh Allen that they ended up calling intentional grounding on Josh Allen. And even Tony Romo, who works for CBS, who works for the NFL, was just like, how the hell did he miss that call? This is ridiculous. And I was reading all the people, even on NFL.com, were talking about like it was the worst call. So the officiating has just been atrocious. It seems like maybe there's some manipulation in the league because there's so much legalized gambling now. There's big money in it. So all of it seems crazy to me. My point is they've had a lot of injuries to the defense. It's not their year. It's too bad. People like to rub my face. Oh, the Bills aren't very good. Yeah, the Bills haven't been very good for most of my life. So it's fine. We'll get over it. We'll move on. So I hope they continue to win games and play well. I'll be there watching, even though it's not as exciting when they're not in the playoff hunt. Beloved Chatter, $5. John made a great point. It's 100% our fault at this point if we believe anything he says. Yeah, good. That is a good point. Why am I even believing him? The black ass, $2. I would have gone after his wife, but I got drunk. That's like the, I was going to clean my room, but then I got high. Thank you, Christian Blatt. You can see Christian Blatt and Eric Zane, EZ, on this very channel, Tuesdays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Who are these broadcasters? Catch up on the week in broadcasting. Mrs. Melendez, I wish I was dead. Wow. I'm sure that's not the real Mrs. Melendez. Uncle Sammy Poo, $5. Hopefully, John doesn't find out my real name is actually Sammy Poo. Also, did Vin go into a coma after watching TLJ? Rise of Skywalker was way worse. The Last Jedi. Oh, it wasn't way worse. No, it was not way worse, sir. How dare you? It was stupid. There's some really dumb plot points and things they did with it, but definitely not way worse. And so what he's referring to is Vinny has a consequence on the creep off. We have a contest going with the listeners, and the loser has to spin a wheel of consequences. And so Vinny has to watch The Last Jedi 3 times in a row and live stream it. I had to watch Cuties 3 times in a row and live stream it, so I don't feel bad. Purple coming with $5. Hope your day is going well, Carl. Let me know when you're down in Florida again so we can grab a Coca-Cola. Will do, Purple. We'll be in touch for sure. Looking forward to hanging out again, and I'm getting real close to a date and location for a live show in Tampa in March. Stay tuned for that. KC, my buddy Casey Armstrong, $10. Thank you, Casey. It's still about him and not how the family is having an amazing life. The disgust I feel for Mr. Eggplant Head will help me with the rest of my day. Love you, Carl. Love you, Casey. Yes, everything that we're talking about with John. And this is what's so incredible is if people go after John's kids, and there have been a couple people who have, and they don't really know a lot about them, but if you really go after John's kids, John, you'll know it. It'll be very different than what you're seeing here. Carl said that my daughter looks like she could be Baba Booey's daughter. Yeah, there's a facial similarities. Get over it. It's not that big a deal. AI Ray with €5 comes in. Why worry about doxing when you're a comedy nomad? My address? It's wherever the Wi-Fi is strong and the rent is non-existent. Hashtag Dax-proof life. Dox-proof life. Yes, Ray DeVito, you figured it all out at the age of 49, however old Ray DeVito is. Doing well. Superman coming in, $5. I think John is mad at his kids for making that wedding video, so he gets pissed. So he gets people to trash them. I think he's very upset that video came out. I mean, again, Susanna posted that publicly. Most posts on now, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't use Facebook anymore. But when you post on Facebook, isn't it private by default? It just goes to your friends and family, or, the people that you're following or follow you on there. The fact that she posted it publicly tells me that she might have wanted it to get out. And I'm sure John is not too pleased that people are watching that. And again, they're lovely children, lovely adults doing very well for themselves. We're happy for them. Dang Lizard, €5. B Dabbler said such terrible things like, John has really wonderful kids. Yes, that's literally what he was saying on there as they were playing it. Now, I will say that there were other people on the show that weren't as kind. And Husey might need to apologize to one Stuttering John. But El Harible, Tukey sent me a note just now. If you see this ad, thank you to everyone for all the support. I love you all more than a friend. All right. He's got to get back to work now. God damn these people with real jobs, real day jobs. It's unbelievable. Let's just finish up with the chat here. Again, appreciate the support, everybody. This is fantastic. I never would have thought I'd be able to go live on YouTube and have all these people supporting the show like this. Penis Wrinkle 12, $2. Only Pat Melton can destroy and disrespect his kids. I know. He gets a pass. I don't know who that is. Yes, you do. You know exactly who that is. Stop it. Dan Tanner, $10. John can't beat his meat without passing out from acute alcoholism. God, could you imagine? That'd be a sad day. That would be a very sad day. John is so out of shape. Oh, that's the part that I wanted to point out. Let me bring this back up. Let me get this chat off the screen. because you could see his beer gut, the way that his shirt is resting. It gets folded over. He's not a healthy, look at this. He's not a healthy man. Also, I'll point this out because I'm not an Adonis myself. You might be surprised to learn. Look at that. Ugh. I'll just point this out. Sitting on a couch is not flattering for anyone. It's just the worst thing you can do when you're broadcasting. You got to get rid of the couches. Sit in a chair. Sit up in a chair. Get a desk in front of you. Be an adult. Do a show. Don't know why I have to tell people this. I was on the Stern Show and then I was on the Tonight Show. Yeah, what did you learn? Nothing. How is that possible? Did you ever see Jay Leno sitting on a couch? Reverend shit saying powerful pooper $2. I'm actually Knight Melendez in real life. Shh, don't tell. I won't, Knight. Mrs. Melendez, $2. Even I think John's kids are losers. Again, I don't think that that's the real grandma to these wonderful children. Matthew Rowley coming with $5. Seriously? I couldn't get some help with the Eagles. Also, go blue. Kick the shit out of Crying Ryan in Ohio for a third time. An impressive victory by my Michigan Wolverines. Unbelievable. They were able to beat Ohio State. And we'll see how they do in the playoffs. Playoffs? Carlos Hamburger Isa. $5. There is nothing acute about John. I get it. Trevor Zero, $10. Decaying alcoholic screams at fake names at the internet. More at 11. Yes, indeed. God, when he was trying to snipe Kevin Brennan's show and Kevin wasn't going on his show, and, he was also trying to snipe Casey Armstrong, and he's sitting there and he's 3 hours behind. So for him, it's 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. For these guys, it's 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And he's like, I bet they're wasted. I bet they're so inebriated. That's why they're not even doing the shows right now. Jen, it's 3 hours earlier and you're drunk. What are you talking about? How is that a burn on any of these fucking people? Idiots. Erica Ann is a member for 3 months. Thank you, Erica Ann. SJ has to be the dumbest man alive, and it's fascinating. Yes, it's not because he's a winner and we all are jealous and want to tear him down. It's just the opposite of that. He's the dumbest, most unaware person on the face of this earth, and we can't get enough of it. To the point where other unaware people like Opie and like Patty Seacups, other people that we like to talk about, Tom Myers, Tom Myers might be in the same boat as Stuttering John with his lack of self-awareness now that I think about it. But John he's so out there that it's hard to talk about these other characters because they're just not as nuts and dumb as John is. I guess I didn't really explain that well. Try again later. Connor, $5. Anything SJ calls someone else out for he is guilty of, he telegraphs his own shortcomings. 100%. And VTL likes to say that all criticism is self-criticism. I don't think that's true. But when it comes to John, it most certainly is. He really does fall into that trap. And he's got this personality disorder, John does. He's a narcissist. I know I had to say John does because I was just talking about VTL for a second there. But another person with a personality disorder is Stuttering John Melendez. And he has narcissism. But there's other things going on there as well. And his lifestyle is not helping him. Again, my buddy Earl pointed it out. He looks so unhealthy. This is a man who is not doing well inside or out. Things are not going the way that he had planned in life. It'd be amazing if Howard were to latch onto the Dabbleverse and become a part of this. I would really enjoy that. Fred, the coordinator, $5. Melton loves Tukey. Wonder how Melton will react to John going after Tukey. John likely just shot himself in the foot again. That is an alliance right there. You are correct about that, Fred, the coordinator. I know for a fact that Tukey and Melton are boys, and that's not going to go over well, that strike. I still can't believe that you could just be like, yeah, Susano gave me permission to own the copyright on the video, so I gave it a copyright strike. I don't know if you have to own a copyright to give a copyright strike. You probably don't. I'm sure YouTube just wants things cleaned up on their end. But why? I hate YouTube. We got to get on Rumble over here, I think. Connor, $5. Also, anything he makes fun of someone else for, he is sensitive about. He calls you Carla, yet he incessantly calls and texts people like a chick. Yes. Again, when John likes to call me out for being a girl or being effeminate, These are things that if you said to him, he'd get upset about. So that's why he uses them as insults. But you're also correct in the fact that when John and I had that brief moment in time where we were actually messaging each other to set up our shows that we were doing together and trying to be cordial, this fucking guy, as soon as something happens, he'd call me up. Carl, you can't believe what's going on right now. Oh my God, Chad Zubak, blah, 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 blah. It's like, all right, do we have to fucking call me for this shit? Oh my God, Carl, somebody in your Discord just said a thing and you got to do something. I'm like, okay, John, Jesus Christ. Calm down, buddy. Shoot me a text next time. The greater good, $2. Pro sports is rigged. Follow politics instead. Yeah, I know. No shit. It's also frustrating. Dang Lizard, €2. Carla, Lady K, your real name clearly is Carla Carl. I get very confused, and then the Lady K Mart. She's got a lot of nicknames for me. And all right, I'll point this out to John again. I'm giving him free advice, but who cares? Why not, right? Trump was very good at giving people nicknames that stuck. And the reason why is because he found the right nickname and stayed with it. He didn't go around calling Hillary Clinton 7 different things. So you get confused. Like, oh, wait, which one is that? That's Hillary or that's... Okay, right, yeah. No, it's Crooked Hillary. That's it. Sleepy Joe. You pick one and you stick with it. And it works better that way. John's got so many nicknames for me. Carla, Lady K, Lady Kmart. What else does he call me? I'm blanking on it. He's got a bunch of them for me. And this just in, none of them hurt my feelings at all. Grizzly Adams did have a beard, $2. Have you ever finished in your wife's mouth? Jesus, I know. What kind of fucking question is that to respond to? John, have a little bit of class, asshole. None of your business is the answer to that question. Jesus. John's toe hair is $2. Where's your kid's she-burger? Scola! Yeah, I know, the she-burger thing. That's another one. Dave O'Flave, $5 Canadian. What X-Men character do you think John is closest to? I'm thinking the Toad guy from X-Men 1. Not an X-Men guy. I don't know. I'll let you guys debate that in the chat, I suppose. Eddie Valentino, $2. Love Tukey, TWO, 100%. Whatnot Chaser, $2. I would be so fun to slap him. It would be so fun to slap him. I agree. Just to watch his face. His face is so big. I think it would kind of shake for a while after that happened. In a boxing ring. In Fortnite, I would slap him. David Chandler coming in. David, I appreciate you, buddy.
Yay, super chats.
$50. David Chandler says, I have no doubt that John has awakened in morning after passing out with his pants down and his unfinished Little John in his hand. Oh, I guarantee that's happened. Well, even the other night when he was drunk, he was on his 7th beer or whatever beer he was on. Hard to tell. He goes, all right, I got to go eat some edibles. It's like, wait, what? You're already wasted and now you're going to go eat drugs? Of course you're passing out with your little prick in your hand at that point. He might be a loser. I'm just going to point that out. Funeral director, $2. What's up with John's peanuts, pump, and knee guy? Okay. Very good, funeral director. God damn it. Hey, there's my boy. NLO coming in. Patrick Melton says, why are you unburnt in late November? Answer the hard questions, Carl. Find out how Melton reacts on the next Nobody Likes Onions. Yeah, we don't get a lot of sun. I don't know if that's what you're referring to. We don't get a lot of sun up here where we are. It's not like Vegas, but thanks for tuning in, Patrick Melton. Always enjoy your show. Eddie Valentino, $5. The 2 strikes B Dabbler got could affect the Chad sniping network in theory. Yeah. Not in theory. For sure. 2 strikes is a big deal. You get a 3rd strike in 3 months' time and you're donezo. It's over. So it's a big deal. And I know he's fighting it. And I'm actively pursuing, we got a copyright strike for Blind Mike and I on our Patreon, patreon.com/whoarethespodcasts. Oh, I should probably do one of these guys. Blind Mike and I got a strike from Simon & Schuster for doing Julia Fox's audiobook. We were playing that and pulling out some clips and goofing on it. And so I countered it, and then they went through with it, and they're like, no, this is a strike. So now I'm putting myself out there and saying it's definitely not. And if I lose this, then we'll get a strike on our channel, and it's annoying. It's all very annoying. In Gazio, whatever, John has become a cross between Jeff the Drunk and Eric the Actor. That is perfectly summed up with a little bit of Beetlejuice in there as far as mental capacity. But yes, that is very well said. Patrick Melton again coming in. Sunburnt. I'm not dumb. You are. Did I not read that correctly? Hold on. Let's go back. Let's go back to the tape. Oh, okay. Why are you unburnt? I see. Okay. It is sunburnt. Is what he meant. Rick Q, 3220. John calls you Lady K because he still thinks that you are gay because you don't have children. And again, that's something that you can plant any seed you want in John's mind and he'll believe it and he'll repeat it. And I believe that that was one that VTL told John as he was telling him how jealous I am of him. So I don't have kids, but I can't make kids because I don't know if you know this. There's never been a gay man who had kids before. That's something that gay men just can't do for some reason. I'm obviously being sarcastic. Gay men have kids all the fucking time, John. You moron. Dumb idiot. All right, this has been fun. This has been productive. It's been a good use of everyone's time, I would say. Anything else that I'm missing in the chat that we should be discussing? Any other questions for me? I think I'm going to do another bonus show this week before the month's up. Leaving for Florida soon, too. So we'll see what happens there. The Black guest, of course, he's on top of the nerd culture. Christian Blatt says, there's literally an X-Men villain called the Blob. Well, that would be my choice, too, then. That sounds about right. Cool. Well, we will finish up here. Again, guys, thank you so much for the support. WhoAreThese.com is our website. And if you check out our Patreon, we do bonus episodes. You can watch Who Are These podcasts live every Wednesday and Saturday as we record them, unedited. Be part of that chat. Be part of the show before we put out the show. Thank you all so much for being here with me today. Guys, I have a special treat for us today. What? This is exciting. I wasn't expecting this to happen, but I always appreciate when it does. Tukey is here. Hey!
Whoa! Hello, everybody.
Here comes the grease ball. I knew I kissed my favorite person of color for a reason today.
That's right. You certainly did.
Fantastic.
Now, Tukey, I'm glad you're here because I want to talk a little bit about Stuttering John. Now, let me explain. I did an entire episode, a bonus episode on Monday, breaking down John's Beer on the Balcony episode. We talk about John a lot. I'm not going to go on and on today with the whole extended thing. I have a thing going on with John right now where he said he has nude pics of my wife and then threatened revenge porn to put those out. What a dick. Tukey has a thing because there's a strike on Tukey's channel that came in from John. We're asking John to remove the strike. So we both have some things going on with John, but I want to keep this fun, Tukey. We want to, the whole point of the show, it's a roast. Yes. We're watching John and we're goofing on him. Comedy. Have you forgotten laughter? Not you.
This is what it's like when people stop being nice and start getting real.
Tukey's showing his age. Yeah. All right, let's get into it. Now, I will play him making the threat, the revenge porn threat. We'll get into that. We'll talk about it a little bit. But let's have some fun first. And the way we're going to start this off is actually, since we were just talking about the Opster, John addresses Opie. Apparently, Opie posted a video on Twitter this week, and John was not happy about it.
But he's not going to do the whole entire show about me. Shitway's got nothing else. Lady K's got nothing else. They don't even talk about Opie anymore because nobody gives a fuck about Opie. Sorry, Opster. But if you're going to start promoting fucking Artie Lang, fucking trashing me, well, then I don't give a fuck about you. And you don't come on my show when I ask, fuck off, Opie. I don't give a fuck about you. Yeah. Go ahead. Add your list. Go ahead. Put your name on the list of my enemies because I don't like you.
Put your name on the list of my enemies.
And write it 100 times.
What an idiot.
I'm just glad we finally got a stutter for once.
Yeah, I know. He actually stuttered for a second there. But only because he doesn't know what he's going to say.
It's more like a stammer.
Yeah. Stupid. Got a stutter. He's just dumb. Yeah. So I just thought that was the funniest line ever. Put your name on the list of my enemies. Yeah. And it started off with, he put out this tweet, and he doesn't even come on my show.
Yeah.
So he goes on. He's not happy with Opie. And he thinks he knows why Opie posted this video. He's got it all figured out. You know, you can't beat this, John likes to say. He's a Mensa guy. He gets it. He knows what he's doing.
And then today, hey, here's a clip. Artie Lang fucking takes a hilarious shot at Stuttering John. Really, Upster? Have I not been in your corner this whole time? Have I not been one of your biggest supporters this whole time? And you decide to take a shot at me? Why? Oh, you want to get in on the Dabbleverse. Oh, you see there's money to be made. You already own a house in the fucking Hamptons on the beach. What more do you want? A nice place on the west side of Manhattan. You've made it. But then you attack me too?
John thinks that Opie, because of this tweet he put out, is trying to enter to the Dabbleverse for all the riches that it brings you.
I know. Meanwhile, there's a 99-cent thing sitting on the screen.
Opie's watching this and being like, holy shit, I can make that kind of money? All right.
25 pesos. I'm in.
Fuck these Facebook stars. Jesus.
So let me show you the tweet that he's responding to. Opie just wrote, Howard Stern, best ever, says Artie Lang, but also takes hilarious shot at Stuttering John. So John just saw this and went, oh, Opie's turned on me. He's one of them. Oh, let me point out too. So this is from yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. I grabbed this just now before the show. It's got 8 likes. Opie puts out tweets with Artie Lang and video links, and he's tagging Stuttering John and gets 8 likes.
And one of them's Doggy.
Yeah.
The fuck's he doing?
Farting in the mosh pit of the internet.
Yes. All right. So let's watch this video. This is what he's talking about. And what Artie's talking about is the fact that Howard went to that game show, America's Got Talent. All right. So he's talking about that.
It was when Howard was on America's Got Talent as a judge, sitting next to Heidi fucking dickhead Nazi Klum.
Yeah.
She's judging comedians. A stuttering comic. Howard told a stuttering comedian that he was an unfunny stuttering comedian.
Yeah.
That he was inspirational. Stuttering John was almost suicidal after the show. He couldn't open his mouth without friendly. He almost hung himself 3 times. Inspirational. What the fuck? How is he pulling this off?
So, did it sound like Artie was trashing Stuttering John just now? Is that what you would have gotten from that clip? He was talking about how there was the stuttering comedian that Howard was praising.
He was recounting Howard trashing Stuttering John.
Right. So then Opie responds to this whole thing. And it's funny because we've just reviewed how Opie was very thin-skinned with Louis J. Gomez. Oh, yeah. And just a little tweet out of nowhere, and Opie fucking flew off the handle and overreacted like a motherfucker. So now it's Opie's turn to explain to John that he's overreacting. Hey, Stuttering John, is it your goal to have a problem with everybody? You probably should have clicked on the video. How did you get Artie trashing you out of this clip? He was actually doing the opposite and supporting you against Howard. Delusional.
Wow. Opie breaking it down, being the voice of reason.
But this is the thing with all these retards. They just see their name in a tweet. And they go, oh, no, this guy's trashing me and that guy's trashing me.
Instead of just being happy that anybody is...
remembers
that you're on anyone's radar at all.
Yeah, the fact that Opie tagged him meant he wanted him to see that. He wasn't trying to start a feud with Stuttering John, but John is way too stupid.
John is
he thinks everyone's out to get him.
Permanently wound up.
Yeah.
He's just ready to go.
Yeah, Tukey, did you watch his show from yesterday?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did, Carl.
He was more wound up than usual, but performative. You could tell he's putting it on now. He thinks this is what makes him entertaining. He thinks that this is what makes him charismatic. It's why we're all tuning in.
Was yesterday the show with Vince?
No. So yesterday he did another show where he's very upset with everybody. The day before that was the show with Vince. And I didn't really pull a lot of clips from that because I feel like and even though it's 2 days ago, a lot of people have already talked about that, and a lot of the clips have already gotten out there. But what was your takeaway from that show, Tukey?
Oh, no. Well, I mean, he was very sure of himself during that show because he likes having Vince around. These guys, as we have always said, as long as they have a friend around, they feel very confident. They like to have a friend in their corner.
Especially a guy like John. John's a narcissist, and he needs to have whoever's on with him agreeing with him, or he kicks them off. And so Vince, the attorney, understands that. And so while he's on there, he's mostly just agreeing with John the whole time and going along with it, because that's how you're going to get the most out of Stuttering John.
Mm-hmm. And there's just so much going on that I really did not remember if yesterday was the Vince episode. But you're right. There was another episode.
There was another episode. In this episode, he's all fired up to the point where he thinks he's going to have a heart attack. He's worried about his own health. I don't know how long he is for this world, the way he's acting. But don't worry. He's got some medicine there that he takes.
All right. Now, there's a lot of things I have to calm down. I almost had a fucking heart attack.
Oh.
I swear to God. That's how angry I am. I drank a double shot or a triple shot of that Starbucks fucking white chocolate drink.
So it sounds like it's caffeine and not anger. Okay.
He's already off the Slim Fast.
Yeah, right.
He's like Jesse Spano. He's going to overdose on caffeine.
I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
So scared.
Showing his age again, I have to say, this Tukey character.
Shut up.
Thought he was only a year old.
Shut up.
Yeah, my heart is racing. Hold on.
Have a Red Bull.
Oh, there's my amlodipine. This is my blood pressure. Hold on. Fucking hell.
Fucking hell. Drink.
Slipped out.
Hey, let's drink this.
a
Wash
beer.
that down with a
Oh, yeah.
beer.
I have a fucking heart attack right here.
It's not like alcohol affects your blood pressure in any way. All right.
All better now. Yep. We just take this pill with my beer and all better. Very good.
Where was I? Joey C's an idiot.
Yeah, I know. I love the way he segues from that, too. It's fantastic. So this is, John says he keeps threatening he's going to leave the internet. In fact, he was even saying on the show, he's been auditioning. He talked to his manager. An audition went really well. He might have something going on. He might leave the internet and leave us all high and dry. Because God knows, if John leaves tomorrow, the Tukey puppet is getting burnt out in the streets. Cardiff retires the potato. Yeah,
the streets.
We're making French fries out of Cardiff. It's all over. John leaves. But some people are saying that there's a lot of content that John's been putting out that we could always go back and review. John explains, well, you can't because it's old content.
It's behind my paywall.
Well, no, he's just saying it's old in this clip. But then he remembers, and this is something I don't play a lot of clips on this show, but a lot of his show these days is him watching himself on the Howard Stern show. So he kind of fucks up what he's doing.
DJ Q, you go away. Everyone will share plenty of content. Years and years of content. Good. Because old content gets old. You know? Unless it's, of course, something like the Howard Stern show and something with me, on the Howard show. Yeah, then it becomes, then it's fucking genius.
You know what? I do know.
You know. So I love that he caught himself realizing that what he's saying right now kind of fucks up his own show format. So there is some content that never gets old, and that is busting on Baba Booey's teeth.
Oh, God.
Will be funny for decades to come. Everyone will be laughing about that, especially Vince the lawyer's kids. They can't get enough of busting on Baba Booey's teeth. They think it's the funniest thing in the world. All right. So let's get into, apparently Cardiff sent an email threatening John, and John's threatening Cardiff. These two, I sent a link to Cardiff too. If he shows up, we'll get him to join the show and put in his 2 cents. But John and Cardiff right now are really going at it. There's a lot of problems going on.
Oh, that reminds me. Hey, Potato, if you keep threatening people on YouTube, I had a whole chat with YouTube today. I said, this guy is posting all my YouTube members and threatening them. I said, what should I do? They said, if it continues, keep on keeping track.
Keep on keeping on.
It's literally a blow off. I doubt he talked to anyone at YouTube, but if he did, they're just like, okay, Mr. Melendez, yep, no, I hear you. Well, keep checking in on it and let us know if it keeps going.
Yeah, we got Karen on line 3 again.
Yeah, I know. Fucking Karen.
Stay the course.
It was just the little stupid support chat with somebody from overseas.
Yeah, it's probably a bot. It's just going.
And then send us the links to each one, and then we're going to figure out what we're going to do. So fuck you, Cardiff. You don't start threatening. It's against the TOS. You don't start threatening my fucking members. You got it? Capiche?
I knew it was coming.
Understand? Dumb fuck.
Everything about except that last part. Catpiche.
I know where you work.
So he's
no, you don't.
upset with Cardiff for threats, and then he starts singing a song about "I know where you work." That seems like a threat, right?
No, that's not a threat. He's just saying that in a malicious kind of cryptic way.
Yeah,
like when he says, "I know where you live. I know where you live."
Hey, Tukey, I know your name. I know where you live.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doxing anyone. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm just threatening people nonstop. What's the problem?
He's such a cunt.
He really is just the worst now. Also, that thing he does, I don't know why I know where you work is a song. I've never heard that song before. But he's doing that thing.
I know where you work. I'm gonna dox you every day.
But he's doing that thing with his fingers, like someone who's never played guitar would do.
Yes.
They're pretending to play guitar. He's just moving his fingers back and forth.
Playing one of those Indian guitars.
Sitar. All right.
Yeah.
So you just heard that he claims that Cardiff is threatening his members. At the same time, John is obviously threatening Cardiff, and Cardiff is here. Cardiff, welcome to the show, buddy.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hi.
All right. You came at the
I
exact
just put in the
right
private
time.
chat my response to John, if you want.
Oh, I have that.
Because I show the threat that he claims I threatened.
That's my next video I was about to play. So this works out perfectly because Cardiff posted this today, and John is claiming that Cardiff emailed him threatening John. And the email is about removing the strike on Tukey's channel. We all want John
Well, I didn't say that much.
Well, right.
I didn't even say that much in my email.
No shit.
I don't even care about that.
But no, this is great because we're going to watch John lie in real time. And Cardiff does a brilliant job of breaking this down in this video that he made.
This is the problem with you guys. Cardiff Electric emailed me threatening me today. Do you understand that? Threatening me.
Okay. So Cardiff Electric threatened John. We all understand that?
With a good time?
Hold on.
Okay. I'll show you it.
Yeah, please do.
If you don't believe me.
I don't believe you. Show it.
He threatened me.
Well, it's not showing it.
So then I do this. So there's the action.
So now Cardiff shows what the actual email exchange was with John that he's talking about. The subject line is remove the strikes and there is no body. That's it.
That's all I sent him.
That's all you said. It was just an email that says remove the strikes. And what does John send back to you? A new one is coming for your show. My family is off limits, dickhead. So it sounds to me like the only threats that are happening here are the wave one from John to Cardiff. But okay, let's see how.
I even had the decency to block out his email on my video.
I know. Let's see how.
Now, Newton's third law of motion for every action.
Yeah.
Comes an equal negative reaction.
That's not negative. It's opposite.
Yeah.
It's an opposite reaction. You're a fucking science teacher, John. For every action, there's a negativity in the table first.
Oh, that's Newton's seventh law.
The opposite of positive is negative. So incorrect again, hamburger.
Yeah, gotcha again.
So if he's gonna start with me and threaten me, then I'm gonna then come back. You see how that works? Newton's third law of motion.
Try again.
Look it up, but I know I have to. Like it's not exactly all the right words, but it means if you come at, you hit this, this thing has an equal.
Science teacher.
Reaction.
Jesus Christ. Unbelievable.
Yada, yada, yada. I know what I meant.
Right. It's unbelievable.
Remove the strike on Bedabbler, douchebag.
Yes, remove the strike, douchebag. You're not going to win anyway.
I like how it's just R.
I know what the R stands for. All right. So fast forward a little bit into this episode. John's talking about how the reason why he's very fired up in this episode. He's talking about the reason why, you might have heard this before, why everyone's jealous of him is because he's a celebrity. He's a big deal celebrity. And so my buddy Penis Wrinkle mentions to him that, well, just because you were a celebrity doesn't mean you are a celebrity. These things come and go. And you're no longer a celebrity. And the fact that you think you are is laughable. So John has a response for that as he explains that this happens to other people too, where they stop becoming celebrities.
Have you seen Meg Ryan lately in anything? She was the fucking America's princess. When Harry Met Sally, You've Got Mail. You name it. She's in it.
So
and the others.
So I just want to point out, John, you were never a hot chick. The reason why Meg Ryan is no longer a celebrity is because she's not 24.
Yeah.
Okay? You were supposedly a comic, and comics can be comics for their entire careers. There's lots of older people who still have a career in comedy. So the Meg Ryan example is a terrible example, and it proves how dumb you are.
John's more of a Danny Masterson.
Yes.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
And he's also saying that, celebrities will go away. So he's proving their point.
Correct. But he's saying there's ebbs and flows.
Sure.
You know, he's in a valley right now. A peak is coming, obviously. He's literally in a valley.
Back when I was a hot chick. Oh, but I've said too much.
I've said too much.
Did you get the part where he proves that he's a celebrity?
Well, before I get to that.
Oh, okay, good.
You guys might have heard his stomach at the beginning of that.
Oh, that was him?
I enhanced it.
I thought that was Cardiff.
I enhanced it here because remember that John is chugging beer and prescription drugs. That's what he's doing during the show, so you can hear it.
Blood pressure medication.
Have you seen Meg Ryan lately in anything?
He even makes his facial expression even goes along with his stomach hair.
Have you seen Meg Ryan lately in anything?
Dude, when I was watching this last night, I went, holy shit, was that him? I had to look around my house. I'm like, what made that noise? That was John? Holy shit. So what was the rest of the justification, Cardiff?
Oh, you don't have it?
I don't.
Oh, where he said, I was even on a show. Celebrity, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. That proves I'm a celebrity.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
No one's arguing with that part of it. You were on the Tonight Show. We know that.
Was he on The Biggest Loser?
And speaking of enhancing audio, even though that's my bit, thanks for stealing that hamburger.
Sure.
That's a Slim Fast bottle.
Yes. When John chucks the bottle across the room.
Just into the wall of his... Oh.
They pointed this out on Uncle Rico. That is an echoey room in there. Holy shit. Mm-hmm. A lot of walls and ceilings to bounce off.
I will be enhancing some audio this Sunday on Potato Soup, where I believe Stuttering John Melendez is wearing dentures.
Ooh. Wow.
Breaking
all right.
news.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Breaking news.
I'm on pins and needles. I can't wait. Potato Soup now.
Oh, I mean, it's probably true. It's just don't get too worked up about it.
So I just want to point out, John thinks when he makes these faces that he's getting over on us for some reason. He's being entertaining or smug or something. It's not a good look.
Get you close to your screen, please. I won't.
Ooh, we can see the dentures.
Yeah, that's actually the clip.
This is the
if you
clip.
listen closely.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's a lot of weird noises.
Ugh.
Fuck. This is disturbing.
Yeah. Now, the reason why I have to play that is because I have to make a thumbnail later, and I've just scrubbed to this part.
You've got thumbnails to last quite a while.
Yes, yeah, that'll be a thumbnail for a while for us. What a fucking loser this guy is. It's really unbelievable.
Even that last face, he's just like, dirt.
Yeah. He makes the sounds and the faces of a mentally handicapped person. And I don't say that lightly.
Mm-hmm.
I like to park in handicap. Never mind.
So, after all of this, he starts talking about movies. And this is a guy who is an NYU film student. NYU film student, and this is his hot take on Citizen Kane.
Look, I know Citizen Kane is supposed to be the pièce de résistance or whatever, but
what?
Citizen Kane. I don't know. Not a fan. You know, I sat through the whole fucking thing. I was like, all right, come on, man. Come on. This is overrated. It's overrated. Citizen Kane is fucking overrated. Overrated.
Well, it's a pretty hot take. Huh?
Hot take. He even missed a glaring opportunity to tag one of his own jokes.
What's that?
Because every time I hear Rosebud, I think about my hemorrhoids.
Oh, see? He's got to get the potato writing for him over there.
He had me writing for him, you fucking idiot.
He fucked it up.
John at the hotel, Citizen Stain.
Oh, I just think that's just the worst take possible. A guy who went to film school, claims to know so much about movies, was doing the whole Hollywood show for a while. He's like, Citizen Kane, not great. What?
Yeah, based on what? Can you follow that up with anything?
He was bored. He didn't get it.
I'm sure he was.
Yeah. He doesn't understand it. That's what it comes
based
down to.
on He's an idiot. 40 years of technological advancements. That's what it's based on.
Yeah, he has no idea.
Yeah.
There were no laser beams.
Yeah, well, there was an assignment in school, so he didn't like it.
Doctor Strange wasn't even in it. Okay. Did you see the part, though, where he said, you cannot go to school to learn to be Steven Spielberg?
Yes, I did see that part.
Why did he go to NYU?
Because, you're born with these abilities. You can't teach someone how to be Steven Spielberg. And he went to NYU.
Yeah. I know point, because I tried. That's what he said.
Right.
Yeah.
I took Spielberg 101, and I'm still a Spielberg 0. So it did not work.
You proved it, John. You cannot go to school to learn how to do that stuff.
I love when John blanks on whatever word he's trying to use, because he's really dumb. He doesn't know how to substitute in another word or change the sentence structure or something to make it seem like he's not adult.
And then we would walk, sometimes run, because sometimes things were...
Oh, this is ridiculous, too. This is at the tail end of him explaining what his daily routine was at the Tonight Show. Talking about... Whoa. It's one of these people who rarely has had a real job in their lives. And then when they do, they're like, and I had to get up at 8, and then I had to be there at 10, and then we had a meeting. And then after the meeting, we would go to lunch, but then we had to be back by 12:45 because then Jay would come in, and then we would pitch. It's like, whatever, you had a job. We all have fucking jobs, John. It's not that impressive.
He's that girl from TikTok you had a couple weeks ago.
Right.
And then we had to do stuff at home. They gave us homework. You would think he was the head writer with all the work he was talking about.
And then we would walk, sometimes run, because sometimes things were, can't remember the word, but they were, when they take a while to go through the process so we could have them on our, have them.
Retarded?
On our, blanking now, but on our screen so we could just click on them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I know what happened there, Carl.
What happened there?
So maybe it was a faulty Google Chrome.
Yes. I'm glad you grabbed that drop. That is one of the dumbest things he's ever said out of a lot of dumb things. A faulty Google Chrome.
I got the Photoshop.
It's unbelievable. All right. Before we talk about revenge porn, this is just a hilarious clip. John gets a phone call from a friend. The reason why he gets the call is because John had called him 5 days previous, and this guy's finally calling him back. And he's so proud of it. He wants to rub it in my face that a friend called him on the phone. This is why I don't know that I need to have any commentary on this. This might be the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life.
This is really non-transformative.
Hey, Bruce, I called you.
I know. I just fucking saw it. You called me like 5 days ago.
Yeah, I'm coming out there in December. I want to hang with you. By the way, I'm doing my show so everyone can hear you. I hope you don't mind.
Not at all, brother.
Do you notice the way he talks on the phone? He has to yell. Yeah. He thinks that the person's in the other room.
Yeah.
Like, no, the microphone is right there in your phone. That's the thing you're talking into. You don't have to yell.
He wants us to know that much harder that he has a friend.
Oh, no, he's very excited about this.
Hey, this is my drummer, everybody. Bruce, How many years have we been friends now?
I would say about.
Well, John, no one's ever asked me that before because that's pathetic. So I don't know.
43, 44 years.
43, 44, and you've been my drummer in almost every fucking band I ever had since high school.
The new Rush album, 43, 44.
Correct?
That is correct, my friend.
And you played on
Of all
both
your
of my
friends,
albums,
what
correct?
number am I?
That is correct.
Could you imagine having a conversation like this? Like, by the way, I'm on the air, and I'm pretty cool, right? And you think I'm pretty cool? Say it.
58 years old?
And Bruce keeps saying, my friend. I'll bet that John texted him, hey, you're going to be on the air. Make sure you say that a lot.
Right.
And we're still friends. Our families are friends. I hang out at your house all the time with your lovely wife, Lynn. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Well, good. Bruce, I'll be out there soon. So let's all get together. You got it, bro?
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Tonight is my last night of work. I'm fucking retired as of Monday morning.
Good. Let's smoke some weed.
Wow, look at those big, intimidating arms. Oh, no. Hope I don't run into this guy in Cape Coral.
Too late. I already did that.
Imagine being this guy's neighbor. Just on the other side of the wall. All right, let's smoke some weed. Like, jeez, I thought I moved him to the retirement home. What is with these people?
All right, I'll call you later, pal.
All right, Johnny, be good.
I love you, buddy.
Watch
You
this.
see, that's what happened. Oh, Lady Kmart. John doesn't have any friends. That's my friend since fucking high school, you dumb fuck. Actually, since junior high.
Ew. Oh, the snot wiping.
And he's a fucking New York's bravest. He's a fireman.
So what does that have to do
And
with
he's
you?
had his last day. Now he can smoke weed. Skål!
He got you, Carl.
Drug testing.
Yeah. Now
That's
we take
why I
everything back.
love when you get these fucking Lady K. Oh, John doesn't have any friends. John doesn't have any friends. And then right there, boom. One of my best friends calls. We've known each other for 40-something fucking years. See, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. Make no mistake. This is the group I'm talking about. We're all buddies.
Okay.
I don't know how long this goes on for. I can't take anymore. I'm so embarrassed for him.
Yeah, that's cool, man. You have friends.
It's pretty cool, man.
That's cool. You seem like a cool group.
He goes, I've known this guy since junior high. Yeah, like when all of us have tons of friends because we go to school together every day.
We're forced to be there
Yeah,
together.
everyone has a ton of friends from high school and junior high. It's
He
not
also
impressive.
didn't even know that his really good friend was retiring. Like, you would think that would be a conversation that they would have.
They don't keep in
before. Yeah, they
communication.
haven't talked forever.
Basically, what's going on here is his friend probably lives in Florida, and John's going to Florida coming up soon. So he called him to give him a heads up. Hey, I want to come over and eat food that your wife makes for us.
Yeah.
Because this is what John does. He invites himself to other people's houses because he does not cook or clean. And I got to get into this real quick before we talk about anything else, because I was checking out, might have been Potato Soup. I think it was actually.
Cease and desist.
I was watching it. I'm allowed to watch
I'm going to
it.
strike you, Carl.
You guys, you had a brilliant observation. John was talking about this vacuum cleaner he bought at Target. And he says he used it one time and it worked fine. And then it didn't work anymore after that. So he had to go return it. Then a little later on in the show, he lets it slip that he'd had the vacuum cleaner for months before he returned it. And then they were able to exchange it for another vacuum cleaner. And he explains that that's still out in the car and he hasn't brought it in yet. He lives with 2 cats and hasn't vacuumed his house in months. And so when you watch him being all snotty and he's constantly dripping from his face and all this shit gushing out of him, it's probably black mold and dander and
toxic plasmosis.
All sorts of shit. He will not clean his place. It's got to be so disgusting in that place.
But you're forgetting the most important part of the story.
Yes, please.
The manager was a black guy with vitiligo, because that was obviously the most important part of the story, because he had to... And he had a cool name.
Why he pointed that out. Some people just can't tell an interesting story. Some people just have to be boring. I don't get it. I'll never.
You had a cool name, Carl.
I'll never.
I wish I
understand
could say it. It was cool. Just so retarded.
He's so stupid. So I thought that was a brilliant observation because we were all trying to figure out what's going on with his face and why it's leaking all the time. And I think he might just be in a really dirty, gross environment where he's ingesting a lot of things that you probably don't want in your body. It's probably cutting down years off his life based on what the filth that he's living in. Makes sense to me. Okay. So John was on with Vince and they were talking about the fact that they've been exchanging. It's confusing to me. I forget who's giving who what. It's been said both ways. The nudes of my wife are being exchanged between these gentlemen. And John makes a threat here that I think is illegal. Pretty sure.
Oh, I did get the naked pictures of Carl's wife you sent. Thank you. Those were good. I don't think you should release them, but I appreciate it.
Oh, I might.
I don't think you should.
No, I might, because I'm telling you.
I explained to you.
What?
All right. I explained to you that you shouldn't, but I mean.
Well, why? If he's going to fucking trash my kids, why shouldn't I release, the pictures of his wife naked? Why not?
Okay. So I posted that video and I said, I don't know. I think threatening revenge porn is probably against the terms of service on YouTube. It's kind of a shitty thing to say that you're going to do to somebody. I mean, doing it is definitely illegal. Threatening it is probably illegal.
Why not? Because it's illegal. That's why.
Probably not a great idea. And actually, even if he did have, whether they're real or not, if he thinks they're real, nude photos of my wife and then sends them to somebody else, that might be illegal. So all of this is ridiculous. And I made it very clear that it's not cool. It's not a cool move. This is an asshole who says, why are we bringing family into this? And then brings my family in a way that is very off-putting. Very fucking weird. And now he's claiming that it was a joke, that it was satire. He's claiming that this was satire. But before he saw that what he did was illegal, because I posted that on Twitter, before he saw that, the next day he gets on and talks about these nude photos of my wife that he's enjoying.
Shirley's wife's crystals. The true about Carl's wife's news. Did you beat off? Ooh, that's one for the ages, isn't it? Thank you, Vince.
So now he's saying Vince sent him the photo.
See these guys.
Such a creep.
They were doing damage control on Vince's show today.
Oh, did they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, let's watch the rest of this and tell me about that.
Ugh.
Damn it.
Mouth noises.
Slamming beer cans and slapping lips.
Oh, sorry. I was just thinking about him.
Him?
What a great show.
Look at, he's still gloating.
Jan, why are you beating up to my wife?
This is monologue from his acting auditions.
Well, this is the guy who gets
was that his wife's new husband that said that?
This is a guy who gets so upset about bringing family into things and put a copyright strike on Tuki's channel for just playing video of his kids, not even making fun of his kids, but just playing the video of it. And now he's talking about my wife and beating off to my wife and possibly posting these photos. So it feels to me like if you can do that and then say it's satire and that you were joking, I should be able to talk about his adult Transformer children, right? I feel like we should have a whole Autobot episode on here because I'm really into the Transformers. I don't know if you guys know that.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I could talk about Optimus Prime all fucking day. I love the Autobots. John created one. I don't know if he funded it. Probably not because he's poor. But I can't wait to talk about the Autobots.
He gave the maximum he could on GoFundMe, if you remember.
Yes. So what was the damage control they were doing today, Carl?
Vince set it up, and I don't think he got it right away because it took him a couple minutes to figure out what Vince was trying to do. He was like, John, I really love working with professional comedians like you, that when I set you up with that joke about the nude pictures, you went right to it, and you of course, as a professional comedian, to make the joke work, you said, yes, thank you. You know, if I wasn't working with a professional, you would have said, what pictures? But you, as a professional comedian, the joke we had going, you were great.
So, in other words, precisely what Clay Dabbler was doing today on Twitter, trying to say, like, oh, obviously it was a joke and they were doing improv, and that was a whole improv bit they were doing.
Yes,
and you're telling me that even as Vince was setting him up for this, he still wasn't getting it?
Yeah, it took him a second.
Of course. It always takes him a second. That is the beauty of our buddy John. All right. That's enough Stunt Joe talk for today.
For the record, let's not forget, Vince the lawyer was the first one to play those videos.
Oh, that's a brilliant point. And Vince doesn't have any problem just lying to John's face. And John's so stupid that if Vince is saying nice things about him, he'll let anything go. So the thing that John's all upset about, and it's up on Rumble, you can find it on Tuki's channel on Rumble, is the speeches that were given at Susanna's and Aaron's wedding that seem to be pretty damning to John as a father and husband and family member. Just the things they were saying about...
And human. Yeah.
And human.
Earthling, yeah.
Right.
No offense, Tuki.
Just the things they were saying about finally having a safe space and the mom finally being able to be who she is and live her life and all this crazy stuff.
Really great kids, really great family.
Yeah.
Even though they went through so many traumatic things, it was inspiring, I dare say, to see these speeches given by these fine adults.
Yes, I would agree. So what we need John to do is be an adult himself and remove the strike that he has on Tuki's channel.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're asking for.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Strikes, dumb fuck.
Sorry, I thought you were going to play something.
No, that's all I got. I'm trying to move on. To the next segment. And that next segment is To Poke a Dabbler. Just when you thought we were going to stop talking about Stuttering John, we have everyone's favorite new game show. So hopefully Tuki doesn't know.
I don't know. This game feels like I've been doing it forever.
It does,
but we're only on episode 2. It's time for everyone's favorite.
That was the other thing, too. So you got this logo for To Poke
the wrong hand.
John goes, that's not even the hand that has the crooked knuckle on it.
Jeez.
He goes,
stupid Vinny.
He goes like this. He goes, at least get the details right. I started laughing. You idiot. At least get the details right.
Yeah, and then he'd give us full credit for it, right?
What a moron. Today, we'll be talking about the falling out between Howard Stern and Stuttering John Melendez. And after that, yesterday was one of the craziest days ever in the Dabbleverse. Opie entered the Dabbleverse. KB's in the Dabbleverse. So we'll be talking about that. We'll be getting into it. Should be very interesting. But I want to start off, Andy. We're down in Florida right now. And so yesterday was a travel day for us, which was a crazy day to be traveling with everything that was going on. But it gave me a chance to dig into, while I was on the plane, Howard Stern, after Stuttering John had left the show. He left on good terms. And Howard Stern, he was giving him some good-natured ribbing from here and there about what he was doing on the Tonight Show. But they were still friendly. Beth and Susanna are still friends. They would still get together from time to time. And there was an issue that came up a couple years after John left the show. He had an article come out in the Arizona Republic. And it's because he was in Phoenix or something promoting a stand-up gig or whatever the hell he was doing. And so Howard saw this article talking about how great it is to work at the Tonight Show. And Howard read into this, all that was like bashing working for Howard and how great it is working for Leno. And so Howard was kind of reacting to this article. But yeah. I'll tell you this, though, Andy. This is what's really interesting about this journey, because we're going to fast forward a little bit to when John went on the Adam Carolla radio show in 2008 to promote his movie, One Too Many. So at this time, we're talking about 2006, probably. At this time, Howard is still not angry with John per se. He's mad at Leno. Howard and Leno had a big falling out over all of this. But he's not concerned with what John is saying, and this actually sticks up for John, which is very interesting. But I pulled some, Gary, him and John have an interesting past. Fred does not like John. Ralph, we're going to hear come on. He is not a John fan. Robin is back and forth on it, so you're going to hear a lot of different opinions here. And I love what Gary says on this clip.
All the guys are coming and telling me stuff because they're all afraid to say it to someone.
Why?
But John's rap used to be that he paid his dues because he spent all those hours waiting outside of celebrity interviews.
You mean after all the questions we wrote down for him?
John's rap used to be that he paid his dues. Really?
What say you, dues payer?
We have a second dues payer, apparently. So they were talking about how John acts like he had this really big career on the Howard Stern show, and Howard's going, well, I mean, look at. He answered the phones. He didn't work full-time. It wasn't a full-time job. He came in, answered the phones, and he left. And yeah, we had him do celebrity interviews. And John thinks that because he had to wait around for these celebrities, that made it, a full-time job. He was so busy with the Howard Stern show. Because what you're going to hear in a lot of this is the fact that John continually complains about what his pay was. And Howard says over and over again, this is not supposed to be a full-time job. You came in as an intern. We didn't pay you anything. And then we found a job for you. We gave you a little bit of money. But you were not supposed to be doing this full time. This is just a morning show. And, if you want to be here, great. If you don't, if you can make more money somewhere else, go somewhere else and make more money.
Yeah. I had to do something that I didn't enjoy doing. I wouldn't normally do this in my everyday life. So work was hard. That's why you get paid to do it. You're doing shit that nobody else wants to do.
And that's the thing that John, he does not understand this. When you start somewhere as an intern and they're paying you $0, they're not going to respect your time. Right. You're never going to get to a place where they're just like, well, Stuttering John guy's invaluable. We have to pay him whatever he wants because we can't let him go. It's like, no. He was there as an intern. We paid him nothing. Grillo, same thing. The way that you get ahead in whatever industry you're in, whether it's radio or just show business in general, is you kind of have to, you get your start and then you have to jump around and build your career. And John thought he was just, and we're going to get into this. Howard gave him a lot of opportunities. He got his own radio show on K-Rock. He got a lot of different opportunities to do things to further his career that he failed at. But the point is, you don't just get hired from an internship and then all of a sudden you're making as much money as the host or $2 million a year. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah. You have to prove that you're a value added.
Right.
And then be successful at the opportunities that are presented to you, not squander them and be a miserable failure.
Well, he did just the opposite. So John is talking about in this article, he's being interviewed. He's talking about how the Tonight Show is great. It's not a toxic work environment like his previous employer. And Gary rightfully points out that John was the problem. He was the reason why it was a toxic work environment.
And then there's, everybody else at the Tonight Show is wonderful. There was a lot of angst around here, apparently. He didn't really enjoy it.
But, Gary made a great point about that. Like, John goes, there was a lot of angst around here. Now it's such a nice environment at the Tonight Show.
Yeah.
The only guy creating angst was John.
He created angst. He used to write me about being pussy whipped and, being and he would goof on Artie incessantly, and he would make fun of everybody. And then when you turn the tables back on him, he would get all bummed out. But he created most of the angst on the show.
So John was the shit stirrer. He says that himself. And he's like, man, there's a lot of angst working on the Howard Stern show. Yeah, because of you, asshole. You're the one tattletaling on everyone and talking about, I was out with Jackie last night and he had 7 beers at the Yankees game. And, I just saw Gary fell asleep on the job. And he's going around tattling on everyone. And they're just like, geez, I don't know about working for the Howard Stern show. Those guys are jerks over there.
Yeah.
What an asshole.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that we're going to find out as we play these clips. What's fascinating about this is that nothing has changed. When we think about the transformation of John, and I'm talking about John, not his children, the transformation of John over these past few years as we've been scrutinizing him, he's changed a lot in his appearance, the way he talks. There's a lot of things that have changed, but his general attitude and demeanor has not. He's always been this guy. And for all the things that we talk about where John's kind of an asshole and difficult to deal with, we're going to see that this was always true, going back to 1988 when they hired him as an intern. So after this, they talk about how Howard still hangs out with John because Beth and Susanna are friends. And that's really, and Howard even says, he goes, listen, I used to hang out with John, but it's only because Beth and Susanna, like, he'd come over to the house. If we had a lot of people over to the house, they'd be invited along with everyone. And, maybe we went out for dinner every now and again because the women would coordinate stuff like that. Howard paints this picture that it wasn't really Howard and John having a friendship, which I thought was interesting. Because Howard explains, when John tries to call him, Howard's not returning his phone calls.
He happened to be in Vegas
He never came over to me.
He said he called and you never returned his call.
And let me ask you something. How many times have you heard John say the whole time he was working here, he called me and I didn't return his call?
A million times.
Exactly. When do I sit and return John Melendez's calls? Right. I'm not really looking to hang with John Melendez.
And this is, again, let me just point out, the overarching theme of this is that he doesn't have a problem with John at this point in time. And he's going, I don't want to hang out with the fucking guy. We're not friends.
Yeah. As long as John's not making himself a problem.
Right.
But that flies in the face of everything that John ever says about this phase of his relationship with Howard, where they would be hanging out in the Hamptons and getting high and hammered and having a great time. We went jogging together. We worked out. I went to something's house. I know. This is going to be me 10 years from now. I used to come down to WATP South and there was so much scatological sex was had. This is the only the wall behind me that's not covered in feces of all the dirty butt sex that I've had here.
It's pretty crazy, but I will point out our wives are friends. That's the only reason why Andy is
for
in my...
now.
I'm saying
once
that,
they're not.
I just want to say that. I'm putting it out there now, so 10 years from now I can be like, I was never friends with Trucker Andy. How dare you even imply that? So this is kind of fun because Howard explains that John's creating this controversy in this article where he's talking about he had issues with this thing and that thing, and there's a reason why John does that.
Listen, a narcissist wants to think people have problems with him because then people are involved in thinking about him. I don't spend a minute thinking about John.
Even back then, we're going back 20 years, and Howard's going, this guy's a narcissist. He thinks that everyone is consumed with him. We're not. We don't give a fuck. He left the show. And Howard even says multiple times, he goes, I was happy for him. I wished him well. The show's doing fine. We don't worry about him leaving or whatever. It's great. I'm glad he got a better opportunity. But John likes to make it seem like, and he even says this, well, when I left, they couldn't replace me. They had to get both Sal and Richard. It's like Sal and Richard do very different things than what you did on that show. They don't answer the phone.
Well, was it, correct me if I'm wrong, was it Jason Kaplan who was the other guy that was always running around like squealing on the people in the back room?
After John left, he kind of took on that role, yes.
That was after John? Were they ever there together
I think
at the
so.
same time?
I think so, but Jason Kaplan got a much bigger role when they moved to Sirius.
Right. Okay. But so it's not like, I don't know, that John invented this culture of
no, Howard
just
is
like creating problems.
Right. Howard brilliantly, it was like reality TV. I guess, I mean, I'm not saying that he invented this on radio or anything like that, but he made you interested in all the ancillary characters on that show. People that you would not give a fuck about. Scott the engineer. Just a nothing of a person. And, all of a sudden we're doing a whole 2 weeks about Scott the engineer and what a loser he is. And we're all captivated by it. Like, why would anyone care? But he was great at that. So now we're going to get Ralph Cirilla calling in because he wants to weigh in on Stuttering John.
He got a very nice life out of it.
That's right.
And you think on some level he should be grateful, but he's not because he thinks he's so special he would be there anyway without you.
No, he does. He's delusional. Yeah.
So Howard points out that John is delusional, and I love that Ralph, again, 20 years ago, was saying that John thinks he would have made it in show business with or without Howard Stern because he's delusional. He doesn't understand, and John has said that himself. So yes, Ralph is spot on with that. And nothing could be further from the truth. He got hired as an intern because he stutters.
Yeah. I mean, if that was the case, why are you inserting all of these celebrity friends of Howard into your music video? Right. Like, these people would never appear in anything that you did solo without your relationship to Howard.
You don't think that Sting is just calling up John? Hey, can I do a cameo in something you're up to? I'm bored. I'm looking for shit to do. Yeah, no kidding.
I was listening to his album. Every song is a ripoff of another. Like, this is the Soundgarden ripoff song. This is the STP ripoff song. This is the Blind Melon ripoff song. They're all just aping other more popular things. And
after we get done with the book on Patreon, we get done with John's book, which we have one more episode to go. Yeah. I want to get into his first album. I want to start breaking that down.
He has more than one?
He's 3 albums, but there's only one. There's only one on a major label though. The Stuttering John is on Atlantic Records, and spoiler, they're going to point out later in these clips that I have that if John was such a scary talent, why isn't he a rock star? He did get an album on a major label. If he's really good, he could have turned that into a career in music.
Right.
So obviously that did not work out. So now we'll fast forward to the wrap-up show after this show. So they comment on the article. Now the wrap-up show, Fred Norris makes an appearance. He doesn't normally make appearances on the wrap-up show, but that's when Fred actually talks. So it was good to hear him on here.
This is where everybody is wrong. I will go on record, I do not hate Stuttering John. However, I do feel that everybody's romancing his past. Everybody forgets what a little dick he was.
I'm not.
It's funny because I was just talking to Jason Kaplan about that. And because I was in there talking to Sal and blah, 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 and I was trying to make up with him from yesterday. I said, listen, I know I said you're like Stuttering John, but you're not like Stuttering John. It's like, you're funny. Stuttering John is not. Anyway.
John can be funny at times.
When? Name one time he was funny. When he's not stuttering, when is he funny?
The interviews he did were great, even though you wrote them.
I got questions for him.
Yeah, I love it. Fred's like, name one time he was funny when he wasn't stuttering. Gary goes, well, the interviews he did. He's like, I wrote those. That's why they were funny, dummy. So I love Fred there. He's really just speaking the truth.
Yeah.
John was not a funny guy. He never was. They made him funny. Okay.
Multiple conversations of Howard explaining to John that he's not funny.
Oh, yeah. We've documented that before, but that's also Fred saying it. So this is nuts right here. And this is, you won't be surprised by this at all because of what we know about Stuttering John Melendez here in 2023. Let's go back to Stuttering John Melendez in the 90s. What was John doing? He was abusing any amount of power that he had. And I don't even think Howard knew about this.
Sal was telling me, John was the keeper of the gate on the phones, the phone screener. Sal told me that he called in one time and he said something negative about John, or not even that negative, but John took it as negative. He put Sal on 2 weeks probation, not taking your phone call for 2 weeks. Marianne from Brooklyn told me the same thing.
So you have these regular callers calling into the Stern Show. They say something negative about John. He stops putting them on the air.
How petty? How petty can you possibly get?
Dude, how thin-skinned is he? He's got to let people know, oh, no, you don't talk shit about me, then I won't let you through. What a pussy.
He hasn't changed a single bit, has he?
I wasn't surprised by anything I heard, but I did light up in my seat as I'm listening to this. I'm like, oh, yeah, this is the John I know, too. It makes perfect sense. Okay, so now fast forward a couple of years after this. John goes on the Adam Carolla radio show. And he's promoting his movie and Tahiti Village, which we'll talk about. John has always got some kind of scam going, some kind of angle he's working. We'll get into that. But Howard's pissed at John at this point. Because in this interview, and Adam was leading him in this direction, which is brilliant by Adam Carolla. As you know, I'm a fan of Adam Carolla. And Adam actually was offered Artie's job. Adam has been on the Howard Stern Show many times. He sat in for weeks at a time before when they were looking for someone to replace Jackie, and Adam was their, they decided
first choice.
Yeah, they decided he was the guy. The thing with Adam is that he is a host. He hosts his own morning radio show in LA and other markets, so he didn't want that gig. But anyway, Howard's pissed.
Somebody played me an interview that Stuttering John gave on the Adam Carolla show, and I used to have no beef with Stuttering John. Now I think he's a fucking asshole.
What happened there?
He could stay a fucking way from me, a mile away.
Hello.
Hi. He's a douchebag. So he's on Adam's show complaining about how poorly I treated him, didn't give any money. I'm like, douchebag, you're lucky you had a first job in radio through me.
This is the thing. And Howard really drives this point home. But John has no gratitude. John thinks that everyone owes him shit. And so rather than look at it and say, listen, I'm just thankful I have to be on the show. I mean, you ever listen to Artie Lang? Artie Lang, who had a whole career before Howard Stern. He was on Mad TV. He was in movies. He was in the sitcom Norm. He had all this stuff going on. He goes on Howard Stern. If you ever hear Artie talk about Howard Stern after being on that show, he was so grateful for that opportunity. He feels bad he fucked it up. He understands how great that is to be on the Howard Stern show. John just thinks he deserved it all along. He's just like, yeah, I don't know. They didn't give me enough money. And the fucking asshole's like, no, you have to be on the Howard Stern show. Turn that into something.
You know how he is. If he offers to do something that he never ends up doing, like take care of your cats that don't exist while you're not in Florida, then he's earned that, that respect of something that he's done. And he thinks that he should have been that third chair. So like his offer to or desire to want to do it is as good as actually having done it in his mind.
Correct. It's bizarre. It's a weird. I think it's narcissistic behavior. It's definitely a personality flaw. Yeah, for sure. So this is Fred Norris again chiming in. As soon as they start talking about, Fred's not a talkative guy. They start talking about Stuttering John being an asshole. He's got a lot to say.
The reason, if anybody ever wants to know why I have a problem with John, that is the very reason right there.
His
and
logic is
cutting
weird.
to the core, there is this arrogance that John has, that he feels he is better than, that he deserves more than.
He thinks he's a big talent.
Yeah.
That's the goof.
If there was a beef...
And by the way, if Jay Leno's paying him so much, why is he doing Tahiti Village?
Right.
I
mean, if there was
is
a
that
beef...
What he's up to? He was, and then he was throwing him... He's always plugging. He's always, he's always got some scam going.
Yeah. But this is to a T.
I'm sorry, Carl, real quick. Yeah. I'm sorry, not this. What is Tahiti Village?
Oh, I'll get into that.
Okay. All right.
We're going to play John plugging it on Adam's show, and I'll tell you what that is, because it's actually kind of funny. But I hope Fred's paying attention to the Dabbleverse, because this is exactly what Fred was saying 15 years ago, 17 years ago, whatever this was. I think it was around 2008 that this all went down. And he's going, John thinks he's this scary talent, and like everything revolves around him. That's what he keeps saying about the Dabbleverse. He's the GOAT. He's the reason. No, John, you're a buffoon. You're a buffoon. That's why we're all ripping on you. It's not because you're a scary talent. It's not because you're the New York Yankees of podcasting. I can promise you that. Fucking idiot. So this is great. We're not mincing any words here.
Fuck you. You talentless fuck. I mean, really. I mean, honestly. He stuttered. He's on there about how I didn't stick up for him. What a fucking asshole. I mean, really. I mean, just shut your fucking pie hole, asswipe. I'm an ungrateful fuck.
Love it. All of that needed to be said and was said so perfectly. The other thing about these clips is I'm, listening to Howard Stern from 2006, 2008, and that was when I think you and I were both avid listeners of the Howard Stern show, listening every day. And I miss it. It's such a great show. It's so compelling. It's so fun and interesting. And the thing that I noticed, one of the big differences as I'm pulling the clips from this version of the Howard Stern show versus current Howard Stern, and I go and I pull clips from that, it's so much dead air. It's so boring. The current state of Howard Stern, he moves along so slowly. The pacing of it is brutal.
Yeah.
It takes forever to say nothing. And back then, I'm pulling clip. He's like, fuck you, John. You're a talentless piece of shit. You had a stutter. Get over yourself. So it's fucking great. I loved it back then. It was so much more fun.
The current state of this Stern show is just so polar opposite of what made everybody like it. I just don't understand. I just covered Imus on All Apologies.
Yeah.
And just what Howard has become is it's disappointing is what it is.
Well,
it's so
Howard hates the audience that he built. He said this in that meeting that he had where he said, our audience is all racists and homophobes. So we want to bring in Rosie O'Donnell and we want to show them to not be homophobic and blah, blah, blah. Like, he hated his audience. It reminds me of that Beastie Boys doc. I'm sure you saw it.
Yep.
Where after License to Ill, the Fight for Your Right to Party was supposed to be a joke song. And then all the Rob Gronkowskis of that era took it as gospel and went, yeah, we do have to fight for our right to party. So the Beastie Boys had this fan base. It was all these like douchebag frat guys. They're like, that's not what we wanted at all. So they purposely reinvented themselves to get out of that. And I think Howard's doing the exact same thing. Now, the problem is that it's turning off all the people like us who liked Howard. So we look at it as a total negative, and he's not really pulling it off. Yeah, he's getting celebrity interviews, but they aren't good interviews. He's just kissing their asses.
It's not comedy anymore.
He's just kissing the asses of A-list celebrities now, and it's obnoxious. All right. This is John now on Adam Carolla explaining that Howard was cheap.
Well, let me hear it. Did you ever think, expect, or hope that the boss man would kick something down to you?
Of course, Adam. I mean, listen, I love Howard and all, but my biggest...
No, you don't.
Has always been on that show that, they just don't take care of people financially, and it was
my job to take care of John financially.
Oh, by the way, I mean, the big rap against John with his traveling comedy review, and I think the truth can finally be told, and I don't know if Jim has ever spoken to you about this or not, but other comedians used to come up to me, like after
John didn't pay them.
John got the lion's share. He came out, was Huck Finn, basically said, okay, here's our next comedian. These guys did all the heavy lifting. John took the lion's share of the money and paid them like $100 per person.
Mr. Generous.
Brilliant observation by Fred right there, because John loves to complain. Howard was so cheap. He was making so much money. They could have given me more money. Meanwhile, John was doing the Stuttering John and Friends tour with Jim Florentine, who's dating Robin at this time. And Fred makes it a point to say, Jim's not the one who told me this, but other comics have told me they paid him like shit. I think Nick DiPaolo probably is one of those guys, because I've heard that from him. But so John was taking most of the money and doing none of the work. He just put his name on this thing. They sold out a theater, and then all the comics had to make it entertaining for the audience. And John kept the money. So I love that John loves to play this game of he's so amazing. We'll get into some stuff in a little while. He's talking about his charity work and all the stuff that he does. He's always giving back. Yeah, it's insane. That whatever, John's so delusional. His delusions go above and beyond anything that we could comprehend. So you get to a point where you go, this can't be real. I don't know anyone in my life who operates like this. This can't be a real person. It is. Yeah. That's why the Dabbleverse is thriving right now. No one can believe that any of this is real. So again, Howard goes on to explain it was never meant to be a full-time job. It was a beginner job. And Howard even says, he's complaining about how much money we paid him. And you know Howard's rap. He made $4 an hour his first gig, or $200 a month, or whatever the fuck money he made back in the 70s when he first started. He goes, did I sit there and complain about how much money I made? No. I made the money that I made, got better at what I did, and then sent tapes around, moved to different markets, moved on, kept going from different station to different station until I got offers of a lot more money. That's how you do it. That's how you move ahead in your career. You don't just start working at your first job, just go, well, I know you used to pay me $4 an hour, but how about $2.5 million a year now? That's never how that works.
No.
All right.
Well, he got over to the Tonight Show. He made that move.
He did.
That was a level. There was a level up.
Huge level
and
up.
He did not execute the opportunity.
Yeah.
He didn't make the most of that and turn it into whatever, the Stuttering John show that comes on after Leno. That's what he should have done. And he couldn't.
He could have done a lot of different things. Yes, he didn't pull off anything. Because now we see him sitting in his disgusting apartment. I would pay, John, if you're listening to me, I think I would pay $2,500 to get a tour of your apartment. I want to see what it looks like. Don't clean up. I know you won't. But I think you turn the camera on, start walking around. I want to see what's doing in there.
Yeah.
I would
like
love
MTV Cribs style tour of Stuttering John.
Fascinating.
MTV, reach out to Stuttering John and set that up.
I didn't pull this clip because it's too long, but the other day he gets up and takes a shit in the middle of his show. And he thinks he's being entertaining. He's yelling, oh, fucking hell, my roids, bro. He's yelling and whatever. So it's annoying. And then you hear him go to the fridge, and you just hear bottles rattling around. I can't tell if he's tripping on them, if he's pushing them out of his way. It's so loud. The one thing you don't hear is water running from the faucet.
Yeah, you don't hear him wash his hands.
You don't hear him wash his hands. You do hear him get a beer, and just him moving around through his apartment, it sounds like it's a chore. Like there's so much shit everywhere. By the time he sits down, he's winded. He's got his pillow now because of his hemorrhoids. He can't sit comfortably, and meanwhile, he wants to fight producer Joe. The fuck?
He's got box after box of Tonight Show watches that he's trying to pawn.
Yeah, right. It's a collector's item. There's only 5,000. All right, so again, getting back to John thinking that he was a underpaid super talent on the Howard Stern show,
and then he'd go do appearances, and I'd plug them, and then I got him help get him a radio show at K-Rock. I mean, you know what? I would have given my left nut to have my own radio show at K-Rock when I was his age. That don't happen by accident.
He also got a lot of benefits from the show, getting like a couple of movie roles.
I mean, you do what you can. Some good stuff. You do what you can, but this idea that he has that he was sort of like underpaid super talent. We wrote him a bunch of questions, and he went out on a red carpet and asked questions that we wrote. I mean, that was it, and he answered our phone.
Right.
And I'm all about that. But the thing is that, now to go around bad-mouthing me, no, dude, you were a guy, an intern, who I got a job for. Just say thank you and shut your fucking mouth.
It's interesting to hear him recapping all the things that the Howard Stern show, there's some things that Howard did for him directly, but there's so many things that happened to John because of the Howard Stern show. Obviously, we talked about the record deal and the music video, but movie cameos, he was on Wings, he was on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Like, all these different things happened to him because of his notoriety from the Howard Stern show. The fact that he's complaining about it after the fact is insane. Yeah. He's such an asshole.
Count yourself lucky, stupid.
I want to point something out. Dang Lizard in the chat says, who was it again that needed money for medical reasons that Stuttering John said about Stern was so cheap he didn't give money, while he himself didn't give any money either? So Scott Salem's wife. Now, there is a bigger story here that I happen to know about, and I've been trying to get this guy on who knows all about it to come on the show and talk about it. He's reluctant. A lot of people are reluctant to be part of this world. But Scott the engineer, is a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar. He had medical coverage. He had the medical. He was covered under Sirius. And this whole idea that he was broke and they couldn't afford treatment and woe is me and Howard's not treating me right was all a fucking scam. Scott's another one. Yes, Scott's a piece of shit. He's another one of these guys who's looking to scam the audience, looking to scam people, shits on Howard. And listen.
Well, yeah, that. I mean, scamming the audience is one thing, but like painting Howard with that, like, unsympathetic brush, like making him seem like a villain in that way, like he's unwilling to help somebody with cancer. Right. That's pretty deplorable.
It's deplorable the way that he says it, and it's just not true. So Scott's a piece of shit. We'll save that for another time. We're not talking about Scott today. But someday we will. Okay. Ralph calls in. Of course, if you don't know the Howard Stern show well, Ralph is Howard's stylist.
Howard's boyfriend.
And possibly boyfriend. So Ralph calls into the show. Again, Ralph does not like Stuttering John.
Yeah, Ralph, go ahead.
Oh, my God, finally.
Yeah, fuck this kid.
Finally,
comes out, huh?
Realize what a piece of shit he is, and he has always been. No one fucking forced him to stay at that job. If you're paying $5 or $5 million, you know what? You don't like it, fucking move on.
Well, that's the other point I want to make.
Was looking to hire that piece of shit.
I didn't sit and say to him, John, I have to have you. I mean, it was like he kept saying to me, I want to be at the show. Can you get me some money? I go, I'll go talk to Tom, and I did.
Wasn't he an intern who should have moved on?
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Can we get Ralph on WATP? Do I need to reach out to Ralph? Is he still associated with Howard?
I hope so. Somebody knows.
I know. I should reach out to him. After that, Howard even says, he goes, and what happened to the stutter? It's like all of a sudden, he's on Adam Carolla's show. He's not doing the stutter anymore. Like all of the stuff that John used to do that made him interesting, all of a sudden is not happening anymore. So this is them explaining. John was paid what he was worth.
And John, if you were important to the show, maybe you would have made more.
Exactly.
You're really not that important, you fucking stuttering retard.
Well, that's kind of the point, too.
Yeah.
You were kind of paid what you were worth. And trust me, I wonder if Jay Leno isn't sitting and reevaluating that salary he gave you.
Yeah.
According to Mike Walker, yes.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he was. That came out after this conversation that Mike Walker found out from a private meeting at the Tonight Show. Jay was none too happy they made that hire. So I just think that's really funny.
It is great.
Now, Tim Sabian jumps in. So now Tim Sabian comes in. You know, he's an executive at Sirius at this time. And he's got some things to say about this non-appreciative asshole Stuttering John, because they're currently working at this time, 2008. They're working on, back then they would do all these spotlight specials. So on Howard 101, not only do they rerun old episodes, but they put together these different specials. And it'd be like, hey, let's remember Eric the actor, or let's go back and remember Beetlejuice, whatever. And so notice I mentioned 2 whack packers. So they were going to do one for Stuttering John, and Tim was starting to work on that.
What is it?
We're working on a special. David Height's team is working on a special doing a Stuttering John Spotlight.
Yeah.
Take it off. Initially,
Take it off.
Well, initially he said, I'll do it, but you have to run a spot for my movie once an hour.
Yeah. No.
And I says, Beck's Beer, our biggest advertiser, doesn't run a spot once.
The movie's going, though. I've seen the trailer for it. It looks like fucking amateur hour.
So it gets...
Hold on. This is fucking crazy right here. John is such an asshole. They're going to do a spotlight of Stuttering John and the Howard Stern Show to run on Sirius XM. John is employed at the Tonight Show, but as you can hear on Adam Carolla, we're going to hear more clips of him on there coming up. John's constantly plugging shit. He's trying to promote different things he's doing. The movie, his stand-up gigs, Tahiti Village. So the fact that Tim Sabian reaches out and says, hey, John, can we get you to record some things? We're going to put together this package for you. And John goes, I will under these conditions. And he wants a promo for One Too Many every hour. I don't know what the advertising cost would be for that. As Tim just said, Beck's Beer, their biggest sponsor, isn't getting that. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars worth of advertising that John needs to just do them, not even a favor, something that would help John out if he saw the big picture here.
It's so funny how people are coming out of the woodwork to line up to shit on this guy.
Isn't this funny? Both times that we were playing them talking about Stuttering John, all of a sudden Ralph's calling in, Tim's coming into the studio, Fred turns his mic on for the first time in 2 weeks. Like, everyone wants in on this shit. Gary's in there.
Doesn't run a spot once.
The movie's going, though. I've seen the trailer for it. It looks like fucking amateur
So
hour.
it gets down to the point, I says, John, all the things that I've helped you out with over the years at WYSP, at WCKG, promoting your comedy shows and so forth. I says, help me out. Help me out. I says, I'm asking you as a favor. He goes, Tim, I'm appalled you would even ask me that. I'm like, give me a break.
He's very full of himself.
Well, the people who usually know what other people can give them are
that's the other thing. People don't, and I'm sure there are other guys like Tim.
Why are you begging that asshole?
Yeah, really. Tim was really good to John.
I said, look, help me out with this. And he says, I'm appalled that you would even ask a personal favor. I'm like, bite me.
Hey, Tim, you know what David Height should be working on? Removing John from everything in the tapes.
Yeah, up for that. Tell him to fuck himself.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, what an ungrateful asshole. I want to point out my buddy John Marlowe in the chat is saying that the Stuttering John Spotlight did air around the time the One Too Many came out. And John did get to plug his movie when he did record stuff for Sirius, but they did not run those ads. And John Marlowe says, unlike the spotlights for Billy and Jackie, they crammed John's spotlight into 2 days. So he did not get as much as I think the other guys who were a big part of the show. Well,
that's interesting. You're going to live by the sword and die by the sword with that kind of request, because have you ever seen like a real like big ad push for something that is obviously terrible? The more times you see something, the more you're going to realize that it sucks and it's something that you're not interested in. Instead of you taking what they're offering and piquing the audience's curiosity and then maybe checking it out, you want to like cram it down their throat till they realize that it is shit. And that's what would happen with One Too Many. Right. I don't have to see 5 commercials to know that movie sucks.
Well, you just heard Howard say he saw the trailer and it looks terrible.
Right.
And so fast forward a few minutes after that, and it turns out there's more to it than just having a shitty trailer. John, in the advertisement for it, showed him asking celebrities questions for the Howard Stern show.
And by the way, since
about how much he learned about radio.
Since I'm so not supportive, hey John, your movie trailer begins with clips of the stuff I own, the Howard Stern show interviews. Did you ask my permission, scumbag, when Tim asked you for a fucking favor? Did you ever think about that, scumbag? You're stealing my fucking material?
You didn't give him permission for that?
No, he didn't ask. Just took it. So fuck off, asshole.
Sue him.
How funny is that? Here, I'll say sue him. How funny is that John was stealing copyrighted material that he did not own and using that to promote his movie? Meanwhile, he's starting to sue Tukey over a video that he has nothing to do with. Over copyrighted material, but John's quick to steal other people's stuff when it benefits him.
The first page out of the Stuttering John playbook is to spotlight Howard Stern.
Of course. Yeah. And Howard talks about that too. I didn't pull all the clips, obviously, but the reason why John thinks that he wasn't treated correctly is because Howard doesn't want his name on stuff that John's doing that sucks. So these guys would try to get away with stuff where they'd be like, Howard Stern Show, Stuttering John and Friends, and do these comedy shows. And Howard's like, don't put my fucking name on that. I'm not part of this thing. That's your thing. And they act like they're being treated unfairly. It's like, no, Howard Stern is very careful about what you put his name on.
Yeah, he would get. I remember him getting furious every time.
And rightfully
those
so.
guys would try and ride his coattails.
Dude, if you called your show "Who Are These Apologies," I'd murder you. So I get it. Okay, so
that's going to be my new slogan. Just as good as WATP.
All right, so this is again complaining that Howard didn't give him money.
He always said he doesn't want to get involved in people's salaries. But you know what, man? At some point, I think you do.
Oh, John got involved. John knows what I should do. Oh, thanks, John. You fucking asshole.
I didn't look at him bitterly then, but the only problem I had was then when you would go out and do these ancillary gigs.
Right.
He would then be angry that you're doing them.
Right. And then, when was I ever angry that he
because you slapped your name on it.
Talking about when he wanted to write a book and put from the Howard Stern show.
Yeah, when he would get something and he would totally be using material from the show, or
I mean, when he went on
having
tour,
to slap your name across the thing.
When he went on tour and brought everybody from the show with him,
right?
And then and did this shit show, and then made me look bad because people thought I had something to do with it.
You should have let him do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'll just sell my own. I don't see him walking around with the Tonight Show cast doing shows.
Okay, so everything we were just talking about all summed up in that clip.
That's great.
This is my favorite ISO. Producer Chris, get this on the board. We need this on the board.
Shut the fuck up, asswipe, and suck my cock.
Fantastic. When I said Howard Stern has lost it, this is what I mean. You're not going to hear this on the Howard Stern show talking about Stuttering John. I wish. Can we please let Howard know what's going on with the Devilverse? I would love for him to come out in 2023 with this take.
Shut the fuck up, asswipe, and suck my cock.
Now, because John is going on the Adam Carolla show and bad-mouthing Howard, it's so selfish because at this time, Beth and Susanna are still friends. You know, I mentioned earlier the reason why they would get together is because the women were friends with each other. So they would do double dates and stuff like that. Now, he's making it very difficult because Susanna is still going to be calling up Beth and, hey, we're going to be back in New York and blah, blah, blah. And then Howard's just like, this guy's motherfucking me on the Adam Carolla show. I don't want anything to do with this guy.
Yeah, I don't want this fuck over at my house.
So what John is doing by just being an ungrateful douche is he's actually fucking it up for his wife with a friendship that she has, a connection.
Don't fucking call my girlfriend. Don't have your wife call. And really, I got to tell Beth, would you stop with the fucking phone calls to Susanna?
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell John to have Susanna stop.
No, I mean, really.
That's your...
This guy's a fucking tool maniac. What an ingrate.
Yeah. So he's fucking it up for his wife. And let's just remember, guys, John is bad at everything he does.
What an ingrate. I mean, really, just obnoxious. Just remember where you came from. And someone gave you a shot. And if the shot was so bad, you leave because you be a man. And you go, and you go do something else.
John had said to me, he had.
If his record had taken off and had been any good, he would have been a rock star.
Right.
If any of that had been any good.
Or his acting. Remember he used to do those little acting gigs?
Yeah, he's horrible. It was all horrible. He was good at stuttering and asking the questions we wrote for him.
Did anybody begrudge him doing Tony and Tina's wedding? No.
When did I begrudge him a thing?
Right. So this is the thing, is that John had tons of opportunities. He was, they plugged, Atlantic Records and Howard Stern both plugged the shit out of his band. It sucked. Nobody cared about it, so it didn't go anywhere. He got to open for other bands, which I know he's very proud of, but it's not that impressive. You should be doing your own shows.
Yeah.
That's how that should work. Now, you asked earlier about Tahiti Village. So now we're going to listen to John on Adam Carolla. And Adam's trying to wrap up the interview. And John's like, oh, but hold on. I got to tell you one too many. And I got to tell you about this thing and that thing.
I just got to plug this.
And so you hear that John's going to be like, I just got to plug this. Listen to the words he uses. He uses the word legit or legitimate, which is a weird thing to say in an advertisement or a plug for something. It makes me feel like, should I be wary of this?
I just got to plug this, and this is great for you and all your listeners, and totally legit. If they call this number now, they get 3-day, 2-night complimentary hotel stay in Las Vegas, and also 2 tickets to a Las Vegas show.
And you have the number?
Yeah, and I'm going to do a screening in Vegas. So,
wow. Let's get there real quick.
How many things can you plug in one sentence?
Yeah, and he's making a pretty good chunk of change over there tonight. Does he have to be like?
Yeah, exactly. Why is he whoring himself out, Mr. Moneybags?
Can't stop. What's
with the stutter too? Where'd it go?
Well, it's here. He's stuttering a little bit.
A little bit. Also, call this number 866-50-GET-IT. That's 866-50-GETIT. And it's great, man. It's a free room, 3-day, 2-night complimentary hotel stay, and 2 tickets to a Vegas show. And it's it's a cool thing. And soon in April, I'll be doing a screening. I hope you come. And
I defy any human being to sit through that.
Okay. So he's trying to get, that was the other funny thing too, is he goes, we're doing a screening for my movie, One Too Many, on the 10th of April. And then on the 15th, it comes out on DVD. It's straight to DVD is this movie, One Too Many. So
I'm still not clear what he's just plugging some random Vegas deal.
Okay. So Tahiti Village Resort. And this goes back a ways that John's promoting this thing. And you hear him say, 3 days and 2 nights. Right there, I'm going, whoever promotes how many days they are at a hotel, because those you have to check out by 11 a.m. You're counting that as a day? Sweet.
That's an old game show trick.
Yeah,
where
it's
when you win something on Match Game. Yeah.
So,
all right, I see. So let me just get this straight.
Yes.
This is an off there. I'm assuming Tahiti Village said, you can have this deal if you plug this deal to, well, you're like plugging things.
No.
Like, I feel like it's
worse than that.
It's worse than that?
It's worse than that.
That's the only reason I could think that he would bother plugging that, as if he was getting it for free.
It's worse than that, Andy. What it is, right. Tahiti Village, as far as I know, this is still going on. It's one of these things where, you notice how he says 2 tickets to a Vegas show, like whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah.
So it is a timeshare. It's one of these things where they bring you in. It's high pressure sales. Hey, man, we're giving you 2 nights free. So you just got to sit here for 8 hours today and hear this sales pitch until you say yes, or else we just keep you in here. There was a great South Park about that.
Yeah.
So
there's a great Always Sunny in Philadelphia about it too.
Yes. It's a timeshare scam. Where they just
he's
they pressure
selling
you.
timeshares.
So
now.
basically, what's happening is John is going to get a commission on anyone that he brings to this Tahiti Village who signs up for a timeshare.
What the
That's
fuck?
the scam. This is the guy who works for the Tonight Show at this time. He doesn't need to be doing shit like this. And this is the point that Howard and Robin are making. Like, what are you doing? Have some dignity. He has to turn everything into money. And look at him now. He's flat fucking broke. How did that happen? He is doing so many things. All right, last clip I have here. This is the salary talk.
Oh, here he is talking about his starting salary at K-Rock because he was such an incredible talent.
Starting? He was nothing.
I mean, the truth is, Adam, and you know how, radio, well, you get a lot more than I ever did, but, for me, my first salary at K-Rock was $10,000 a year.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
What
that's
was he
crazy.
doing?
How would they overlook him?
Howard, what was your starting salary in radio?
Well, first of all, it was my radio show.
Yeah, he was actually on the
fact
radio,
of the matter
Fred.
is, the point I'm trying to make, nobody starts off making money.
No, his starting salary, he's lying. His starting salary was free.
That's right.
He was an intern.
He started paying him for something he did for free.
He said to me, I enjoy myself here. I want to hang around. Can you get me some money? I said, I don't know if they'll pay any interns. I said, if you want. So they gave him $10,000, and I said, John, I wouldn't make a life plan of staying here.
He doesn't realize what a gift he got. I mean, and this isn't just blowing smoke up your ass. It's like the fact that he was an intern. Where in this universe does an intern become a part of the most major radio program in all of history?
Right. And that was in 1990.
See, they can't believe how ungrateful he is. They can't believe it. They can't wrap their heads around it.
I still can't.
I know. Chaka Khan in the chat says, friend owns a Tahiti Village timeshare. It's gross. Yeah. All right. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm sure it's not a scam. I'm sure it's wonderful. And what else did I say earlier? I'm sure Scott Salem's a great guy, and it's really sad that happened to his wife. All right. Now we've cleaned up all the disclaimers we need to get through.
Tahiti Village is full of uncleaned litter boxes and empty Coors cans.
No, that's John's house you're thinking of.
Oh, okay.
You're thinking of John's house. All right. I know they do a great job. So we're going to start off with Mr. Magenta with a song called Gross Stuttering Slime.
I'm a gross stuttering slime full of beer. Oh, my liver is swelling while everyone's yelling cirrhosis is near. I'm a drunk, bumbling swine with no peer. I'm the whiniest bitch boy of all. Yeah, I'm constantly harassed cause all of these podcasts are busting my balls. I'm the most retarded loser of all. There'll be course cans for toasting, revenge porn for posting, while saying that it's all a joke. There'll be the same old stories from days of my glory, those unfunny bits long ago. Remember when I said Baba Booey had big teeth? That's still funny, right? Oh shit, the key change. I'm a gross, stuttering slime made of beer. There'll be puppets for doxing and assholes for boxing into the new year. I'm a schmuck way past his prime, and all I do is whine. A gross, stuttering slime. Carl's a queer. It's okay when I say it.
Well done, Mr. Magenta. Holy shit. There's some fucking bangers in there. All right. And then the next submission we have is Drunken Fool from Tony Muskrat.
We all know that Opie has putrid skunk fart, and Zumock fucks black men, a real mud shark. But both of those losers are getting old. So pull up some cat shit and breathe in some mold. John Melendez, the drunken fool, grabs his sheets to wipe his stool. Sexually aggressive when he's drunk, wiping off his hemorrhoid blood. A stunt boy from Howard Stern, a bloated drunk that'll never learn. And now he's doxing people too, 'cause he's a piece of poo. Sometimes he's angry, sometimes he's horny, most days he's incoherent. And if you're a woman in Canoga Park, there might be a disappearance. John Melendez, the fucking creep, he doesn't sleep on any sheets. After admitting his hemorrhoid bleeds, he's not a human being.
My name's Tookie, your Christmas pal. John's apartment, scared off Hal. Bathes himself in a shit canal, eating cans of puppy chow. Here's a game I like to play Call John's mom on Christmas Day. I'm just kidding. That's not fun. She's embarrassed of her son. Whoa!
Sometimes he's spitting, sometimes he's farting. He's always fucking disgusting. And when he's sitting home alone, he doesn't call his kids because they have no relationship, because they're embarrassed by him, because he's a lolcow on the internet and he doesn't pay his mortgage or his child support and he's gay. John Melendez, the fucking prick. His liver's brown and full of ick. And before he melts away, Lady K is gonna pay.
Fucking bravo.
Wow.
Amazing work. Wow. Tony Muskrat outdid himself. Mr. Magento was fantastic as well. Unreal. Great job, guys. Great job. I have to play this video for you. We're going to do just a couple of Stuttering John things real quick, and then we got to wrap it up. Brian put this together for us, and it's kind of fun.
You see, that's what happened. Oh, Lady Kmart. John doesn't have any friends. That's my friend since fucking high school, you dumb fuck. Actually, since junior high.
Oh, the snot wiping.
and he's a fucking New York's bravest. He's a fireman.
So what does that have to do
and he just had his last day. Now he can smoke weed. Skål! Skål!
Yeah, you, Carl.
Drug testing.
Now we take everything.
I wish he added like gurgling and
Oh, John doesn't have any friends.
God damn!
That was like the show in Rochester. That segment was. Yes. Everyone's howling and screaming at all the dirty, disgusting things. Ugh, definitely the best of the worst.
All right, so I have to play, and really, Missy is here because her boyfriend Anthony got included in all of this somehow. Before I play that clip, though, real quick, there's a very interesting theory going on the Dabblers Anonymous subreddit right now. Because John changed his showtime to what, like 3 Pacific time? It used to be
like
11.
3:30.
Yeah, it used to be 11 a.m. Now it's like later in the afternoon. And he says he's doing this volunteer work. He can't tell us what it is, but he's doing 3 hours of volunteer work every day. And that's why people are speculating that maybe he's back to substitute teaching, maybe for a different school district. I don't know if it's a different district, but maybe a different school or something like that. And apparently, his 30-day California teaching emergency license was renewed in June of 2023 and is valid until 2024. He's been kissing Gavin Newsom's ass a lot lately, and Newsom just extended the emergency teacher period. He shaves and cut his hair. So is it possible that John is back to substitute teaching? And that's why he's doing the shows when he's doing them. And he's all like smug and proud of himself. He actually has a paycheck coming in again.
Well, good for him. Fucking do that.
I'm fine with that. I am definitely fine with that.
Gavin Newsom is so desperate for substitute teachers. They're instituting a suicide squad protocol where they'll just take anybody. Dude, take the worst of the worst.
Is he that teacher that like gets all the buses ready and all the school kids and like lines them up? Is like that's what John does?
No, he's not there in time for that. He's showing up late.
What if he's a lunch lady? That would be great.
That's possible.
Oh no, it's not in the food and shit.
Could you imagine if you were running against Gavin Newsom's going to run for president at some point? Imagine running against Gavin Newsom and your attack ad is like, Gavin Newsom extended the substitute teacher policy in California. And because of that, this man taught my son science.
Yeah.
It'd be fucking amazing. I'd want to help produce that.
Just to back up to my lunch lady bit, can Stutjo's Fair Use Bologna Factory please make Stuttering John as Barth from You Can't Do That on Television?
That's a great idea.
That would be awesome.
A lot of people won't get that reference, but I like that idea.
That's an old reference, but that's Stuttering John there. That
if
guy.
Stuttering John was a deli meat, it would be like olive loaf.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Pimento loaf. Yeah.
All right. So John on his show claims that one Anthony Cumia called him on the phone. Now, do I need to explain? This is not the realm of possibilities. Anthony does not call people on the phone. Definitely not Stuttering John Melendez. But this is John on his show talking about it.
So what happens today? I get a call from Anthony Cumia. Yep. After all these years. And he goes, I told you, Opie's gonna piss you off. I go, Anthony, why are you calling me today?
So, all right. First off, I love this conversation. This is all made up, a spoiler. But listen to the back and forth that John is creating in his own head, where Anthony calls him up and says, fucking Opie, man, he's a problem. And then John's response is, why are you calling me?
Yeah.
Hasn't this been established at this point in the conversation? All right.
So I pick up the phone, and he's already telling me how much he loves me, and I'm like, hey, who is this? It's like what he just said.
Yes, correct.
Why are you calling me?
I go, Anthony, why are you calling me today? He goes, well, I had this quadruple bypass surgery. I just said I got to fucking just, you and I had some great times drinking and doing a show, doing a Columbo thing. And I just thought I would just kind of extend the olive branch. I said, that's cool. That's cool. I said, so I guess you saw what's going on with Opie. He goes, yeah, but this is what he does. He burns bridges. The guy's too stupid to realize that when he does something, it has ramifications. I go, I know. And now the dopester has got me fucking pissed at him. And then he tweets out today that I owe him an apology. No, dopester.
Oh, my God.
Why is John making this up? Is it to make Opie upset? Or is he really trying to get his audience to think that him and Anthony are now friends over this?
No, I think he wants Anthony's dialogue in this again. I think it's a bait. I think it's some sort of manipulative tactic.
Okay.
I mean, I think there could be other ways of going about it, but I love how he is just like, I had a quadruple. It's like he had surgery. It's not the 12-step program. He's not fucking making amends at the end of this. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The surgeon told me I had to call all my enemies up. And
It's not good stress on your heart, sir. You really should, make amends with dipshits.
But that's why it's so obviously this is a made-up conversation to get under Opie's skin, because John leaves out all of the things that made John mad at Anthony about. Like, he's just I forgave, as soon as he called me, I forgave him immediately about calling me out for not being funny, calling out my kids for being, just shitting on my kids and everything that he's furious with Anthony about is not a non-issue. They're just right on the same page about shitting on Opie. Yeah. It's so obviously made up.
Anthony did an hour on what a shitty father John must have been. And to think that he would then call John and John would be like, oh, hey, what do you call me? Oh, yeah, Opie, he does suck. According to John,
water under the bridge.
Right, according to John, his kids is the most important. He's the greatest father in the world. If he gets that phone call, you'd think he'd be like, you motherfucker, you got some balls calling me right now after the shit that you said. Instead, just like, oh, yeah, no, I know, Opie, I don't want to work, huh?
But Anthony doesn't even call me.
I know. Anthony doesn't call anyone.
I'm honored. I actually still feel like a radio listener when he picks up when I call. I'm like, oh my God, I'm on. Am I on? Like,
first time, long time.
Yeah, right? Yeah. The last time he called me, which I honestly want to say is the only time he called me, was when he admitted himself into the hospital back recently. And when he called me, I knew something was wrong.
Right.
So it's like, to have him call you, let alone get him on the phone, is just very rare.
This is very.
You'll get like a text back maybe a couple hours later, but has nothing to do with the fact that you called him.
Yeah, this is silly.
You owe me an apology.
That's the other thing, too. All these grown men need apologies and shit. What the fuck world do we live in? What would that do for you?
I love it.
So
Bring it over here.
So all apologies wherever you get podcasts.
I fucking defended you and defended you and defended you. And then you fucking trash me on Twitter. And then you fucking start putting everything on me when it was you.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Hey, I'll get Vince some. I should get the fucking Bessie on here.
Oh, he's got
Show us your recent call. Show us your fucking recent call.
Yeah, right. Yeah, show us.
I want to see that shit. Just fucking
Who
show.
started this? And Vince is a smart guy. He's going to go, Opie did.
So now we have to get Vince the lawyer on to ask who started this. John, Vince is not your friend. And this is why. You're a child. And you're very difficult to be friends with. I have to get phone calls from you to come on air, like he did with Joey C. Like he does to everyone. He calls them up. Who started this? Who cares?
Opie started it. And that's the truth.
Okay.
Opie fucking drew first blood. So, Opie, don't start crying now. Okay? Because now I'm going to make your life miserable. You know, because I'm going to talk about you every fucking day.
Oh, yeah. He talks about me every day.
Whatever was in your mouth. Jeez.
I love that he thinks he has any power on his show. He talks about me every day. My life is not miserable. It's just the opposite. So
very, very lucrative.
Yes, you're not going to hurt Opie in any single way. So let me just show you the tweet that Anthony put out once he was made aware of this. Okay. So he posted this clip that we just played. Here's the clip from this drunken imbecile. I assure you I didn't call this guy. Opie and I haven't trashed each other in a while, and I just like to keep it that way. This is John being the intoxicated problem that he is. I just got a text from someone who said Stuttering John is on the show saying I called him and patched things up. This couldn't be further from the truth. I haven't even talked about him in quite some time. Never mind talking to him. I don't know what his motive is here, but I'm sure whatever it is, it's destined for failure. So...
And when I asked him and he sends it to me and I would just mention the point out, I'm like, wait, you didn't call him, did you? We're not sure. Like, you didn't call him, did you? And he's like, just no. Like,
why would you do that?
80 O's, no. And I was like, okay, I just wasn't sure. Like, he was like, absolutely.
I texted Anthony. I was just like, I'm glad you patched things up with John. That was great to hear.
Yeah. I still think also, and I sent it to you, Carl, was the tweet that John had after. And it was like, it just shows you that he has no interest in the patching up. He just wants the shit to be stirred and pointed towards him to have this leverage of victimhood and now, ammunition of like, you shit on me. Now I have reason to. It's a pretty shisty like way of, attack. And he when he says, as much as I despise Pocky, it was finally a decent move on his part to call me and extend the olive branch. We found mutual ground and was discussing the inane complexities. That's an oxymoron. He's retarded.
Yeah.
Of the dopester. But then he continues to shit on Ann, and it's like, wait, what do you want? What do you want? He goes, oh, yeah, he also assaults women. He lied about that. And it's like, they'll see that right there. It's all about just trying to stir this up again to kind of feel like you are the superior person in all of this, and you're not.
Isn't it interesting? So I think if I could just wrap all of this up in a bow here, what we're seeing is between Opie, Kevin, and Stuttering John, these are three people who need attention any way they can get it, are going about it in all the wrong ways. And it's desperate. You know what? I'll leave Kevin out of it. I mean, he's been talking about Opie for a while here. Opie and John are both realizing that they need us more than we need them. And so now they're trying to insert themselves into this world. And it's really sad and pathetic.
And pull other people into it.
Yes.
Like, Ann wants no fucking part of it. He doesn't care.
Yes.
He doesn't really give a shit. And then he pulls it this way. And then he knows how to provoke him. And this is what he gets. And he kind of got what he wanted.
John's Neglected Cat says, I hope if someone did actually call Stuttering John pretending to be Ant, that they had the foresight to record that conversation. I believe that if John's in California, I don't think you can release that. I think that's a 2-party state, right? Or is it a one? Maybe California isn't. I don't know. I don't think there was ever a phone call.
That's a high probability, though.
There's no way there was a phone call. You know what I mean? That would be so ridiculous. Hey, I just want to call. I want to bury the hatchet. You know, we used to drink and we did that Columbo thing. Like, all stuff that's like publicly known about the two of them. Remember we had that poker game? Anyway, I just wanted to say we're cool, right? So silly. There's this other thing going on that I could care less about where, you know, everyone's accusing Shuli of buying views and bot traffic to make it look like more people are watching. And Stuttering John is like, yeah. You know, first, Kevin Brennan was saying that. So then John saying that Kevin proved that he does that because he wants to believe it. That's how John operates. If he hears something he wants to believe, it must be true. So then someone, I think, wanted to prove a point that buying traffic is, I guess, A, easy to do, but B, you don't have to be the one buying the traffic for it to happen to you. So all this week, Kevin's show has been getting like 10,000 viewers. It's obviously all fake. And so that's just kind of funny because Kevin's just like, they're buying traffic. Look at that. They're buying views. And it's just like, yeah, these are all fake views that you have on your show, Kevin. So good job. And then Stuttering John gets on his show last night and is doing the same thing about Shuli buying traffic. And all of a sudden, John's show has 3,000 live viewers. And John, I have some clips from John's show. I don't want to get into the buying viewer game because I just don't care. It's so stupid. These guys are all complaining about who's buying views and how many views you're buying. Who gives a shit? None of that makes any difference anyway. So
does that do anything? I mean,
no.
If you, okay, all right. No, I didn't understand what the end game was. Like pretending people are watching your show.
It converts to a larger number that you can
do nothing
lord over someone else.
Yeah, unless you want to lord it over somebody else. But we're not even talking about big numbers, and I've explained many times. And you got to mention the bank statements. We're not in show business. We're not making $10 million a year here. This is not real money that anybody is making on this. And
also,
these views are not
real. What does this matter?
But there are YouTubers and Twitch streamers that get hundreds of thousands of live viewers. So if you're talking about, well, this person gets 800, but we got 1,200, and that guy got 2,000, like these are all the same number. It's not, there's really no difference between these numbers. So then it comes down to the super chats and who's making more money super chatting. And I'll tell you, man, that format is fleeting. It's not going to last forever, but whatever. I'm sure it's doing very well for you. But anyway, so then Stuttering John is watching his viewer count go up, and he realizes that someone's buying views for him. And he's like, look at, I'm not doing it, YouTube. He's always talking to whoever's not watching. I'm not doing this, YouTube. I can't be possibly buying these views right now. It's if you couldn't set something up in advance. It's if you have to be doing it in real time.
Yeah.
And 500 and 300 more and 1,000 more. It's like that, not how that works at all, but
that is one of my favorite things is when he says that he was on the phone with YouTube. Like, Patrick, YouTube, I have a complaint for you.
Yeah.
Listen, Mr. YouTube, I'm not doing this.
Oh, he brings that up a lot. Patreon and YouTube.
Yep. I was on the phone with Patreon.
Yeah.
But we've said this a million times. He's in war right now with both Tukey and Cardiff. He's just struck Cardiff's YouTube page again yesterday. And so he's bringing on a lot of heat for himself. He shouldn't be doing this. He's not going to be able to hang in this. But John always does what would intimidate him. So if he saw that he was getting strikes, he would back down immediately because he doesn't know how to deal with that. And so he likes to threaten people, and he likes to do all the shit that he would obviously be very scared and nervous of. And nobody else is. Tukey is ready to go to court with John. They're laughing about it. They're looking forward to it. Cardiff's ready to go to court. And John is striking things, and he's taking, what he's doing, he's abusing the copyright process on YouTube, which is against the law. So he's actually putting himself in jeopardy the way he's behaving on here.
This is why I don't think he's substitute teaching, because when he was doing that, he didn't have time for this.
Yes.
He seemed a lot more happy when he was doing that, which is why I was really rooting for him to do that. Like, I was listening to the past few shows. I was like, oh, I hope he's back to teaching. Like, I hope he takes another break or reevaluates his situation or something. But I don't know. The fact that he's leaning so hard into this makes me think he's got nothing else going on.
Well, what we have going on? A holiday song parody contest. And we have 2 new submissions. The last episode, we had a couple fantastic ones. Of course, we took Wednesday off for Our midweek episode we did not do.
Those were off the hook.
But those were really fucking good. Tukey came in as a guest. This one came in on our Discord. We have a song parody channel in there. This one came in from ABG. It's beginning to look a lot like Stuttering John.
It's beginning to smell a lot like Stud Show. Everywhere you go, remnants smelt on all three coasts, stinks of last year's Christmas roast, with cockroaches and silver bullets. Oh, it's beginning to smell a lot like Stud Show. Never heard of soap. Stink lines coming through the screen. Say, what is that in the sheets? Hope it's not too gross.
Is this being improvised?
At the Picklewick pub, you see 5 empty mugs, and you'll know he'll be tipping a 10. He's been lacking new jokes and check. He had a stroke, but he sure hates Republicans.
All right.
Docs harass and sue your ass for acknowledging his kids. It's beginning to smell a lot like Stud Shows.
All right, well, thank you very much, ABG.
just fading out.
We appreciate that. And then this one coming in from Dylan Vance. This is a fun one for us.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm coming out there in December. I want to hang with you. By the way, I'm doing my show so everyone can hear you. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'll have a Jew Christmas with Shuli. Even though he's a J-word and a bully, my hemorrhoids, they will ooze. There'll be plenty of booze, and I'll chug his sweet tea. You know I really like how he brews. Get it? I'll have a club footed Christmas with Lady K. We'll take bets as to how much Vinny weighs. I'll be podcasting all day, hands covered in Mike's way, but I'll have a Jew club-footed Christmas. Hey, Shul, can I use your bathroom? I gotta air that out. Give the roids room to breathe. Fucking hell. Hey, Shul, where's your plunger?
Starting with a dial tone, ending with a toilet flush. Probably not going to win, but thank you very much, Dylan Vance, for sending that in. Let's get right into it. Starting off, I did play this yesterday on Point Double Point, but it's worth playing again. Of course, Ralph Sorella passed away this past week, and Ralph started off as Howard Stern's stylist. They were longtime friends. He was only 58 years old when he passed away, and we just played Ralph probably for the first time on this show on the most recent, newest episode of WATP, because we were looking back at how John had the falling out with Howard long after he left the show. And you could tell that that Ralph did not like John. And rightfully
like everybody
so.
else on the
yes,
show.
correct. He had a lot of good reasons for him. And Howard, I'm listening to his episode on Wednesday, and he's talking about how much Ralph meant to him and how sad he is of Ralph's passing and everything. And the big point he kept talking about was the fact that Ralph never wrote a book, never went to the press, never said anything about Howard Stern, never revealed anything about Howard Stern. Howard even used weird words. Like he goes, he never betrayed me.
Yeah.
I was like, why did you use betray? That's a weird word to use.
Yeah.
It sounds like there's something really interesting.
It sounds like he could have.
Yeah, real salacious going on. So there's speculation that they're gay lovers, and that could be what's going on. I don't know. But Ralph never said anything. There was a caller that called in and said, what was Ralph's sexuality? Do you know, Howard? And Howard goes, he kept all my secrets. I'm keeping all his secrets. Like, it's a weird way to answer that question. Yeah. So anyway.
Nothing weird about that.
Okay. So then 2 hours and 45 minutes into the show, the Howard Stern show, Fred Norris speaks up. And this is crazy. They're all talking about Ralph and what he meant to the show and how they felt about him and everything else. And Fred decides to take a shot at Stuttering John. And they're talking about the fact that Ralph could have talked mad shit and never did.
Fred, you want to say anything about Ralphie boy? I don't know if you were close with him or not. Or
I was not nearly as close as you, for example. I mean, I really felt for you yesterday when Gary called me. He was actually like sobbing on the phone telling me the news. I mean, I knew it was really, because he first started, I have really something to tell you, and he was sobbing. And I'm going, oh, fuck, like, what the hell happened? And then when he said Ralph had passed, I was like in total disbelief and in total shock. And I also thought of you, and I thought of Robin and how what good friends, you were with him. And you said something earlier, which I thought of, and I think it bears repeating, how loyal he was to you. There have been so many scumbags who have come on the show, I hate to say it, that worked here, that went on to quote-unquote greener pastures and wrote many books and stories and things like that about what they said it was like to work here. And to Ralph's credit, he never said anything about you, and he could have cleaned up. I mean, it was amazing to me. And he was loyal to you. He was a friend.
So that was really interesting, and he could have. Like, well, what are you trying to say, Fred?
He could have, just as I could if I wanted to.
Yeah, like Fred's like almost like hinting like, I got some shit on you too, motherfucker. That was
what does everyone know that I don't know?
The whole thing was very weird. All this points to the thing that I've been saying for a while, that I think Howard is gay. I never thought that before. But seeming more and more like that's a possibility here. It's really bizarre. Just the way that they're all talking about this is really bizarre. But I love the fact that he took a shot at Stuttering John directly, and he goes, I think Fred's point there was, Ralph actually had things that were interesting to say. John's whole beef was they didn't pay me enough money. To what we were talking about a week ago, where it's like, well, just be grateful that it turned into your career with the Tonight Show and all the doors that it opened for you. You wouldn't have gotten the deal with Atlantic Records. You wouldn't have been on I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. You wouldn't have had all these cameos and movies and TV shows. It's all because of being on the Howard Stern Show. They hired you sight unseen. They gave you an opportunity, and you have no gratitude.
But that's the weird thing. According to him, it had nothing to do with that. He could have done this on his own.
Yeah, I know.
His third grade teacher saw potential in him.
I was going to make it in show business. It just so happened my thought was on the Howard Stern Show.
I got distracted.
He's such a fucking asshole. Such an idiot. But anyway, I love that. Fred Norris someday coming on WATP to do a Stuttering John segment. Fingers crossed. I hope that's not the kiss of death for Fred, because that's what I said about Ralph last week. So that would suck. All right. So I want to get into some stuff from this week from Stuttering John. Starting off with, this guy put together this amazing video in Dabblers Anonymous. His name is Schooly A-Bar. It's SKOOLI_A_BAR. Schooly A-Bar. He made this video, and I have clips of it. It's over 8 minutes long. I'm not going to play the whole thing. But it's pretty much counting down all of the beers that John has over his one episode on Thursday. And they count 8 or 9. And it's funny how you see his behavior change. Go ahead.
I forgot. I brought a prop for this segment.
Oh,
I felt so dumb. I visited my dad yesterday, and he had one in the fridge. And me trying to explain to a 75-year-old man why I had to take one of his cores home with me when I left.
Well, I got to say, you're doing a really bad Tab Burt impression right now. That guy went through like 30 Coors on this show. But all right. So it starts off on this video that I want to play for you. John's talking to his politics friends. And I think this is a pretty good representation of what's going on in John's head as they're droning out about politics.
And has now said that if Hunter Biden doesn't testify in private instead of in public, they want to jail Hunter Biden. While he, the hypocrite that he is, completely avoided a subpoena from Congress.
Yep.
So it doesn't really, reality.
They zoom in on John, and it's just
the
a
MAGA
dancing
supporters
monkey.
Are merely ships that don't even
In his
pass in the
hand.
night. I'm not sure they're in the same hemisphere.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't matter what Biden says. What they will do is what they're going to do.
But, all right, that being said, Army Major, how do you feel about him saying that?
What an interview right there. Okay, yep, no, that's a good point. But that being said, oh shit, I have nothing. You say something now, Army Major.
That means that, Army Major, it's your turn to talk. I'm just here to moderate, baby.
He's zoning out, and then he finishes his beer, and he's like reaching over as the guy's still talking and cracking another beer. Why does he place his beers on the other side of his computer? He could easily just put them next to him. He doesn't have to reach over his computer to grab the beer.
He still starts every show adjusting things also.
I know.
It's like, dude, what the fuck? You think that's cool? Is that a weird flex for you?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Also, and I think I have a clip of this coming up later. Everyone's fucking with him now and sending delivery people to his house, delivering beer and chicken wings from 7-Eleven and all this kind of shit. And watching John get out of the couch or get off the couch. So belabored. I don't know if it's hemorrhoids or he's just out of shape or both. It's a 4 or 5 step process for him to get up off the couch.
There's probably some shit going on we don't know about yet.
Probably, yeah.
So people are doing this. They're timing it so that this is happening during his show.
Yes. Yeah, they're purposely doing it. In fact, here's our first example of many that we have today of John. The show has to come to a halt so that he can get his deliveries that are coming in.
I go to these shows not just to laugh, which
All right. Hold on thought. Come on in. Come on in. Hello. Come on in.
Does that guy think he literally has to freeze with his hands? Like in
Yeah, you're right. He goes, hold on. It's just like, we're not playing red light, green light. You're not going
I
to
thought
shot.
John paused him somehow.
Yeah, right. Time in.
Now they're in the middle of a conversation. John hears a knock on the door and starts yelling, come on in. Normally, when people are delivering things to your house, you open the door for them.
For a total stranger, yes.
Yes. John yells to everyone to come in. A lot of people are uncomfortable with that. They're like, what? What's going to happen when
That's
I come into
how
this
you get
place?
murdered.
Yeah, right.
Like, as
exactly.
a delivery person, that's how you're killed.
And John gets annoyed with people who don't come right in right away.
What is it?
Some highlights, some brewskis.
Oh, brewskis. All right, hold on, Bri.
Watch him get up. Oh, he couldn't see it that well on that one. All right. So he's like, what do you have? That's always the thing when someone delivers something. The highlight.
I do like seeing all the watermarks all over his back.
Oh, I know.
Jesus.
God forbid he'd pay the $10 license fee.
Why didn't he just cut his camera and get up and mute himself and do like he's not contributing anything to this conversation.
Yeah, guys, I'll be right back.
Keep
Right.
going without him.
Yeah, he can just leave it. I'll be right back, guys. You know, and then come back. But instead, he turns into this whole production where he's yelling at the delivery guy. And so then here's another delivery that comes in.
Miller High Life. Really?
Yeah. Yes,
That's like, that reminds me of like 1976. That's
No, I didn't order anything.
You didn't order anything?
No, did they pay for it?
No.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Get out of here.
Did they pay for it? No. All right, then get out of here. He's so rude to these people, too. These poor people who are just delivering whatever the app tells them to deliver. They're picking it up. They're bringing it over to his house. And it's like, get out of here.
They're not picking out a gift for him.
I know. I don't want that. But also, the very telling thing is it paid for?
Oh, yeah.
Is it paid for?
Yeah, definitely. Right.
Because I will accept anything that you give me because I am a loser who will take anything that people send me.
So wait, you can order anything and have it sent to his house?
Carl.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's relax here. I do want to open this up to your listeners. Anything you send to me, I will accept. If I don't have to pay for it, just give me anything.
If you say so,
You're
that's
on.
fucking creepy. It's so weird. All right. So now This is proof right here. This is one of my favorite clips of all time. I've been saying for a while, John has no business being on a political show, let alone hosting a political show. He doesn't know anything about politics. And of course, he's got the liberal Democratic talking points that he regurgitates from MSNBC. You can tell he just watches these opinion shows and then comes out and spouts all this stuff. So now John's actually going to come up with his own political idea here. It seems like this is one of the few times he has a thought on his own, and it shows how dumb he is. He doesn't even understand how the political system in the United States works.
Is it possible that Obama could be Newsom's running mate?
No.
As vice president?
No.
So he can't even be vice president?
No. He cannot be in line for succession for the presidency because he's already served 2 terms.
Who the fuck doesn't know that?
The fact that these two laughed at him
Yeah.
while shaking their heads no tells you everything you need to know. Like, that's insane. And Carl, yeah, you're right. He should not be doing a political show. But I also think it's easy to pick on him for this because he's doing this. I think it makes more sense to say he shouldn't be doing any show.
Correct.
He's not good at anything. When he did that Hollywood show for a hot minute, he was terrible at that. He's terrible at his other show. He's awful.
All right, I'll prove you wrong, dog. Here are the top 10 comedies. Caddyshack.
Animal House.
Almost Famous.
Meet the Fockers. Almost Famous.
I know we've
my
asked
kids
this.
didn't get it. Don't talk about my kids.
We have asked this over and over, but what do these guys have in it for them to appear on this show? What the fuck is the problem? Did they lose a bet?
Richard Ojeda is constantly defending John, too. Even when he got up to grab a delivery, he was gone for like 4 minutes. Richard Ojeda's reading the chat, and he's going, I'll tell you why we go on John's show.
Oh.
It's because John's a great guy. You don't know John like we do. The guy in the middle, Brian Karam, I think's his name, is just a dud.
Yeah.
He's just nothing. I think he probably was a Stern fan and just happened to be talking to Stuttering John. He's the kind of guy that John thinks we all are. We're like, ooh, I can talk to Stuttering John Melendez? Wow. I want to be his friend. I think he's that guy.
I mean, there was a time where I seriously considered reaching out to Stuttering John and just being like, John, come on my show. We just talk about an 80s movie. Your choice, whatever. You don't have to get angry at anyone.
Yep.
It's not a joke or anything. But man, the way that he turns on everyone, I am so glad I didn't do that because he would have turned on me by now. And he would have doxed me, would have done all the dumb stuff he's trying to do to Cardiff and everything like that. Like, I'm so thankful, first of all, that he did block me on Twitter by just being associated with your show.
That's all it takes. It's very easy to get blocked by John. Robo Shitstain in the Discord says that Karam is a press corps reporter for Playboy and CNN. Playboy has a press corps reporter? He has White House access. He knows John via the Midas Touch brothers. Yeah, I know John made a lot of connections with different liberal politics journalists, reporters, whatever they are. But I can't imagine anyone would take him seriously ever again when suggesting that Barack Obama could be the running mate for Gavin Newsom.
And it sounds crazy that this guy who has legitimate credentials would be on this show or would entertain even talking to Stuttering John. Is this his one and done appearance? Has he been on here before?
He's on all the time. Him and Richard Ojeda are on almost every week now.
Well, Ojeda, I get it. He's really in. I don't know the John business. I don't quite understand why, but this other guy, I don't know. I never heard of him.
All right. The other thing that John does is he likes to repeat himself. That's a good way to get your point across, is to say it over and over and over again.
This is the silliest thing from the shitware. He's trying to create this false narrative. The shitware is just trying to create some false narrative.
So much saliva.
And now, this is the false narrative. A false narrative set up by the shitware. The shitware. He has to create this false narrative. Shitware. But the shitware.
Again, this is all from that video, Schoolie A-Bar, that I found on Dabblers Anonymous, all from the same episode.
Yeah, that's
it's
amazing.
Unbelievable.
This episode is sponsored by the word shitware and false narrative.
How long does he have to leave these super chats up here? Like, how long has this one been sitting up
I know. He just gets distracted. His own nonsense. So one more video that I pulled from this video, and he gets another delivery on this show.
Something to lie about. What? Who is it? Who? I didn't order pizza. Go away. Do not disturb. I didn't order it. And find out who did so you can report them. Find out whoever called, get their phone number, and report them.
To who?
Just
who do you report them to? What is it? Does the FBI get involved?
Pizza police.
What's he talking about?
To Vinny.
But do you see, though, as John gets drunker,
Yes.
he gets meaner and becomes more and more of a prick?
Absolutely.
This is his real personality coming out.
And he puts us out on the internet.
Yeah, he's on the internet. Here's the knock on the door. What?
Yeah.
As if people are going to be like, oh, hey, man, just brought you a pizza.
Oh, I'm sorry. My knock didn't explain this.
Yeah, right. Wow. Not for nothing, but there's this phrase called don't shoot the messenger. This is not this fucking guy's fault. Why he's mad at this guy? He should get up, go, listen, man, I'm sorry. I've got these fucking people pranking me. They keep sending me shit.
Yeah.
I didn't order this pizza.
Fucking Richard Ojeda defends this guy. Oh, you don't know him like we know him?
Yeah.
We just heard him berate someone for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
And this is the guy you want to defend?
We know better than you, Richard.
Yeah.
This guy's a prick.
Could you imagine talking to a delivery person like this?
No.
I don't care if it's the first one that showed up or the 10th one that night. Come on.
I would
this
never
is
talk to
terrible.
anyone like this.
If that was my first time on his
No.
show, I would have tapped out. I would have been like, okay,
Yeah.
bye.
All right, let's get into more fun stuff that John does, like threaten me. It's been a while. See, Cardiff and Duke are having all the fun lately.
Yeah.
Because what Cardiff is doing, and actually this isn't even the video I don't think that John struck, but Cardiff is doing, he's finding out all of the people who are members of John's channel because he puts it on members only chat, and then Cardiff finds out who's chatting, and then he adds them to a list of people to shame them for supporting Stuttering John. I don't know how ethical that is. I'm not going to debate that. I'm not doing that personally, but that's what Cardiff's up to. And then of course, Tukey did the review of John's children, adult children, giving wedding speeches at Susanna's second wedding to their new stepdad, Aaron. And so they did a show that was transformative, reviewing those videos. John put a strike on that. He put a strike on what was the other one that they put a strike on for Cardiff? It was, it was the video that we put on this show where John goes, and Cardiff emailed me today threatening me. Yes. And then Cardiff pulled up the email to show that Cardiff didn't threaten him. John threatened Cardiff back the other way. So for some reason, John thought he could strike that for who knows why. But let's not forget that I'm still over here making fun of John too. So he's got to let me know that I'm not in the clear. Because as you know, producer Chris has been with me this whole time. He'll tell you, when I get threats like this, I get real nervous. I pull back. I go, all right, I'll stop podcasting for a while. No, John, you idiot. Just the opposite every fucking time.
Hey, Lady K, you gonna call NYU, are you?
All right, so Shuli's wife's Crystals is constantly telling John I'm doing things. She's constantly saying I'm tweeting this or I'm talking about that. Right now, she gave John $2 to say Carl is calling NYU live on air about your degree. Now, the big controversy right now is, did John or did John not graduate with a 4-year degree from NYU? A lot of evidence that he did not. We'll get into that later. But John is reading that super chat, believes it, always believe everything that she writes or he writes, Shuli's wife's Crystals writes to John. He always believes it every fucking time. He's such a moron. This person is just trying to get a reaction out of you, and you always fall for it. So, all right. John thinks that I'm calling NYU live on the air.
Oh, good. Say hi to all my teachers, like Mick Cribbin. Oh, yeah. My Camera 1 class with Boris.
Hi, can I talk to Stuttering John Melendez teachers, please?
Right away, sir.
In which order? Alphabetical?
Yeah. We have them all right here.
Still work there?
I guess this is proof.
Dead, John.
Must be proof that John graduated because he took classes there and knows professors' names. Okay.
Yeah.
It is also weird that he calls them teachers. If he did go to college, they're not called teachers, but okay.
Go ahead. Call them on. Go ahead, Lady K.
Also, I would never call NYU. It's not what I do on my show. I'm not trying to fact check. I'm not an investigative journalist. But the idea that he's like, call all my teachers. No. I would just call whoever's in charge of knowing who graduated each year and have them check the records. Why would I call each one of your fucking professors? Doesn't even make sense. It's not a way to go about that.
We're not doing a background check.
Hey, John. So I called everyone I knew at NYU and I spun my wheels for a couple months and came up with nothing. You were right. That was a really bad strategy on my part.
Where's my $100?
I don't know what I was thinking.
Hey, John, I was just wondering, was Boris the first or last name of your teacher?
Okay, do it. Do it. I love it. I love it. Keep it up, Lady K. A strike's coming for you, Lady K.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Keep it up, Lady K. Keep it up. If it's not transformative, school!
Is he talking about his son again? If it's so, he's trying to threaten me saying that I did something that wasn't transformative. Yet last night on John's show, he went back and watched the E-Channel Howard Stern clip where he was fucking with Ralph Sorella. He looks so bad in this too, because Ralph Sorella doesn't feel good. He's sleeping on the couch in an office, and John goes in and just yells boo in his ear twice until Ralph finally goes, "What, John?" And then John just keeps fucking with him, so Ralph finally just chucks a shoe at him and goes, "Go away." And then John's the victim. "Oh, I can't leave through a shoe at me. What's wrong?" But meanwhile, John's watching this whole thing without pausing, without commenting on it. It's not transformative at all the way that John's doing. This is something that definitely is copyrighted that he shouldn't be able to get away with. But I want to point out to John, who's telling me what is transformative content, something that John didn't even understand the concept of not too long ago. I did just win. I got a strike from Simon & Schuster. Ever hear of them? Lots of shoelies working over there. And I was able to win my dispute, and I was able to win that claim. So I was able to put my video back up of us goofing on Julia Fox's audiobook. So I'm not afraid of you, John. You're broke and you don't understand the law, which is something that I'm going to point out here. He's such a fucking idiot when it comes to how the law works. So this is No Way Jose pointing out that, and No Way Jose on Facebook is bringing up some good points about this lawsuit he's threatening Tukey with. And again, I want to point out, Tukey had that video. John put a strike on it. So Tukey put it up on Rumble. I think that has 7,000 views on it on Rumble. So it's the Streisand effect. John keeps bitching about this video. So, and every time he bitches about it, El Harible and Tukey are like, "Hey, you can find it on a Rumble page. It's right there." People keep watching it. So more and more people are seeing it than would have, which is hilarious. And so this is John not understanding how the law works at all.
Yeah, no way, Jose. Don't worry about me. I'm well equipped.
All right, so No Way Jose writes, your ex-wife gave you the copyright of a vid that a guest filmed of your kids? I just know that the lawyers are going to involve your family and it's going to get messy. Please make sure you have all your ducks in a row before going the lawsuit route. Sounds like pretty good advice because we are getting families involved. Who filmed this? Who has the ownership of it? His family is there, his wife, their stepdad. Could get messy. Pretty good advice. Does John listen to this? No. He's got his own idea here.
For this lawsuit. Rocco don't know what's coming. Rocco has no idea what's coming because I have the video. And Joey, the crap they were saying, no judge is going to be cool with the stuff they were saying. You know, the anti-trans shit, the anti-African-American shit, no judge is going to view fucking Rocco and go, That's cool. No. Especially not a judge in California. Skull.
How articulate.
John has no idea how the law works. He's like, the judge is going to rule that it's not cool. My verdict, not cool.
Yeah, we're all going to watch it in his chambers, and he's going to turn around and be like, not cool, guys.
Yeah, he's going to be like, Rocco, please approach the bench. I'm disappointed in you, Rocco. These are very mean jokes that you're telling.
John thinks it's going to be Tukey there and a floating potato.
Yep.
I
they're going to be getting scolded.
want to see a puppet in a courtroom. Like I want to see that broadcast. Oh,
I was watching El Horrible this morning, and he was saying Tukey will definitely be in this courtroom. I mean, he won't be able to control him, obviously, but he'll probably be up there next to his attorney, and then right behind him, you see Tukey watching, like, wow, fucking awesome. Oh my God, we're flying to California or Colorado, wherever we have to go, to be a part of this courtroom proceeding. I want to see this.
They might put it on C-SPAN or something like that.
You're right, good point. Court TV might actually play this one. Fucking fantastic. So John literally thinks that the First Amendment of the Constitution of this country doesn't exist. It's the one everyone knows, the right to free speech. It's the one where it's like, hey, are you allowed to make fun of that guy's family? Yes, you are. Yeah, but even if his family has a person who transitioned, well, yeah, and that's how free speech works. There's not exceptions to the rule. Yeah, I know, but it hurt this guy's feelings really bad. So still free speech, still perfectly legal. Nothing you could do about it, dummy. So now No Way Jose comes back and tries to explain to him, listen, man, if this is a copyright thing, it doesn't matter what they say about your kids.
I don't know what this means. Is this the lady who hurt her back chimney sweeping? Do you understand that?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Who knows with that guy?
Yeah. No Way Jose, I thought you were cool. Now you.
He's actually giving you good advice right now. So what he writes now is dark humor illegal? Is it a copyright lawsuit or is it a civil rights lawsuit for the racist / trans comedy? Yeah, what are you trying to accomplish here? It reminds me of when Michael Popak was arguing that SiriusXM owed John money for right to publicity, and his argument was he was making $30,000 a year on the Howard Stern show. Okay, a completely different company was paying him an amount of money that he agreed to and worked for. What does that have to do with fucking anything? So I think John's been getting a lot of bad legal advice from people and has no idea what he's talking about.
Cool. Now you is dark humor illegal? Is it a copyright lawsuit or a civil rights lawsuit for the racist? It's a copyright lawsuit, but still doesn't matter.
That's John's new thing. Whenever John gets caught, whenever John gets caught in something that doesn't make any fucking sense, he always goes, "Yeah, but it doesn't matter." Well, no, it does. That's the only thing that matters.
Right.
What is this lawsuit about? What are your grounds?
Like no one reads Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Remember
right.
that gem?
Yeah. They changed his Wikipedia to say he didn't graduate from MIT. He was like, that doesn't matter. Who's going to try to find out facts about me on Wikipedia? Anyone who's looking for facts about you is the answer to that question.
Just the idea of the judge going, okay, this is a copyright lawsuit.
Yeah.
But the things you said aren't cool. Yeah. So
he's going to throw some shade.
Mr. Melendez.
It's unbelievable. He's so out of it. He has no understanding of what he's even doing. All right. So, John, this is we were playing those clips before the delivery guys coming on Thursday. This is Friday's show now. It's Joey C. It's Joey C.'s birthday. We're all celebrating Joey C.'s birthday. Happy birthday, Joey C. Very exciting for everyone. And so Vince the lawyer decides to send Miller High Life to John. And John's upset because Vince the lawyer is happy to send him stuff. But when John calls him, Vince doesn't answer his phone.
Oh, right.
Which is interesting only because, again, I was watching El Horrible this morning and Vince was sending stuff to El Horrible from 7-Eleven. And so El Horrible called Vince and Vince answered immediately. So just FYI.
But I'm not going to sit here and take shit from this idiot. No, this is Miller High Life.
Oh my God, he's drinking a 40.
You gotta get a piece of the High Life.
What is this, man?
Because it was delivered to him.
Vince the lawyer. Who, by the way, This guy has plenty of free time to keep sending me fucking COVID tests and O'Douls. But he doesn't have the time to talk to me on the phone. And to me, that's ridiculous. Scola!
Yeah, but I'll keep taking the free shit in the meantime.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He almost had a falling out over this O'Douls that got sent. He got very upset with Vince the lawyer for sending O'Douls, not realizing there was other beer packed underneath the O'Douls, but he threw such a fit that he ran the delivery guy out of there, wouldn't let him take his license.
Never got to the punchline.
Yep, never got to the punchline, decided he was no longer friends with Vince the lawyer.
This is insane.
It's crazy. But
this isn't normal human behavior.
You don't say. So I just want to explain this to John. I know he watches these clips that we do. So John, the reason why Vince the lawyer fucks with you, but doesn't answer when you call him is A, you're annoying and needy. B, you're difficult to be friends with. C, people hate the text that you send that just says, call me. I've gotten it. Vince has gotten it. It's annoying. We're adults. You don't do that. Don't tell us what to do. D, he doesn't like you. He's trolling you. And E, you're a fucking moron and you keep falling for it. He doesn't want to be your friend. He wants to fuck with you. I have to tell John this every fucking week. And he's like, I know Carl says that you're a troll. He is a troll. It's not just me saying it.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, God damn. And he just keeps getting him back in his good graces, too. It's so funny.
I know.
How he just keeps falling for it.
Yeah, it's like the car pulling away from someone and then they stop.
Yeah, I know.
Or the Stutt Show prank. He's had the fucking dollar bill on the fishing line.
Yep. Except for like Scott the engineer would be like, oh, okay, you're fucking with me. He just keeps doing it.
But to win him over, though, you just hand him a 6-pack. That's it. That's all it takes.
Then it's all good. Or 40 in this matter.
I can't believe that's a red flag when you see somebody over the age of 22 drinking a 40.
Yeah, it's not great. Well, over the age of 22, how about over the age of 55? That's where things are getting fucking nuts. Like, this is not good.
Yeah.
Okay, so John gets a super chat from a person named @Stuttering John Clips on YouTube. I recommend checking that out. Stuttering John Clips has some good news for John in his battle to prove that he did graduate. He does have his degree from NYU.
Oh, there you go. Stuttering John Clips. Oh, great. How do we get it? Go ahead. Stuttering John Clips. I'll let you do a plug. How do we get it? So people can fucking... Yeah, they don't even have to fucking... Yeah, it's hanging on my wall.
Okay. So he wrote, I have the video because John claims he has proof. If you look at the old Zillow listing of his apartment, the photo of his living room, you can see it's framed. You can't see what's in the frame, but there is a frame about the size of something that might be a degree or something.
Fair enough.
Potentially.
Case closed.
But he doesn't have that anymore?
Well, I guess it got shipped out to his Florida house in a box somewhere. He doesn't know where.
Oh, I thought maybe he pawned it or
where
something.
it is. So this is the video that @Stuttering John Clips is referring to.
Wait a minute. Go right. There, freeze that.
Full screen. Okay, freeze that.
Tighten up on that way. Vector in on that guy by the back wheel.
Zoom in right here on this spot.
So it says Bob Levy. It has New York University and Bob Levy's name in it. But John doesn't know that. So later on in the show, John, the guy, tells him, go to YouTube and put in, whatever the search is so that John can find this. And so John does that.
Okay. Joe, can you see it?
I can, yeah. Oh, what is that?
So this is my old apartment. This is my condo.
Oh, yeah. We get kind of green in the kitchen or something?
Yeah. That was my ex-wife always liked that color
Don't
for
blame
our
her.
kitchen in our first
Your
house.
place.
So I repeated it. So here we go.
Vector in on that guy by the back wheel.
Zoom in right here on this spot.
He's fucking with me, you see?
Yep.
Yeah, just when you think the guy, well, at least it's not a naked freaking girl
be
taking
careful.
shit or anything. Stuttering John Clips, just when I thought you were actually cool.
Dude, Stuttering John Clips, look at the avatar for him. It's John making the goofiest face ever. He's like, I thought we were friends. What's going on?
That's what I was thinking when I saw that. I was like, well, you're being trolled. You should know.
You should. You really should know.
No, he thinks everyone's a super fan.
Oh,
That's
he
great.
really does. He assumes. I mean, my name is in their name. Dabblerstorian, I'm the dabbler. Dabblerstorian must like me. He's so stupid. All right, so now here's another delivery person coming over to the house. This is Friday night.
Yes. Can I help you? Can I help you?
Stop yelling in the
Someone knocking?
Hello? What is it? What is it? Is it beer? Do I have to pay for it? All right. Joey, I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
I don't turn down free beer.
Yeah, we know.
There you go. Go for it.
Can you get up?
All
Let's
right,
see.
hold on. Keep them occupied, Joey.
I will. Leo Gunn, thank you for the happy birthday, buddy.
He can't just get up. He has to scooch down and find something to hold on to. Pulls.
He tried to get up on the. Why he couldn't get up on the left side? He had to like roll his way over to the right to get
like
out of there.
A turtle on his back.
It's unbelievable.
Oh my god!
And he just
I'm cringing. These interactions with he and delivery people really it makes me anxious.
Yeah,
I don't like this.
No.
I just can't imagine someone delivering someone in my home, which I have done quite often, and yelling, "What?" That's not how you respond to that. You get up and you answer the door. or how about this? Here's a crazy fucking idea. You put a sign on your door. This has been happening multiple times every fucking episode. Put a sign on the door that says, I'm currently broadcasting, but please come on in to deliver this or something. So you don't have to
come on my show.
Scream one at everybody all the time. What are your credits? Let's see if you can be on my show. So here are a bunch of people just trolling John in the chat with WATP references.
Vinny, thanks $2. Carl has a beer trap mouth. Can you make a song for him? Not for $2.
trap.
Come on, man. Tom DeLuise. Vinny.
By the way, that's Vinny's a fat wop. I'm sorry. Vinny's a fat wop is the name. I'm sorry. I don't know why I struggle with that.
Song for him. Not for $2. Come on, man. Tom DeLuise, thanks $2. Joey, they played your fight with your wife on WATP.
What fight?
Yeah,
I don't know. I
making
don't
shit
know what
up.
they're talking about. Youper Pooper. Lady K's boyfriend, Brandon, has small hands.
Yep,
You know what
got
that
it.
means?
Nailed it.
No. Lady K's boyfriend, Brian. Ooh, I don't know what that means either.
So Brad Don from the Drew and Mike show, the producer from the Drew and Mike show, is who they're referencing in that. Just fun to watch these guys fucking with him. He has no clue. He's just running his show like this is
Come
normal.
on, this one's great though.
All right.
Joey upset stomach. Don't crap the bed and sheets.
I know it's nonsense. That's Shelly's wife's Crystal's. Always $2, always fucking with people. All right, so this is great because this whole time Joey's going, have you seen the cartoons that we're in together, John? And of course, it's Aqua Teen Hunger Force, where Carl from that show is John's voice, and Joey is Master Shake, but they're doing this new thing where it's Dabblefeld or Baloneyfeld or whatever it is. It's a Seinfeld thing. And so John finally watches one of these for the first time. And in this interaction, it's the Seinfeld one where he's talking to the person voiced it. Monique from Radio Gunk is the voice of the woman that he's interacting with here, who, by the way, I met in person for the first time this past week, and she was lovely. And I'll plan on getting together with her again in the future. We're not too far from each other from our WTP South studios. And so, John, all right, let's take prediction. Have you seen this yet?
No.
This just happened last night. Do you think John will be offended by this cartoon? How do you think he'll react to it?
I feel like his knee-jerk reaction is to be offended, but I'm thinking he won't get it.
Okay. What do you think?
Oh, he'll be offended.
Okay. You won't believe this.
There is he?
No, I don't see him hating on you at all, man. To be honest with you, all his work is about you.
Well, yeah, everybody's fucking shows are about me, though, Joe.
I thought you knew the guy. That's what I thought you were like promoting him.
No, Drew was a 10 to 11, makes love with Shawn Mendes on in the background. Skull. I don't know.
More
All right,
references he doesn't get.
This is funny.
And I hope this, I hope you're not setting me up here, Joey.
No, come on, man.
Oh, don't be
You gotta start
paranoid.
it. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. It's
What
funny
bad
as hell,
can happen,
man.
John?
Trust
Come
me
on,
when I
stop
tell
being
you, man.
paranoid.
Release the Kraken.
John is giddy.
Wow.
He is laughing and clapping.
He's laughing along with the laugh track. He's loving it so far just because it's his voice. He's loving it.
Are you or are you not a substitute teacher? Yes or fucking no?
Release the Kraken.
What the fuck does that mean?
What is a manga? NBC. That was Joe. Thanks for turning me on. That
You
was
gotta
pretty
watch the ones with me and you is under shorts. You gotta. I'm the milkshake and you're you. It's funny.
And what's that one called?
Well, just look at the shorts and you'll see me. Go down and you see me and you as me. I'm a milkshake and you're you.
Do you guys pick up on what's really funny about what Joey C just said? I'm the milkshake and you're you. Not
And
Carl, the
you're
buffoon from Aqua Teen Hunger Force, but you.
It's that natural of a pairing.
Yes. And literally, when I hear John talk in his normal speaking cadence, it reminds me of Carl from Aqua Teen now. It's all I can think of. It's perfect. But he loved it. He fucking loved it.
He loved it. I couldn't believe. Why does? Oh man. I just the establishing shot of like a dilapidated crack den is amazing.
Yes. So, anyway, Joey C turning John on finally. I bet he's watching all of those today.
Oh, yeah.
Probably binging it right now.